Frameshift drive charging.
What's going on, guys? Drask here. Today we're back with Elite Dangerous. Alright, so today's goal is going to be to get our engineering stuff worked out so that we can actually start getting some grade 5 things for combat purposes and also for exploration. Currently we're using the Great Phantom, however we will eventually be moving into things like the Melee if we happen to bump into one along the way. So without further ado, if anyone wants to join on the journey, you're more than welcome to. Most of the stuff though, we're focusing on the normal manufactured materials. Since we got the raw stuff last time, and then coded stuff I believe we already have maxed out, so we don't have to worry about that. We'll have those two things. We'll focus on exploration ship upgraded first, that way we're able to jump around, and then we'll figure out from there. And yes, there's always one.
And he just happens to be one of the two most loved characters of them all.
Well, there was 4, and I think the most loved one is no longer there.
No.
Yes, everyone liked Thick.
A little group, of course. But most people, when they say, "Hey, who's your favorite on the Neebs crew?" And
they would say the Wyvern King.
No, they're gonna say Absaro.
Oh, they'd say the Wyvern King. Then they do Simon.
Absaro says what we're all thinking.
He says what you're thinking.
Absaro is a giant walking and talking intrusive thought.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
That's his shtick.
I know. I've seen his shtick. He sticks with it.
One giant intrusive thought.
Do you have Rainbow Six Siege Sniper?
No. No.
How come you don't like competitive games?
I don't like games that cater to a certain breed of player.
What about the kind of Marvel Rivals?
They're getting up there.
But that means they haven't quite hit it yet.
The shiny veneer of Marvel character, ooh pretty, is quickly rubbing off, and you're seeing it for the brain dead fetus infested playground that it actually is.
No, I find it hilarious running around as a little shark.
You're not really helping my argument here.
Well, I would play King Shark, but he's in the wrong franchise. If you couldn't tell, I like sharks.
I like baby shark.
Oh, I like the sharks with teeth.
Yes. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's just any animal with big teeth.
I mean...
Yeah.
Can't really argue with that point. The thing is, Jurassic Park said it perfectly. If it's got big teeth, it'll draw a crowd.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Request granted.
No one's lining up to go see the llamas. They're lining up to see the alligators and the great whites.
Which is ironic because llamas have some really big teeth.
Yeah, but they don't look intimidating.
I definitely enjoy me a llama.
Right?
Yes, we know you like your llamas in Fortnite.
Especially when you watch that fat woman walk up to one and get spit in the face. Yeah.
You know, surprising llamas are kind of a big deal in many other games,
Engines disengaged.
like Ultima Online and that fork knife game. People
Okay, you got two so far.
always chasing after a llama on those. Minecraft.
You got llamas in Minecraft?
Yeah. They also, of which also spit.
To be honest, I never actually played Minecraft.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Different people have different reasons they play it. Obviously kids play it because they can meme and beg people for free shit, but
I'm pretty sure Minecraft was around before memeing was around.
what is it? 4010, 4050, something like that. It was basically the oldest Anarchy server. It's been going on for well over 10 years, and it is nothing but memes that are then destroyed by other people to make room for their memes. And
Okay, so are we still talking about the llamas?
The word meme may have been recently come up with, but memes were around long before the word
Right.
meme came around.
we just didn't-
Sniper, by the way, is it resource extraction set that I'm looking for?
no.
Which one?
High energy, whatever they're called.
High intensity?
Yeah. Not a resource thing though.
Conflict zone high intensity.
Emissions. You're looking for
Emissions.
high energy emissions.
I assume it'll say emission zone.
Well, yeah, it'll say like dispersed emissions and then high energy emissions. You know, you find them with the map thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm scrolling through right now. I don't think this area has a single one. Negative. All right, well, Capricorn B, you have failed us today.
They come and go.
Lanka, of course you're not a boom state. You're not a boom state. I was really hoping just to pick like a random point around us so they would be boom.
Oh, yeah, high grade emissions. I think that's what they're called.
I have a ship stored here.
But yeah, memes have always been a thing. They just weren't called memes. It was anytime a comedian would tell a stand-up joke and people would repeat it.
Hello, friends. There we go. We're going to go to Karyaya. That place I can actually pronounce probably incorrectly, but I can say it and it sounds funny.
Let's see. That was a meme back in the day, yeah. Old school meme. Also, back in like the late 90s, maybe early 2000s, the phone commercial where they all that lasted for a couple years as a meme.
Don't worry, I've been shielded from the internet. I just was watching dinosaur stuff.
But I am really tired.
Yeah. Well, no, now you're getting into like internet memes.
You ever played as a Play as Dinosaur game? Sniper.
I played as a Kabuto once. Does that count?
Is that a kaiju?
Kinda. Old game, old PC game, yet, and no, it definitely doesn't hold up today, but it was called Giant Citizen Kabuto. a very funny kind of third-person shooter kind of game. And like if you go multiplayer, it's like a team versus Kabuto format. And there's like 3 different chapters to the story, and the third one being where you play as the Kabuto.
I have no clue what a Kabuto is.
It's a giant thing that eats everybody.
Sniper, does Mikey like it?
Warning. Temperature.
I don't know. Mikey is kind of discerning.
Who is Mikey?
He kind of only likes Life Zero, you know? That would be one of those old school memes again that we were talking about.
Ah, yes.
You know, from back in our days, when
Before memes, they were fads.
right, trends.
Don't worry, I clearly followed the trends and everything. I was definitely keeping up with all that.
And they didn't require a picture of a cat to make people look at it.
Frameshift drive
I
charging.
feel like you're trying to attack Brent here for no reason.
Also did not require Tide Pods.
Ready to engage.
Wait, what?
Tide Pods.
Oh my god, why couldn't they have just eaten more of them?
Well, aren't you curious what the flavor is?
Warning. Taking heat damage.
The only Kabuto I know is the Pokemon, which is a dinosaur Pokemon. Oh, is it?
That was a Kabutops. Nerd. Wait. Guess that makes me the nerd knowing that. Guess I'm the nerd.
So, I don't know if anyone's been trying to track it down or not, but if anyone's looking for a Nintendo Switch 2, I guess since all the supplies are out, the stores are planning on opening up at midnight again. Don't know if people are actually going to be out there like camping out for like days on end to wait to break into the store to get it, or if it's going to be like a very soft release. By the way, friends, is nah, Kabutos was the evolved form. Get it right.
Wow, bigger nerd than me. I'll take it. I know Pokemon.
Don't worry, I added in some extra words for you.
Boasting it in general.
Charging.
Would you get out of my space, you cheater? Guess we're stuck flying slow. But actually be the biggest Pokemon nerd at least up to Generation 4.
4, 3,
That's how I am. I used to like really big into Pokemon, and then they've added so many generations now that it's like I have no clue what most of this stuff is.
Yeah, I stopped playing after Generation 1 because that's when it stopped being cool.
Did it stop being cool?
Yeah, it stopped being cool.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to attack all the Pokemon fans.
I don't even want to think about it. See how fast I answered? Yes.
Alright, so degraded emissions is what I'm looking for?
No, high energy, high quality or high energy emissions.
High grade emissions.
Yes.
Oh, I actually found one. Is there a better one, or are they all the same?
They're pretty much all the same.
Okay. I have no clue who that is. Do you know who an ogre pawn is, Sniper?
Nope. Like I said, I only played it when it was cool.
Operating beyond safety limits.
About to say, like, my limited knowledge, I stop at around, I think, Generation 3. Like, we got Blaziken, Shriku, like, I remember all those, and then after that, it gets a little iffy. Good news is, though, all the ones I remember are the ones that people, you know, are sought after for, like, the cards, trying to, like, beat people up for.
Oh yeah, you mean the 30 and 40-year-old men that are taking them so that children can't buy them so they can sell them high priced on the internet? Yeah, that definitely doesn't scream pathetic at all.
Well, at least they're preserving history and artwork.
No.
Yes. They're selling at a ridiculous price, so it's completely ridiculous, but at the same time...
Children, to those same children.
No, to the children's parents.
Still gonna make it into the hands of the kids. Kids still gonna trash them.
Your excuse because she's basically the latest Pokemon from Generation 9? Oh, that explains it. I remember Pokemon used to have like a really cool game on the Nintendo 64. It was basically the Xbox Connect, but like years before Xbox tried to make the Connect.
My God, here we go. You bring out the Hey You Pikachu.
Well, it was cool for the time, and clearly you remember it years later.
No, so while brain dead fetuses were saying "Hey you Pikachu," and Pikachu not understanding a damn thing they said, I was busy playing a different game. I can't remember the name of it anymore, but I remember I got equally frustrated.
Was it your enunciations?
Excuse me, but I've been told even by the English that my English is impeccable, so you can stop that right there.
Well, you gotta train your AI to pay attention to you.
The game was called Lifeline.
I don't think I ever played that one.
It was for the PlayStation 2, and just like
On PlayStation.
you controlled a chick on a space station with your voice, and she did absolutely nothing you told her to.
Ah. You know, I'm starting to get a general impression that PlayStation 2 was the era where things just didn't listen. I always flash back to like SOCOM where like all your teammates are like, "Oh, you're hiding in cover? I'm going to stand out here in the open. Clearly they can't hit me." And then they die. And then it's mission restarted.
It was amazing, alright?
Well, the only thing I remember is all my companions always kept dying, and then it's like, well, this game's not even hard. It's just they die before I die, so how can...
You played without a microphone, didn't you?
I played with AI, I didn't play with people.
You played without a microphone, didn't you?
Probably.
Yeah, see, the whole point of SOCOM, both of them, was you controlled your squad with your voice. You gave them voice commands. If you played without a mic and were not giving them voice commands, of course they didn't do anything.
Well, they should have.
Waiting for you to give them a command, so yeah, they are standing out in the open. Because one of the commands was to either go in stealth and hide, or was to take cover. So, yeah, I don't think it was they weren't listening so much as you weren't talking.
I was like, this was years ago, so I don't really remember. You tell me this thing has like 0 things fighting, it's just you drop your limbits and you just wait for him to collect everything for you?
Yep. That's exactly how it works. And do you see all the white dots? Are you seeing them?
I think I might have bought a little bit too many limpets.
But you are seeing like the huge amount of white dots on your radar, right?
Nope, I don't have any white dots.
You gotta have white dots.
Nope. Yeah, I can take them on and off. Alright, well, good news is we'll have plenty of the proto heat radiators.
Yeah. There's two types that drop on those, and they're the big ones.
The good news is I only must have had like 20 because I'm only at 33 now while it's collecting. So I guess next time, if I had to do this differently, I would have grabbed my other ship with more limpet collectors, that way I can just grab it quicker. Most of these resources don't go in your cargo, so you don't really need the space. Yeah, I just took out my exploration ship because I figured this would be the best one to like jump between different areas to like unlock the engineers. So my goal here, or at least my general thought process is, if I remember correctly, is to go to like the Dweller dude, for example. He's grade 5 for something, so then I actually like pin the blueprint and then I can come back to here later and just like skip that process. Now we don't have to keep like going around with ships that take forever. Labian Brandy? Let's see here, another engineering exchange for 5 push. Oh, the Brandy is?
Yep.
Need your combat ranking dangerous or higher. Is expert not higher than dangerous?
No.
5 settlements in Colonia. Well, that's not going to happen today. You are friendly with the Alliance. Well, I deal with people who are friendly with the Alliance. Okay. By selling 10 culinary or cocktail recipes to the station in Colonia. That's another we won't be doing. Frag cannons. Don't really care about you. Engines and thrusters. As you traveled at least 5,000 light years from your career start location.
We got to bypass that.
I don't think so.
Pretty sure we did.
We bypassed one of them, but for the engines, thrusters, and frameshift drive from Chloe Sedisi? However you say her last name. Anyways, that one still says 5,000 light years from your career location.
Well, we don't have to do any of the ones in Colonia because they're just out there to so people in Colonia can engineer. They basically.
Well, I assume we care about this.
They're a mirror image of one that's in the bubble.
So is the only way to see like what grade these people are is to either look it up on Google or to actually like know what you're talking about?
Yes.
Fuel scoops, refineries, and limpet controllers. I mean, that would be useful for like cargo stuff, but I mean, I don't think that's like, we don't really need to like break our back trying to get this dude to upgrade. Explosive weaponry, armor, and countermeasures. Armor might be good.
Can't really go wrong with armor.
Shield boosters, that's another good one. So that'd be Brandy. You said you weren't able to get your laser cannons grade 5 though, right? You said that had to be in Colonia?
No, not in Colonia. I just didn't have the grade 5 person unlocked. Like I said, there's two different engineers that do the same thing. One in Colonia and one in the bubble.
Yeah, you're talking about the Dweller, right?
I didn't have the Dweller. I just hadn't unlocked him.
You haven't unlocked the Dweller yet?
I don't know. You're asking me something from like 3 months ago.
That I've also come to the realization that I need to actually like go to these places and like upgrade them. I can fully upgrade their grade. There's one Colonia engineer that has unique things that only sold in Colonia, but it's like a min-max stuff, but really required for anything. Dangerous is like the step below elite, and yes, the pun is intended. Farseer is by far the best engineer to unlock first. I think I already got that one. Most of those resources don't go in your... Oh yeah, I already got that.
Yeah, it's also like the first one you get a mail about.
We know this one. Oh, do I just have to actually go there and talk to them? So I can talk to this dude to get my shields upgraded. I don't know if I'll be able to go all the way up to 5 though. I'll probably have to pull out several ships to this system. Fuel scoops, refineries. I don't really care about that one too much unless you can get like some super powered limpets. Have you heard about anyone like having like a really good limpet controller sniper, or is that kind of wasted?
The sergeant.
So I've been like, is there an actual purpose to trying to upgrade that?
I think you can like boost their range or like the amount of time you can have them active.
So nothing really too crazy then. It doesn't really sound too useful.
Hold on.
Alright, so 50 view.
I think it's really about min-maxing. Like if you're, let's say you're using collector limpets, right? You can hit it, you can lightweight it so it's less, you know, it's less mass on your ship.
Why are my collectors not collecting? I told you people it was break time. It's a fool. Oh, I'm full. Alright, well I suppose that'll be good for now then. You may take a slight break.
The Dweller doesn't do beam lasers up to grade 5.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's only to grade 3.
So if he doesn't do grade 5... you have to go to Colonia for that one then?
No. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's
Alright, you know what? Focus. I'm going to Lee Chung first.
It's a Brew Tarquin.
Brew Tarquin?
Yep.
Who on earth is Brew Tarquin?
He would be the guy that does beam lasers, burst lasers, and pulse lasers up to grade 5.
You said his last name is Tarquin?
Yeah, Tarquin.
What is his requirement? Because I don't even have that guy's name.
Oh. Okay, so achieve a grade 3 access plus 1/3. So 3 1/3 with Heratani.
Is it Heratani?
Yeah.
Okay.
Discover. Have a combat rank of competent or higher. And that's the meeting requirements to, and then apparently you have to you have to bring him 50 Fugentees.
Alright. Now, are you saying Heratani or Hero Ferrari?
Heratani. Heratani. Heratani.
Okay, well, what's her requirement?
Her requirement is 3 1/3 with Liz Ryder.
Almost.
Collect a limpet.
Missiles and mines.
Which I have unlocked.
I can just pay to upgrade stuff even if I don't have it equipped on my ship, right?
No, I think you actually have to upgrade something to get the faction.
Cargo
You have to craft the modules or sell commodities there
cannot comply.
to get Liz Ryder up.
Frameshift drive charging.
Some missiles.
So yeah, I just picked up a piddly little.
About to say, hopefully they'll, at least like in that system, surely someone sells me a missile. Then I can just upgrade that, toss it out, you know, leave it to the space. Yeah, you have to upgrade parts or sell stuff to rank up their access tier.
I'm gonna do.
Warning. Breach drive.
Yeah, imagine just trying to sell commodities is gonna take forever.
Wait, what do you have to sell?
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Commodities. I imagine
Or-
going that route takes forever.
Frameshift drive charging.
So basically, these upgraded grade 5 people, we want to pin their blueprints, and the close by people, we want to pin the other stuff, like the power distributor from like the other dude, for example. And then you just go to the close ones to put the engineering perk on it, even though you have grade 5 from the other people. Is that how this works?
You lost me at here's the deal.
Alright, so the pulse rifle guy. There's one that's going to be close, and there's one that's going to be like 300 light years away. Basically, we get our perks to grade 5 just by pinning that blueprint from the one that's super far. Then the one that's closer to the bubble, we're able to use him to put the experimental effect on.
Frameshift.
Possibly, but I don't think you actually gain rank with the engineer by doing it remotely.
You don't. That's what I'm saying though. So if we use our exploration ship and like jump to all these like super far places and at least like pin the blueprint for like the grade 5 gut pulse laser. Well, we get our pulse lasers to grade 5 and then we just have to go to the one close by to get the experimental effects on them without having to fly all the way back out here with the bigger ship.
No, I think once you can pin it and you can get your pulse laser up to grade 5 anywhere, but you have to be there for an experimental effect. I know that.
Well, I assume you can go there to anyone who has pulse stuff, or do you think it has to be to that specific engineer again?
I mean, yeah, engineers that don't have that experimental effect won't be able to put it on there.
No, but like your the Dweller, he's not able to take pulse lasers to grade 5, but he should be able to put an experimental effect on it, and he's probably much closer to the bubble than this other one that we're unlocking.
Yes, that's provided they give the same experimental effects, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So basically we just pin the super far ones away, then the closer ones we just pin other stuff for, and then we use them to put the experimental effects on.
I mean, if cold venting is something that he doesn't have, that's going to be a bitch. Just saying.
He does.
Okay.
I've put some of my Thargoid hunting stuff. He definitely has that.
Okay.
Or I don't know if it's called cold venting. I think it's called thermal venting.
Either way.
I assume that's what you were talking about though, unless there's a whole nother one.
No. I just can't you know what? I have so much rattling around in my brain right now. I cannot remember every little thing by its proper name, so it is.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I put that out there just in case it's one of those things where, what? I thought you said they had the cold venting. I'm like, what? No, they got this. I thought it's the same, but I just wanted to, double check just in case. I need to buy missiles before I even land there. What am I doing? Quit being stupid.
Incidentally, you do have you do have Liz Rider unlocked, right? You supplied the 200 landmines.
Yeah, I got her to like 2.5. She seems kind of wasted, so I never spent, the time to actually upgrade her. But I didn't realize that, it requires a thing inside of a thing inside of a thing.
Yeah.
Which this is all stuff that we need to do for a long time anyway, so it's kind of necessary. Besides, if the Thargoids come back, we definitely want to have our lasers ready this time around.
Or whenever you feel like going out and picking a fight.
That too, yeah. Even fighting like pirates and stuff, having grade 5, you'll be able to use bigger ships and worry a lot less about losing the ship. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, tonight's going to be a night of spending a lot of money to upgrade stuff. And if I happen to accidentally stumble across a station along the way, And selling a Mandalay, I suppose I am Mandalayan. Retire my poor Phantom for the time being, unless the Mandalay turns out to be worse. Which I don't think will be a thing.
Landing gear deployed.
And the salvation is going to appear and delete all our blueprints we have. Well, honestly, we still have like the robots and stuff that we don't really understand like where they're connected to everything. So that could definitely be a thing that like circles back around.
You talking about robots now? What robots? What do you want about?
Robots. Hey, Moji, how's it going? Yes, I'm talking about robots.
Why?
Because the Guardians were important. Yes, I mean the Guardians. Because that'd be such an easy story to like rewrite in. Don't you agree?
What, robots?
Yeah, imagine if we find like one of their civilizations lost out in the middle of nowhere. They'd have like way more like better understanding. Play an ultra kill for a big randomizer I'm doing with friends. What is ultra kill?
I feel like you're operating under the assumption that if we were to stumble upon some lost colony of Guardians that survived, that they would actually be nice.
I thought they would be nice.
How do we know they won't be like superiority complex assholes? Like, oh, you're beneath us, you're bugs, and we're gonna squash you. Because
that'd be cool too. A whole nother fight right around the corner.
Because we can.
The Guardians weren't robots, by the way. All those robots were literally equivalent to Roombas. Well, either way, an attack Roomba village would be hilarious.
Say that experience is the ultimate asset. But when it comes to technology, it's imagination.
Alright, Sniper, I know you're surprised by how fast it happened, but the first place I stopped in had a Mandalay.
Surprise!
Ultra Kill is a really fast-paced, really difficult, momentum-based boom shooter. Kind of like Quake, but more. Really? Is it an older title? Speaking of games kind of like that, but not really. Did you know that Killzone 3 is coming out in Sniper? I didn't realize that they were actually continuing that franchise.
Never followed it.
You never played Killzone?
No.
Surprised.
Why?
I don't know. That Killzone was popular.
Just because something's popular doesn't mean I play it.
I mean, you played a lot of things that appear to be popular.
Like?
Things that appear to be popular.
Wow, that really narrows it down. Man, all those games?
Exactly. I mean, you played Pokemon.
Yeah. When I was in middle school.
Well, apparently since then you quit playing popular games. I don't know what to tell you.
We needed something to do to pass the time at lunch. And to make fun of the other kids with. By the way, Tim Dawson was like complete excommunicado at the lunchroom because he hedged out on a bet.
This is someone that you knew personally.
Well, yeah, we battled.
Yeah, Killing Floor 3, that's what it is.
And you know, with the winner gets the Pokemon of the loser, and he went and he put in a Zapdos and a Mewtwo, and when I beat him, he tried to run away and not give up the Pokemon. So we did what all kids would naturally do and excommunicate him. He was persona non grata amongst all of us.
So you tried to play for pink slips on a Pokemon, basically.
That's right.
Lord, the Guardians were extremely...
All these great Pokemon that he had, and that nobody could beat him. Well, I beat him.
Did you cheat?
No, but I understood the very simple concept of rock, paper, scissors that the game was built on, while all he saw was, well, these are the powerful ones, they can't lose.
So you cheated.
No, I just played the game.
And yes, that's what it was. You're right. I completely mixed up those two franchises. Alright, Sniper, we're about to see if the Mandalay is better than the Phantom or not.
I thought we already had.
Well,
Remember,
Yeah.
you accused me of cheating because mine was better.
I don't remember it being better at all. I found one thing that it can't do. Well, that's unfortunate.
What can't it do?
You can't put a 6D sensor on it.
Why would you want to?
Why would you not want to?
Because, like, seriously, smallest sensor you need.
I always do the biggest sensor. You use the smallest sensor on those?
Yeah. All it is for honking at systems and then doing the whole looking for radio signals.
And the storage is not looking the best on this thing either.
Well, no, it's an exploration ship. It's for getting places. I use it as a taxi. I don't use it for, like, picking up a bunch of crap.
What's in my inventory? Oh, lipids.
Definitely don't use it as a hauler. Only a complete moron would use a Mandalay as a hauler.
Well, speaking of that, I'm going to be using the Mandalay as a hauler. That way I can move stuff across the world.
Yeah. Why? Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if all these random engineers need stuff.
Just make more trips. Problem solved.
Honestly, I can't remember. That this is like really close to what my other jump range was. So I guess that'd be negligible? I'll have to look back and see what it was. I was thinking it was like 78, so maybe it's 10 more? Got that, you, and you said you drop your sensors all the way down.
Yeah.
D. Well, size 5D is the smallest sensor they sell here, so that's not a possibility.
Get them as light as possible.
Interesting. Alright, now, Miss Ryder, what exactly did you want again? Let's see here. So we need missiles or mines?
Yeah.
Some lore entries actually say we have genetic templates in store because they were capable of biological printing and they could print new members of their species. We just haven't been able to contact the Guardian AI without attacking it. To find out one of those printers and bring them back, and wouldn't let us do that anyways because of the whole Skynet thing. Exactly, like that'd be a really easy thing to add into the story, I think. By the way, Mochi, what are you doing on Saturday? If I can drag Sniper out from the fun place of work, we might try to... Tell me you only sell size 4 cannons? What about frag cannons? You think torpedoes are still considered a cannon, Sniper?
Probably not. I really feel like those would be listed as torpedoes. And they would do torpedo-y things.
And frag cannons, what do you think about that?
Space shotgun.
I don't care what they actually do. Do you think Liz Ryder would upgrade them? Oh, mines. Hold on a minute. See, can it? There we go. Synchro missile rack. We'll just slap down a bunch of mines. I'm just buying stuff that I don't care about. That way I can engineer it. That way I can just unlock the next one. Cans are just mass drivers different from a missile launcher. We might try to do some coils. I'll see if I can make like a post on Reddit or TikTok or Twitter or somewhere and see if we can actually get the full group this time around. Do it properly without having to cheat.
And you're all caught up on that whole concept of cheating.
It was a 2-second fight. That's not impressive.
You're projecting.
Guess I should be buying the cheaper one. Surely 4 missiles will be fine. Maybe because unsync is boring and it's actually fun to do the content. There you go. Sniper's just used to overpowering everything. Yeah, I'll have to look, Sniper. I'm really curious to see like what my jump range was at the beginning with the Phantom. I think this is 10 higher? I was expecting a huge difference though, so I must have something off still in it. Is yours over 100 jump range?
As good as mine.
Or is yours about 89 or so? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Without the cheating whole like super booster deal.
What super booster deal?
The neutron highway and everything. Everyone like, oh, my ship can get this. It's like, I mean, hey, you can get it in a specific circumstance. Though you always get it.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
If not, I might need to try to like downgrade another one of my components. I think I have size 4 stuff. I don't know if I can drop it any lower. So I'm good at doing the loop of shame and the Mandalay, it turns out. I'll have to look and see. Maybe on next Tuesday I might try to see like how long it would actually take to take a level 1 tank to like level 50. I'll have to double check my schedule though and see what days I'm actually working next week. I think it's, I don't remember actually if I'm working or not. So you already had Liz Ryder unlocked, Sniper?
Yeah.
And then the next one?
Yeah.
You already bid all the way over to that side?
I'm heading there now.
One thing that this game does really good compared to all other space games that I've seen so far is you can actually just request to have your stuff delivered. So my plan's to upgrade this stuff and just leave it here. Then someday, if I feel the need to like pull it out with my fleet carrier, I'll complain about having to wait an hour for my stuff to get delivered. But at least it'll be there. Playing Stellaris while you're on my other screen, and the game music for Stellaris absolutely rocks as an OST for ED. What got you back into Stellaris, friend? Dravo said something about he heard like a big money glitch or something going on currently in it.
Zorgon Peterson, Charlie, Romeo, Echo. Automated flight control protocol initiated. Please submit the
Hey, Elite.
prior to landing. Docking permission authorized. You may proceed to landing pad 02.
You missed it. We played Marvel Rivals last Tuesday. Trying to see if you wanted to play with us, but I think you were asleep by the time we started.
Landing.
Played this shark for a while. But then I found out that Mantis is actually pretty good too, so I played her for a little bit.
Docking procedure completed. Ship secured. Greetings, Commander.
The latest update to 4.0 overhauled the whole game, but mainly my friends paid me back finally and gave me a code for the rest of the DLCs I was missing. Well, that's nice. You played Stellaris, Sniper?
No, but I watched Dally play, and he made the entire galaxy turn to cannibalism.
Cannibalism?
Yeah, where he was taking over planets and then turning the people there into food to feed to other planets until he took them over and turned them into food for other planets.
I'm selective with picking my friends these
Apparently in
days. If I
space,
come
people
across a
like
shrew,
eating people.
Well, that's because I am.
I will take your word for it, I suppose.
He was definitely winning the match. He was.
Oh, is Stellaris a 4X game?
Yeah, I would say it's like a multiplayer like strategy game.
Gotcha. That was one game that I was really wanting to try out, but I never actually got around to do it. I think I was going to wait to try to convince Elite to do it. But the, what was it called? Oh, the Warhammer, like, Total War strategy thing. That one looked pretty cool.
Only if you can beat the orcs.
You can be the orcs, you can be that chubby giant green goblin dude. I don't remember their name. Shield emitters.
Oh, not the classic Warhammer. I want Warhammer 40K.
Yeah, it was 40K. It was the new kind of Warhammer. I just can't remember the name of them.
I love the orcs. Imagine being a race so powerful that you can shape reality as however you want it, but being too stupid to figure that out.
Got a free weekend actually, you should try it. There's a really cool feature in the game where if you connect to someone who owns the DLC in a multiplayer lobby, you can actually use their DLC for free while you're connected. Really? I like games like that, or games where I think it was It Takes Two, Split Fiction, like those kind of games where like one person buys it and like the whole group is actually able to like utilize it. I like that ideas.
Yes, thinking eventually, one of the two of us are going to have to play through a game like that.
What are you talking about?
One of those one of the games from that company.
I have all their games.
Well, I don't.
You never played any of them.
No. But I was thinking about it.
You have an Xbox.
I do.
Oh, really? Okay. So I did buy Split Fiction on Xbox, so I don't know if you'd be able to play anywhere besides Xbox.
What kind of two-player game doesn't have cross-platform in this day and age?
Well, actually, before I say that, I believe it has cross-platform. I can't necessarily speak for it too well.
I already fell for I believe it's cross-platform. I fell for that once. Never again.
Well, my grade 5 access, maximum grade reached. Yes, I will take that. If I pin the blueprint, do I actually need to like come back here? I don't think so. Suppose I'm probably gonna do that with armor as well. Let's see here. Do. So nothing. All right then. You stay here. We will not be back. Probably ever. No, you have to, but if you were to join me, you can use all my DLC as long as you're connected to my lobby. You can even make a custom empires with the DLCs enabled too. You aren't forced to use the preset ones. Yeah, I might have to check that out. When's this free weekend, you said? Is it this weekend? Have you ever played A Way Out? Sniper?
That was very interesting to me.
So, the same company who made It Takes Two made
Right.
A Way Out and Split Fiction.
Yeah.
Alright, so Liz Ryder, she has now been satisfied. She's grade 5.
Well, you have to do 3 1/3.
I did 5, that way I didn't have to come back.
Why would you have to come back?
Yeah, for whatever reason, if I'm crazy and wanted a missile build, yeah, my missile and mines are fine.
That does sound crazy.
Here's honey.
Like the kind of crazy of who even does that?
Got to buy storage units. Oh well. Worry about that next place we go to. Why can't you people ever have an easy to spell name? Wakimaki? They started yesterday or today, but it goes till Sunday. Yeah, maybe I'll check that out this weekend. Maybe Friday. We'll have to see. Hold on. So what was the commodity? So I guess Saturday I'm doing Final Fantasy. Although just because I'm checking out doesn't mean I have to stream the whole time though. Let's see here. Mitra? Sniper, where does one buy illegal commodities?
Probably, Archon Delane. He seems like somebody who would deal in illegal things, being the Pirate King and all.
What's the... Hold on, I guess I'll look it up.
Jokes aside.
Because it's not on Anara. Let's see here.
Kamitra system, if you're looking for Kamitra cigars.
Is there a system called Kamitra?
Yeah.
Is this place actually going to sell the stuff, or are you just sending me out to the middle of nowhere?
They're produced by the Hamel terminal in Kamitra.
Well, you did better than the Elite Dangerous forums. There was a bunch of people talking, but no one mentioned anything at all that you just mentioned. Be warned though, if you do end up liking it, the DLC's combined is 240. Ooh. Yes. Yeah, not a single person said anything about a system called Kamitra in that form.
That's wild, ain't it?
It is. I'm not talking about anyone specifically when I say this, but that's one thing I hate about a lot of like YouTube tutorials and stuff. People add like so much extra nonsense in tutorial videos where no one cares about.
Well, yeah, they have to span it out that 8 minutes.
Departure authorized.
If the 2 minutes, people would be more happy and they're more appreciative.
Mid-rolls on that.
I don't care about the mid rolls, I care about the end game.
Believe me, they care about the mid-rolls.
They shouldn't. Happy customer means people are more likely to come back.
Flight control protocol now offline. Thank you, Commander.
Because let's be honest, there's going to be some dude in the comment section who puts timestamps down on how to skip all the nonsense anyways. Although they do have a really cheap subscription option for 10 bucks a month up to 30 bucks or 6 months that gives you an instant access to everything as long as you're sub to it. It's a really good option if you wanted to try it solo without having to pay with others. How old is this game? Is it like Final Fantasy when it comes to like the age-wise? I have to look into it.
Yeah, it's been out for a while.
(2016).
Frameshift drive charging.
Have you ever actually taken over your own system yet, friend?
And did you turn people into food to feed other people?
Well, I meant Elite Dangerous, but yeah, sure, and Solarius too.
I hear that's a very, very equitable way to make money. And expand your influence across the galaxy by feeding people.
Interesting take on a game. Still haven't an Elite yet. That's okay, I still haven't finished my system yet. And people are staying nice and happy with the most utmost waiting of the facilities. I feel like I'm about to get kicked out. Oh, I made it. I do like hive minds, but they're definitely not beginner friendly. Is the hive minds the ones where people are eating each other? Is that what you said, the hive minds? Alright, so my next jump is in Kamitra. Where is it, like a spaceport that I buy these cigars at?
Camel Station.
Which is a station in the air, right?
Camel Terminal.
There's a terminal in the sky.
50-50.
50-50.
It either is or it isn't. 50-50.
You not made it here yet?
On my way.
What are you doing? What's taking you so long?
I'm doing a few things.
Alright, so you said Hamilton Station. I really hope it's a space station.
I said Hamel.
Hamel Terminal is a space station, it's okay.
I'm pretty sure it's probably named after that one dude who was at the Oscars that couldn't keep his pants up.
Think of John Cena?
No. Yes. Hamel Terminal clearly is named after John Cena.
Well, that's the one that I can think of with the pants off thing, and they did it as a joke, so I'm not sure.
Mark Hamill at the Oscars.
He took his pants off at the Oscars?
One of his little political rants, and the entire time, his tuxedo pants kept falling down, and he had to keep pulling them back up. It made him look really deranged.
They actually found a planet with sky. This is... I think I've ever actually found a water world.
Going on a rant as his pants keep falling down.
more than 100% orange juice DLCs. Yeah, the $240 is kind of crazy. That's one thing that Final Fantasy XIV did that's like really nice. The fact that you can spend $60 and it includes all of the previous DLCs. The only thing I hate about it is the paid monthly fee. Only they could, you know, learn from Guild Wars and get rid of it. Wishful thinking, I'm sure it won't ever happen.
What?
Final Fantasy XIV deciding to get rid of their monthly fee subscription and go for the Guild Wars approach where people just pay for each DLC individually.
No.
No?
And you know what? I'm okay with that because you can't name a single MMO that went free to play that's quality didn't greatly suffer from it.
Guild Wars.
Even you say that you didn't even like playing like the first part of the game.
Yeah, that was when the game was $60. When Guild Wars 2 came out, it wasn't free. They made it free afterwards.
And would you say they put as much effort into the story content as they do to the Black Lion shop?
I have no clue because I avoid the Black Lion shop. Have you not noticed my guy always looks like a peasant?
So, yeah, the answer is no, they do not. And every MMO that even the ones that were subscription based originally, the moment they went free to play, all like quality of the game, like bug fixes and story content and stuff, came to a screeching halt while they only focused on season passes and in-game store stuff.
Clarify, you can buy each DLC individually. A lot of people buy the DLCs they like and ignore the ones they don't. You don't need to spend $240 to add the DLC. There's a ton of bundles that have a bunch of DLCs and are significantly cheaper. Yeah, I know what you're saying. That's like the, what is that game? It's like some fighting game that technically if you buy like all the DLCs, it's like over $1,000.
Attention. Reduce speed to 100.
The Sims?
No,
Dead or Alive?
probably. That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No.
It probably is Dead or Alive.
Their content drop DLCs. And it's not even content, it's just different skins. And yeah, you could easily spend over $2,000 if you wanted them all.
Yeah, that's probably the game I'm thinking of.
Same with The Sims. You could easily pay over $500 for The Sims with all the crap DLCs they drop.
Really?
Yeah.
OJ mentioned I got all the DLCs a couple years back, and the stuff that released since then is back to up to 100 again. How does Guild Wars keep its servers running? I don't know. They've always had that same policy in like their games from the very beginning.
Running the servers isn't that big of a deal. I mean, honestly, a lot when it comes to like MMOs and stuff, keeping the servers on would probably cost a company somewhere in like the double digits a month. That's why Final Fantasy XI still goes. They never shutter it because even with, I mean, the server costs to keep it running compared to people who still want to buy it and try it out, they're still turning a small profit. Not a huge profit, but it's always breaking even at least.
With that same mentality, Guild Wars 1 also is an online game and it still has its servers up.
Those are matchmaking. Those are glorified matchmaking servers.
Its servers are still up. Which I think is impressive.
Well, considering most of it's run on peer-to-peer, yeah. It's even cheaper.
Alright, so come on, Mr. Mayonnaise, please don't make me regret buying you.
Oh no, they have a max of 45. We're gonna have to make 2 trips
What are you talking about?
of the cigars.
Oh, did you buy everything? Oh, whoa, hold on.
No, you just have to make 2 trips.
Well, how much inventory do you have in yours?
I have 64.
Okay. Did you grab your 45?
Yeah.
Must respawn pretty quickly. Made me panic, so I bought all of them up real quick before you try to steal them all.
All 45 of them?
That I did, yeah.
Wow, kind of a dick move, but I can't really say anything because I bought 45 too. I didn't even know you were here, but I didn't realize we were in a race, but
I didn't either until you said you were here. I thought you were still floating around, so I was like, I got plenty of time.
I'm just saying I probably would have done the same thing, which is well, I'm not going to hold it against you, but it's still.
You did the same thing. You did it before I even thought of doing it.
I just went there and bought them. You did the same thing. You're like, wait, what? You're here? Hurry up and buy it. Hurry up and buy it. Hurry up and buy it. I didn't even know you were here.
Yeah, that's because I flew in expertly without crashing into anything. The game finally dies, people will take over the servers. Most of the time, they're individual people running servers in their house. Look at the original Fantasy storyline. You can connect to real servers with a real GameCube and everything. Problem is that TS servers are cheap, but that 14 is hosting thousands and thousands of players across different continents. There's no way that's inexpensive.
Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Landing gear retracted.
Again, when it all boils down to it, like servers themselves don't need like high processing power. It's just number crunching. It doesn't need like a bunch of like GPUs and all that stuff. They're not mining crypto. Oh, maybe they are mining crypto while people are playing, but your average game server doesn't require that much in front of components, and just it's really just electricity.
So I will say the weird thing is I haven't quite figured out why, but Star Citizen does jump from like 0% to like 8% on my CPU randomly, even when I don't play it for like weeks. I noticed a little launcher was popped up in my task manager.
It should not be popping up on its own.
Well, it does.
Yeah. Think Sig might be mining crypto off your tower? I mean...
If I think Sig was that desperate, I think he would have made his own Bitcoin already.
Tell me again about this new ship that's what, 1900?
But it's not a Bitcoin, it's an actual item.
That might be an actual item, but you know
it's an actual item.
19, they don't cost 1900 to make.
I don't know how, well, if you look at it from like an actual like proper perspective, it probably does cost somewhere around there. If you're putting it into the perspective of paying the man hours it takes to develop it and put all the components together.
Each?
Maybe. I don't know how much money it takes a programmer to like fully design.
Every time the computer copy and paste a ship in its database, it costs them 1900 like
No, I'm talking about the initial cost to pay the artist and the person to actually like put it together.
Not that.
Well, I mean,
AI does most of the work nowadays, and they've even admitted they're using AI now.
I don't think they need to mine off you. People just give them money.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you a story.
He was a young sniper wolfins. He got confused about the whole epic galaxy, so he decided to subscribe to them. And now he talks trash.
There's this company, and they're called Take-Two, and they are a publisher for some very popular games. You might have heard of them, Grand Theft Auto. And one of them, Grand Theft Auto 5, is actually hailed as the single highest grossing entertainment product ever created. It has grossed more money than each Star Wars movie, each Pokemon game, each music album. Like,
or now.
Yeah, well, and it just keeps going, don't it?
Well, we'll have to see if GTA 6 breaks in a day.
I don't think it's going to beat over $256 billion in a single day.
I don't know.
No.
It depends if they immediately drop the online, which I'm pretty sure I read reports that they're not.
No,
And
they're
I really hope that they don't turn it stupid and like go the Fortnite route, but we'll see.
oh, they probably will. Always assume the worst when it comes to companies nowadays.
Flight
I
engaged.
don't know, because the problem is I feel like a lot of people have the same mentality of the flying cars killed GTA 5 online. So that's why I don't know if they'll actually start with that same strategy of Grand Theft Auto 5 when it released was, yes, it was a parody, like, don't get me wrong, Grand Theft Auto has never been like a realistic game, like, it's supposed to be arcadey, it's fun, you can do whatever you want, sandbox style. But the whole like flying cars and stuff, that's where they took it a little bit too far, I think.
Well, but they saw Saints Row getting some of that sweet, sweet money.
Saints Row also died off very quickly.
Only because they switched the formula. If they'd have stuck with what made them fun to play, then no, they would. Dude, the new one would have been amazing. But they had to switch it up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I like Saints Row 3 better than 4.
A lot of people like Saints Row 3 better than 4. But at the end of the day, 4 was still better than Saints Row, reboot.
Yeah, less and less serious. I think Fortnite, they add a lot of dances and they go a lot more leaning into like the meme culture, and they're like that one dude in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that narrows it down.
Hey, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, the weird old guy.
Docking permission authorized.
That's just Japanese culture, man.
Pad 02.
Just because you narrowed it down to this and Dragon Ball Z having a very similar character arc doesn't mean that it's all Japanese culture.
No, it's a Japanese culture thing. They're called tropes.
Well, he fits it very well.
Has it too.
Like what?
Oh, come on. There's 1,000 different American movie tropes out there.
Slowly becoming less and less serious, Fortnite has the opposite problem. The art style is becoming more and more corporate, more boxy and straight, and less goofy asymmetrical angles. That's because I think they already catered to everyone else, and now they're trying to cater to other people.
So I'm going back to my story. So yes, Grand Theft Auto 5, the single most grossing entertainment product ever created. But you know what? Surprisingly, that wasn't enough. Because it was recorded on a sales call that one of them said, and I quote, Grand Theft Auto 5 is just leaving too much money on the table. They made all of the money, and they still wanted more money. So, when you ask me, would SIG use people to data mine crypto while charging them for ships? I would say absolutely, and probably not think twice if given the option.
There's no proof that that Rockstar thing was true, though.
No, it was recorded. On the sales call was recorded.
Yeah, that guy was a complete idiot. Which I got into it with other people, so I don't know. I guess maybe I have a lot more straightforward approach to things.
Shortly after, Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, and they're online, and they switched up the formula.
Yeah, they didn't do anything.
No, they paywalled the stuff behind a premium currency, gold bars, instead of doing what shark cards did, which was just give you in-game currency
Now offline.
and make everything in-game currency. That's why shark cards were successful, gold bars were not. Grand Theft Auto still gets updates, Red Dead Redemption didn't.
Yes, because they didn't cater to a big enough audience.
No, because they didn't monetize right, and people weren't.
It has nothing to do with the monetization. They didn't do enough content. Grand Theft Auto, they've always added DLCs. Red Dead Redemption, if they kept putting updates in to where they actually added the things that Grand Theft Auto had, I guarantee you it would be just as popular.
They're gonna put flying cars in Red Dead Redemption.
You know what they could do? Train heist, bank heist.
They did do that.
No, they didn't.
Sure they did. Blood
No,
money.
they,
It was one of the last updates they did.
that's not a real thing, though.
Sure.
Grand Theft Auto 5, you feel like you're robbing a bank. That one, you don't really feel like you're doing anything when it comes to like actual like train robberies or anything like that.
The Blood Money update brought that.
Drive charging.
But it doesn't really feel like you're there. Where Grand Theft Auto, you're actually inside of a bank. They don't have any of that.
Yes, and the blood money update. You break into a bank, into the vault, and steal like this really big ass ruby. It's like the last chapter of it. You also, just like in the single player when they pulled that train heist, you do it online as well.
Well, they need more of that stuff.
That's like either the first or second chapter of it.
Just did a little digging, and the numbers I can really find is that there is a Japanese gacha game only available in Japan that costs 13.6k to keep the servers running. So if we can assume that that's the price of hosting a world in 14, it would cost 1.2 million a month for their global servers. Assuming that the server is the same 14, which I would assume is all small gacha games, would have much less need than 14 servers since they run 14 with 21k players max. And from what I can tell, that small gacha game had less than 10k players total. They could roll the whole Bigfoot route. There is stuff like that I could see working in that universe.
No, I'm gonna say there's too many missing factors. Because a gacha game, keep in mind that requires extra like number crunching and things for like doing the actual payouts, RNG, gambling mechanics, all that crap. You're not just...
Hey dog, how's it going? Tonight we're working on our engineering that way we can actually do like some proper damage inside the game. So we're taking around the Mandalay and going around to all these random engineers and apparently delivering cigars and everything else in the world.
And assuming, I mean, are we assuming that the small gacha game is no longer updated or anything like that? Because if you ask me, that would cause it to fail if it wasn't getting updated, because you have to put new items in the gacha machine in order for people to keep playing.
I don't know if I would do a combat Manda. Maybe for Thargoid, since it has like a really good cooling ability. But that would be mostly for like a group Manda, like fight together. This one just has long jump range, and I'm going to be bouncing back and forth between a lot of systems, so that's why I'm just taking my exploration ship and just like buying the stuff I need there and like upgrading it, then pinning the blueprints. That game did fail. It died because it couldn't keep paying for its servers. Well, the thing is, you're also assuming that they don't just host their own servers inside their own building.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, Square Enix is a smaller company, but he's not like a super small company. I guarantee you some of these like major corporations, instead of spending a monthly fee, they actually have a huge server farm. And that's why they're like fully able to like turn things down and repair things much quicker compared to other companies.
I mean, I would say let's ask the expert, Vinny. Because don't he run a bunch of servers in his basement?
He does.
So he'd be able to tell you the cost of keeping one of those running, and I'm guaranteeing you it's probably just maintenance cost.
You don't like to keep the blue speed on your throttle?
75%.
Usually I just wing it and use the throttle myself.
I can't remember. Do we donate these, or do we just...
I don't know what Vinny's been up to. Hey, he stopped a little bit in the Dune Awakening stream and then he disappeared again. I'm currently having 2 manas, one for exploration and one for combat. The combat is running a frag build. Really? That's interesting. Is it for pirates, or what's your frag build for mostly?
Acids.
Yeah, what's up?
You donated those, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I almost put them on the commodity market. Oops.
Pirates and bounties, but trying to see if I can do any CZs. Ooh, that'll be cool. Which I am kind of surprised, based on the age of Final Fantasy, that they don't have like a peer-to-peer system in missions. That'd probably offload a lot of server costs too.
No, like I said, it's a full quality, like actual MMO. They wouldn't do that.
No, but it would still offload a bunch, is what I was talking about.
It would, but like with Guild Wars 1 and Grand Theft Auto, for instance, it leaves a lot of open area for players to manipulate data while they're peer-to-peer that they could cheat with.
It does, but it would save them a lot of money. Money is king.
Oh, believe me, if Final Fantasy 14 ever developed like a massive cheater problem, I'm not talking about people running scripts for like mining and shit like that, but an actual like god modes and things like that, a lot of people would stop playing.
Is the PvP scene in that game that big?
It's not necessarily the PvP scene. It's when people play MMOs and they see somebody cheating their way through the game, they just it's almost offensive.
Are you sure? I don't think you've met Blizzard too often.
Oh no, are you kidding? Diablo had like the biggest cheating problem, and they also had what was called open servers. Diablo 2 was notorious.
I'll disagree with that Final Fantasy stuff because it might be cheaper to run if the cheaters run well, then people will stop playing the game so they lose money in the long run. How do you play Final Fantasy 2, dog? If I see someone cheating in an MMO, I will explode them.
Yeah, like seriously. So, I mean, a lot of people play with like their stupid little new skins and things like that, but that's not an issue. Like, you want your character to look the way you do. I mean, that's between you and your higher power on why you need to do that, but it doesn't affect me. I don't even see it. I can't tell. But there's this one thing that people do that require that stuff, and that's to sit on a ledge. Like every once in a while you'll go through like Gridania and you'll see people sitting with their legs hanging off the side of a bridge. You need a mod menu for that. And believe me, I've actually I went down that rabbit hole in the forums and stuff. You wouldn't believe the amount of people that report players for doing stuff like that. Like, they do not like it. I don't know why. It obviously does not have a game advantage on them, but they lose it.
Well, it is against TOS. I used to, really. We've been doing a lot of Final Fantasy 14 on the channel lately. I'm just getting into the 7th Astral era stuff though, so we haven't really gone like super far into the game yet. We're doing Elite Dangerous a lot more on the channel whenever like Thargoids and stuff have been going around, but since it seems like they're on a little bit of like a slow drip feed with content, we've been moving this down to like 1 day a week, sometimes 2 days. You don't need a mod menu, you need to cheat engine to exchange an emote on your hotbar into chair, sit, or sleep. The main game has been ED and ANDC, but recently Expedition 33.
Well, cheat engine is not really making anyone feel better about the whole situation, is it?
What is ANDC? I got my butt kicked in Expedition 33 and I got angry. Stupid trumpeter.
That trumpeter was so easy.
It was annoying.
You know, surprisingly, dodging his attacks got pretty damn easy. Like, I seriously felt like I shouldn't have dodged some of the things I was dodging. But I was still calling the dodge. What's her name? The little girl, Mally, whatever, Mael, dude, she went like 5 or 6 rounds on 1 HP. Like, it was crazy how I was dodging. I really felt like, no, I should not make this. Why am I doing this?
And you're good, Edward. There's just so many acronyms to games out there. I wasn't sure if it was a typo, if that was like an acronym to a game. Loon is the best girl. You're talking about the girl with like the little firepower abilities, right? Like the one that you saved from the mansion?
No, Loon is the girl that kept you from killing yourself.
Hello, Jericho. 9% of 14 players have modded their game somehow, sometimes custom outfits, acts, so many quality of life updates.
It's probably my favorite.
Now, do you think these engineers were always in the game, Sniper?
This is a freaking scythe. How cool is that?
Like, I'm wondering, like, I know that everything in this game is procedurally generated,
They weren't.
but like,
there was an engineering update.
but like the planets them specifically, like, did they actually like pick these planets, or was it just like some random dude popped into a system and that's where the engineer was?
No, they actually placed them.
They found the world's ugliest planets for engineering.
Peterson, Charlie,
Yeah.
Romeo, Echo. Ultimate
Tell by just like the scope of some of the things you have to do that no, it was pretty much planned out.
docking.
Hey, greetings, Barons. How's it going tonight? The only mod I use in 14 is Reshade to clean up the colors and remove the gray tint over everything. Hey, that's exactly how I feel. I had that as well.
Yeah, but is Reshade really a mod for the game or is it a mod for your computer?
No, it's just the graphics overhaul. Like, you can't get banned in any game because literally it's just...
Right. You're not modifying any part of the game, you're modifying your computer settings, right?
Kind of. I mean, it's mostly just modifying your monitors so you can see.
Right. That's not even the same league. When somebody's talking about using cheat engine to get away with something though, I mean, come on, it's right there in the name.
I mean, Reshade is kind of a mod, but it's like, I don't think there's a single game that actually like flags you for using Reshade. Like, I don't think that's ever like tripped any cheats compared to a lot of other stuff, like the cosmetic stuff. Like, that's a huge overhaul.
Oh, it doesn't matter if you're using BattleEye, if you're using basically any kind of anti-cheat, easy anti-cheat, VAC, you use cheat engine. They all know that one. Again, if you're ever bored one night and just want to laugh, go to the VAC discussion boards on Steam and watch the amount of people who say, I get banned for nothing. I have no cheat. I get on cheat engine for like 5 minutes one time, and now I'm VAC banned. Please unban me.
Hate it when you have to do this donate thing and then you forget that that's what you're here for, so then you get out of your ship to do your upgrades and it's too late.
Your ship, you can upgrade from inside the ship.
Well, because originally I came here to do something in my mind, and then that's what I was going to do,
My pants.
and then I didn't.
Using the pants again, aren't you?
No, I haven't gone inside.
Yeah, you were bruising pants. It's okay.
This would be the power plant. Take this to 5.
I was probably just gonna do sensors. Until I can get to what is it, surface scanner, and then I'm maxing that out.
That's weird.
I think the last one we had only went up to grade 3, so I'm gonna go all the way to grade 5 on this one.
Right, sensors?
Whole planets with just one.
She only does grade 3 sensors.
No, surface scanner. Right now I have a grade 3, and remember how I can like do most planets in like 2 probes now?
Hmm.
Dude, by the time I get that to grade 5, I'm gonna be doing whole planets with just like 1.
Hmm.
Oh, it's a par 7? Done.
I assume I have to get her to like grade 3. Let's see here. I can't seem to find any info on the free-to-play weekend for Solaris. You'd have to look around yourself, Acid. I got you, friend. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. The shade is the same as altering texture files effectively. But you do, they GG.
Like I said,
Heard Reshade being flagged before a game itself, and it raised a whole stink with players because they didn't think the developer had the right to ban people for it on something that was like years ago. Well, the thing is, like, if you're in a battle royale state or a game that's like actually like supposed to be like full and competitive, where they lock the ability to change your brightness of your screen, the contrast, all that, then I could see that argument being like an actual thing. But if they don't have those kind of restrictions, like honestly, Reshade is just brightening up your screen. Like, it's the same as like a survival game where you crank up the brightness so you can actually see at nighttime and actually like play the game. Because people love to sit around for 30 minutes to an hour of not doing anything except for waiting.
or in your case, darken everything and make it red for some reason. Look, there's absolutely no reason that Garuda should have been red. And Garuda was red for you.
But she was evil.
Yeah, but she's also green.
Well, she was evilly green.
It's the one color in the color wheel that is not a part of green. Red, blue, and yellow make green. Red is all the way on the other side of that triangle.
He's talking about the bird chick in 14 print. He really loves it when you call her the bird chick too.
Oh, I don't care.
But yeah, not the Warframe Garuda. They have the same name though.
Now I say Garuda definitely should be red in Warframe.
I was gonna say Garuda Warframe is all about blood and got confused. Garuda's the one that's like Wolverine, right? She goes around with her claws and like stabs everything.
Yeah. And her ephemera is literally just being covered in blood.
Well, I found a way to exploit this engineering system, Sniper.
Oh boy. Are you gonna be the next person that winds up, you know, never being heard from again?
No. I don't feel like leaving this place coming back and forth 50 billion times, so I'm just swapping my mods around, which is a completely legal way. I'm using my parts. Acid and Sniper and Dravos and everyone else. Hello, Mustang. I don't think Dravos is here, unless he's still in the party.
No, I think he timed out. Probably down in AFK.
I went to sleep. That was weird. It was 5 out of 5. But I can't just get to this next one. There we go. All right.
Shields offline. Shields online. Shields offline. Shields online.
Ceramics is running dry.
Offline. Shields online.
Better go get some more.
Shields offline. Shields online.
Oh, Solaris is $10. That's not too bad. Yeah, I was, but, you know, I might slightly need to get caught up on engineering. Now, is there... Okay, yeah. So we got, like, a little pin symbol. This has been pinned. We actually have power plants to grade 5 whenever I 1-inch. They'll have to come back to you. What's up?
How pretty were you expecting a planet called the Jet's Hole to be? Out of curiosity.
Well, it wasn't necessarily that, but it seems like every single one of these engineering planets have like hills and bumps and like it seems like the worst place in humanity to go to.
Make it a lot harder for pirates or any ne'er-do-wells that would want to come and steal that engineer's research.
Barrow Tarquin, was that the Science 5 pulse lasers? Yep.
Yes. Oh, speaking of pirates.
Pirates.
Yeah, pirates.
Haven't you missed Jeff? Well, I was trying to convince Sniper to join us on it, but he's like, I'm too old for that. Going to go off the same mentality that you had before, Sniper.
What?
The next place says it requires something with Fujin in the name, so I'm assuming we're going to Fujin to get it.
Yeah, Fujin Tea. Yeah.
Said Sniper says he's too old to play it. We don't have enough damage to clear. I think once I finish the SHB and get to level 80 Tombstone gear, I'll be much better equipped, but my party won't be still. We have 2 400 IL melee DPS and tanks. We have 370 IL range DPS and the rest are capped. Oh, sorry, I missed the top one. I tried so hard yesterday to get through the Garuda and I was so close to killing her. We even awakened her, we were popping off, but it died to the enrage at 20% since we don't have enough damage output. Worst part, or the worst place to go to is the planet that's orbiting a pulsar and literally dips into the jet stream, so if you're standing outside, your ship will literally just die. Sniper bought a bobblehead of the one that spins around super fast.
Like lamplight?
I did have fun playing Marvel Rivals Mustang though. Not too many people watch that game, but it was fun. Dravis is wanting people to play Rainbow Six Siege with him someday if you have that game. What about military sim, Sniper? You like those?
Depends. Give me a example.
Ready or not?
Automated flight control protocol now offline.
Isn't that a prop hunt game?
Frameshift drive charging.
No.
Sounds like it would be.
It's a game where basically you're playing as a SWAT member, which I think it's a really fun game. The only problem is, like, if they send you in for like a very specific mission list, so you have to like find every single culprit there, and if you're missing like one, it could take you like hours since you get lost trying to find like one dude hiding in some corner that you may never think of checking.
I like prop hunt.
Say Ready or Not is a cop sim and not a military? Ah, well. You still die in one bullet.
Frameshift drive charging.
Very horribly die in one bullet.
I did get the lamplight bobblehead, and it spins really, really fast.
I remember. You showed me. Then you laughed.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, so the last place gets us the grade 5 power plants. Which that's another one that we kind of need is like a main infrastructure. We'll get the lasers for the Corvettes. What other engineers do you think's important? Shields?
Frameshift drive.
Only if you're using.
Armor, maybe?
Are you using shields?
At the moment I am on my exploration ship. Most of my ships I don't.
I was saying, I don't remember you having shields when we were fighting Thargoids.
That's what I'm trying to think, like what are the best engineers to like actually like try to like focus on is what my thing is like trying to figure out. Obviously we want the lasers. And then you're physically gonna have to go someplace and actually experimental upgrade all of those anyways. So that'll be good. Power plant's done. I'm gonna guess technically the whole health. I know that's a pretty important one too. So I have to see which engineer does whole health upgrades. And whole the module upgrades too. That's another pretty big one.
Frameshift drive charging.
So it took me a very long time Mustang, but I finally own a Mandalay. It was the first place that I actually stopped in had a Mandalay for sale.
Oh wow, I only got one, level 1?
The problem with when I went to that Lady Sniper, everything I had was almost upgraded except for one piece, so I was just having to like swap the upgrade on the one piece around since I didn't want to like fly all the way back to the other station, swap it out. But thankfully, once I got to grade 4, I was able just to upgrade my power plant further. I might try to recreate Elite Dangerous and Stellaris as Thargoids and humans with Guardians and Precursors. One of these days, friend, you'll actually have to join us on this game.
Frameshift drive charging.
You're the first person who taught me how to do the whole exploration deal. Then same with Mustang, we'll have to trick him into playing again.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And when you sent me that message earlier tonight, Sniper, I thought you meant they had another event going on for Titan Drive components.
No.
So you do your first White Dwarf / Neutron Star jump? I know! Baby steps. Now, I'm sure that they've increased the amount since back in the day, or at least based on the Reddit forums. But it's kind of silly to have it so it caps at 45 instead of just doing 50 for some of these. Bookmark Jackson Lighthouse. It's the only neutron in the bubble. You can practice with whatever. So what you're saying is practice with the Corvettes. But it doesn't really matter if you can do it in a fast, nimble ship. You gotta practice in the slow ships. Or Type 9. That's probably much cheaper. Probably about the same handling, if not a little bit worse. Or no. Type 10. That would probably be a good one. Am I currently ahead of you in the engineering stuff now, Sniper?
What do you mean?
Are you onto the pulse laser guy?
Yeah, I'm heading there now.
Okay, so I'm a little bit ahead of you though. I was curious if you've been to this station or not.
No,
Heading to Fulton Spaceport.
But I am multitasking, so.
You want jump range, handling doesn't matter, your ship controls are taken and you're whipped around uncontrollably. The only thing that matters is thrust of speed inside the jet stream. Really, it's the only thing you care about is jump range. Have you played any more of that fast food simulator game, Sniper?
No, I would never do that without you. What are you talking about?
Hey, you literally played it with your friend without me.
Well, you didn't have it then. You have it now.
I do have it now, yes.
Are you kidding me? Give up all the fun we were having with that?
All regulations must be observed during docking procedures.
You know what? I think I know why we kept failing so miserably at the drive-thru, by the way.
Approval is granted.
Hey, you were messing it up.
What are you talking about? You were the one running it.
I wasn't getting the assistance I need, I agree.
No. So, you're pissing the customers off? Nothing about the food. It was because you weren't putting the receipt on the bag. You have to do that. Who would have thunk, right?
They can get over it.
It can be in the drive-thru, so you would think the person at the drive-thru window would get the one for the order that was there.
Well, I mean, not just that, like in real life. Who actually wants a receipt? Most people are like, nah, throw it away. I don't want that junk.
Please
It's
shut
on the
down
tray.
all systems. The
At
Imperial
least I don't want it. I always just end up tossing the receipt on the floor, then eventually going around and cleaning it in the truck.
If only we had a third person. We would
Of course, the
totally.
event is dip into the jet stream, get whipped around until it says frame shift drive, overcharge on your window, and then push to max thruster and try to get out. 23.
You know, if we only had a third person, we could totally reopen that drive-thru.
We might have found this slowdown, by the way.
Oh yeah, how many are they selling?
23 at a time.
You only need 50.
Yes, 23 at a time.
Yeah, it's okay. We're in Mandalays now.
Finding at least 100,000 credit worth of federal combat bonds. But mister, if he had more useful things, I might consider it. Now the suit upgrades, I mean, I haven't really messed around with that too much, but that might be something eventually. 25 occupied escape pods. Well, mister, the only thing that I can see that might be useful is the life support thing, and other than that, I don't really care about life support, so you're probably never going to get done for a while, at least. Limpets person, that's a possibility. Fuel scoops, refineries, and lipid controllers. The only thing that might be useful is the refineries. If you can, like, pre-engineer that way it, like, goes quicker or something.
It's instantaneous. How's it gonna go quicker?
I don't know. But what else could you have the purpose for?
Can you even engineer it? Does it have little circles on it?
I mean, it specifically says in the list that it's part of the thing that this dude upgrades, so I assume so.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
I mean, it might have efficiency, so you can put in like 100, or you can put in like 75% of platinum and get the unit.
That's true. It might be like less commodities go inside and you're still able to do the same amount.
It took me forever to figure that part out. When I was scanning, like, you know, you scan an asteroid and it says, oh, it's 23% platinum, right? What that meant is each little rock you pick up will fill that by 23%. Fill your refiner. It took me a while to figure that little trick out. So I was like skipping. It's like, no. I want something more pure. Like, no, you get the same amount based on, you know, quantity, like on the asteroid, like if it's a low, medium, or high.
So, what do you think the
100% platinum asteroid that's a low yield? Each one of those rocks is just a unit of platinum.
I was gonna say, what do you think the actually, what does this person do? How fast do you think this stuff restocks though? Should I just like wait here for the second restock and just turn it all in one go, or do you think I should just like bounce back and forth?
Really don't know. Because I mean, 3 jumps. When I came back, it was at 45 again. So
I assume you're talking about the other one.
yeah, the one we just did. By the time I dropped off and got back, they were back to 45. Happens with a lot of things that I do. Like when I was doing Yuri Grom's little things where you had to do that. I had to make 2 trips and they were refilled by the time I got back.
Yeah, I guess I'll go do that instead of just waiting around. What have you been playing tonight, Mustang? I assume you've been on Star Citizen?
Landing restraints released. Depart when ready.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Came a little bit too hot, too low.
Man, planet landings are just not your forte, are they?
That wasn't a planet landing. That was going too fast on a mail slot.
So it's just okay.
Hey, exactly. Yep. You know, I'm surprised in that I haven't had a speeding ticket in quite a while. Is that impulse control?
Yeah, you clearly just have problems with impulse control, period.
My sub ended. That ad was a jump scare. Was so loud.
4, 3, 2,
What kind of ad was it? Was it like a horror game, or was it just like a random ad that was just said a little bit loud?
Oh man.
What?
Ads. So back in the day, there were 2 streaming services out there, right? There was
Cyber's been overtaken.
Hulu. Was free, and you just watched ads. And you would just watch ads, and it wasn't so bad, you know. An ad at the beginning, an ad that you could choose not to watch at the end. Made it real. You know, a lot of people choosing Hulu, but then they're like, "Hey, we're not making enough money," so they start putting ads throughout the thing, right? And cranking up to like 5 ads at a time, with 5 ad breaks on a 30-minute video. It was horrible. But what really got bad was when it was a Geico commercial that played 5 times in a half hour, and it was that damn pig.
Thanks so much for subscribing, friend. 7 months has been a long time. Still gotta work on my channel artwork. That's something I need to start working on again. I ended up getting to like 3 months and I just haven't actually spent the time to make more artwork. But I really appreciate all the support. Sniper's going on about his ads and commercial breaks.
Like I said, when you watch the same ad 5 times on a repeat, 5 times through an episode, it was bad. It was that damn pig from Geico commercial.
Now, this is not attacking anyone specifically when I say this, but there's some people that really need to learn what marketing is. Like, if you're wanting to advertise a long form video, have it on like the sidebar in like a YouTube area. That way, you know, people can like click on it and be like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That's one thing. But the people that pay to have their ad shown on your screen, then the ad is like 30 minutes to like 2 hours long. Like, that's the only crazy thing. Like, why? Like, that's just insane. Like, no. UFC has the same 3 ads all night long every Saturday, including during the pay-per-view. You don't know the pain. Wait a minute, you have ads during pay-per-view?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest, I never actually paid for pay-per-view.
Listen, if Vince McMahon was willing to take a hot steaming dump on a girl's head, why wouldn't he take a hot steaming dump on his entire customer base?
Because he's partnered with Netflix.
Is he?
I'm pretty sure they're putting... Someone is.
It was Peacock that had the WWE stuff.
Nope, Netflix is added in too.
Oh, well. Yeah, because, you know, Vince McMahon was the one who created pay-per-view, right?
I think the Jake Paul scenario added Netflix's credibility to the wrestling and boxing world.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, because one thing Jake Paul screams, it's integrity.
Well, didn't you hear? He's going for a championship title soon.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which old, past their prime, tired out boxer is he going up against now?
So, I mean, I feel like Tyson probably could have done a lot more in that fight than what he actually did. But the thing is, not only that, like,
Orbital flight engaged.
you're saying the thing about the whole age thing. I get, you know, like, that's supposed to be like the prime fight of the night, like everyone's supposed to be hyped for it. But in the end of the day, you're having a, I don't know how old Tyson is, like 50 to 70-year-old man, and you make him stay up till 11 o'clock at night before he even does anything. Like, of course he's going to be tired before he goes in the ring. Like, I feel like if you just walk down the street and ask most older people around that age if they're tired at that time of night, they're going to say yes. So if he was in like the 5 o'clock, like at the very beginning, then, you know, like the rest of the fights were later on, I feel like he would have had more energy in that fight. On top of the fact that, you know, there's a heated debate if he got paid to like purposely throw it off. Like, taking that whole part out of it, but just biology wise, he's an old man, and late at night is...
I don't think Tyson threw the fight. The man owns a tiger. He's got money.
But still, at the end of the day, it's a super old man, and they decided to do like literally the latest possible time for him to fight.
Yeah.
and like, I don't know, like, I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but clearly that was just set up for failure from the beginning.
Listen, but your whole premise relies that old people go to bed early. Not all old people go to bed early. It's a stereotype.
I think it's safe to say most old people get tired quicker though at night.
You would think so, but you know, here's the funny thing: people who are used to working at later times stay up at later times till the day they die.
Welcome, Commander.
Do you think he was wide awake?
I mean, if he was used to fighting at late nights like that, then yeah, he might still be adjusted to it, but
It's been like 20 years since he was in the ring.
doesn't matter, dude. We have a 90-year-old woman that stays up until 4 or 5 in the morning because she worked overnights her whole life. Yeah.
Cable and pay-per-view is a horrible. Nowadays, you're better off just biting the bullets and paying out of the butt for sub-channels. Yeah, I had no clue that pay-per-view had paid ads. I thought you paid that just to get the exclusive content.
No. Yeah, that's what you pay. You pay for getting to see it. You don't, there's nothing about them not having ads.
So this is back in the day before everything went digital, but we used to actually have like little cable box so you could actually see that kind of stuff without having to pay.
On the bright side, if you don't pay the money, you don't have.
Jin. Sniper's being taken by the aliens. Pay no attention to him.
That's why I can't freaking stand Amazon anymore.
So your mic cut out and all we heard is I can't stand Amazon anymore.
I said, yeah, that's why I can't stand Amazon anymore.
Why?
Because you pay for a Prime subscription and it's still just peppered with these shows and movies that are quote unquote freebie, so you still have to watch ads.
Yeah, I did notice there was a culprit. There was, do you still have Amazon Prime?
Yeah.
It is the most
Who do you think's
odd, interesting. What are you talking about?
paying you? Who do you think's paying you?
Honestly, I thought you were just a normal subscription like Friend was.
Hell no.
Frame shift drive.
But there's a show that's like really odd, but it's really interesting at the same time. It's called
The booth at the
Outer Range.
Oh, okay.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. It's got J.K. Simmons in it, right?
Got Josh Brolin.
Oh, maybe not then. I'm thinking of a TV show. It was like one season. It's got J.K. Simmons in it. He plays an old man who's married to an old woman, and this door in their basement leads to an alien planet.
So, not necessarily the same premise. Josh Brolin owns a ranch in Montana, and that ranch is having issues with his neighbor, and the neighbor are fighting over the land. And he happens to find this ginormous hole in his ground, which he thinks is very weird since he can't fill it up with a shovel.
Charging.
And then it connects him to like different areas.
In time or in space? Or both?
Yes. Well, I think it's mostly in time. I don't think it's in space. It's definitely a very trippy show, and I think that they.
What you're saying is he's dumping dirt on the past, as if they weren't dirty enough. Good job, Josh.
And the future.
I won't live to see it.
I don't know how to describe the show. 'Cause it's like one of those mysterious shows. It's interesting, but I don't really know like how to actually like fully describe it to you. You'd have to watch the trailer, and I think you would like it.
But it's a freebie, isn't it?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Oh, I thought that's why you were even talking about it.
No, well, you mentioned Amazon Prime. I was like, oh, this show I thought was interesting on Amazon Prime, and then I said it.
So yeah, no, the freebie sucks because like another odd show that I thought you were going to mention was Booth at the End, and it's freebie right now, which means even though you have an Amazon Prime subscription with no ads specifically, and you pay that extra, because now that's the thing, you actually have to pay extra for no ads on Amazon Prime. You can pay for Amazon Prime and just have to sit through ads. Why is that a thing? I don't know. But even if you pay for the no ads option, which is like an extra $2 or $3, you still have freebie, which makes you watch ads anyway. And with movies, when they put those on, they actually take them off of sale. You can't buy the movie.
What's the main actor from Tremors? What's his name? Kevin Bacon? Kevin?
Oh, hell no.
No.
Jonathan something.
Okay, not him. The other one. it was Kevin something or other, wasn't it?
Michael Gross.
Oh, it's not him.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely him. Michael Gross is the main character of Tremors.
Okay, what about the side character? Was it Kevin Bacon or who was his side one? There we go.
Was one of the side characters, yes.
Kevin Bacon has a series on Netflix where he's a
Yeah, I saw that. Was it Netflix?
Amazon Prime. Sorry, I said the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was interesting.
It was definitely different. I thought it was a decent show. It was kind of different though.
Yeah.
Zorgon, Peters, and Charlie, Romeo.
I look for random shows while I'm leather working that way I can
Regulations on your approach to the facility.
multitask.
How much other working are you looking to get done?
Please head directly to
I don't know yet. I'm still in the process of figuring out like what all I want to finish with this aviator hat. I was thinking about having it set so I'm either going to figure out how to put like planar speakers in here that we can actually have like a proper Bluetooth headset, or I'm going to figure out how to either might get a 3D printer or figure out like a way to like hold like earbuds inside the actual ear cups. That way you can just wear the helmet and then just like pop in like little ear pods without having to like actually have speakers. That way it's fully interchangeable.
Right.
That way you can, you know.
How much leather work are you looking at getting done?
I don't know. Why?
So, you said you like weird shows, right?
Possibly.
So there's this really weird show. It's a little old now, but I think I think it aged well.
Eureka!
landing safely completed. You may alight when ready. We are glad to have you with us.
Trying to remember. I know Lost Girl, that was the sci-fi show. Lost. 23 again? Really, man? You can't just sell 25, that way do 2 trips? Why 23?
Because it's just enough for you to make 3 trips. Because you get that extra 4.
Yes, because, you know, 1 trip wouldn't suffice for this engineer. You have to do 3 trips.
You can blame Fujin for that. But anyways, yeah, it's called Lost, and it's about people whose airplane crashes on an island.
I think so. That does sound familiar.
It was big in the mid to like 2000s.
Pretty sure I have, because I like watch those kind of shows, so probably. But I'd have to like watch a trailer to like fully be like, oh yeah, or nah, definitely not.
I will say this: aside from The Sopranos, which is a whole different beast, it's the only TV show that I was able to binge watch from start to finish.
Unfortunately, this was massacred by the Sci-Fi Channel, which seems like Sci-Fi is those places that are like, oh, we're going to drop this really awesome content, but we're going to leave it on a cliffhanger because we don't want to do more than 3 seasons. So see you guys next year for a new series. But yes, if you...
That's everything on Sci-Fi.
I know. But I hate it because Sci-Fi, they either go from Sharknado, or they go from really cool sci-fi shows, or they go back to Sharknado.
Eureka, the Dresden Files.
Eureka had more than 3 seasons, though.
Yeah, but you could tell like they just gave up like right after season 3. They were just phoning it in.
But I think my favorite sci-fi show is called Dark Matter. That one's really interesting. Like they did a lot of really cool lore building, and honestly they like set it up on such a good cliffhanger. Like it was supposed to be like this huge like epic battle fight in the next season, and then they're like, nah, we're done.
Is that animated?
No. Live action. Honestly,
The guy, like, in consciousness gets put into another body.
no.
Like, he was a terrorist in the past.
I know what you're talking about. No, it's not that one.
Well, I'm
So
trying to figure it out.
So basically, Dark Matter, it's a full crew of these elite mercenaries that go around and kill everybody. But one of the crew members snuck on board that wasn't actually part of the crew members, and they wiped all their memories in cryosleep. And when they finally woke up, they didn't realize that they were bad guys. They didn't have that much information to go on, so then they just sort of assumed that they were good guys following the rules. So they went from like this super epic like mercenary pirate gang to,
Frameshift drive
I
charging.
guess technically the good guys mercenary, where they were defending the other side that they were fighting against originally. And then they actually had technology, which I think would be really cool in Star Citizen Elite Dangerous, called the Blink Tech. They got that towards the end of the series, which basically, sort of like how you can warp things in Star Trek, they were able to just like jump from one place to the next. I liked it. I was sad that they ended it.
I was gonna say, well, Star Trek, they couldn't do that. In fact, that was one of the things Star Trek was very big on, was continuity in their technology. So unlike Star Wars, where, you know, hit the hyperdrive Chewie and they were just there, like Star Trek was very good about mentioning how much time at what warp it would take to get there. So distance at a certain light speed was constant, and I like that about that show.
Well, it's kind of like triangulating to warp a person from a planet to your ship, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was what the whole Blink Tech, what their idea was. Basically, if you know the exact coordinate and time location, theoretically you should be able to warp from one spot to the next spot.
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica was very bad about that. Like, they could jump instantaneously, great distances. I didn't like that.
Which, once again, though, all these shows, well, like Star Trek and Elite Dangerous really need to do this. Look, I don't think Elite Dangerous is that bad because you can warp relatively quickly. But even then, like, when you're in the fleet carrier, like, there's a lot of dead time in 15 minutes. Or same with Star Citizen, like, when you're going, like, point to point or, like, system to system, like, they really need to have a mini game or something the crew can actually do to, like, pass the time off. Star Trek, there's always, like, something's blowing up. We need engineers in this area, or, you know, like,
when I'm bailing out of your star or fleet carrier because it's just faster for me to get there in my own ship, that says something.
not just that, but just like something to do. And I'm not necessarily busy work, but something fun work.
I don't know if it was Mustang or somebody else we were playing one night, but I could tell I was getting under their skin because when they're wanting to take the fleet carrier and I'm just hopping out of my Mandalay and going and just getting there. Like, it's not that person's fault. It's a fundamental flaw in the whole fleet carrier system because you're right.
Well, the thing is, the fleet
to spool up, but there's also the cooldown time too. That if you're doing multiple jumps, it just sucks.
The thing is, though, the fleet carrier is a guaranteed way. If your ship blows up, you go back to that same system. So in that area, that 15 minutes does save you a lot of time if you're doing something where you might die, like fighting Thargoids or like super like deep space fighting. Like obviously, you can choose to take your own ship to go to Colonia, or you can do a fleet carrier, which the fleet carrier, at least if something goes wrong, you're mostly protected.
Yeah.
Which maybe one of these days we'll have to do a stream going to Colonia.
Oh yeah, no, I will definitely not be watching your stream, but I will definitely like be putting on a Netflix movie or something.
That is something that I never quite figured out. I was going to ask him, but I don't know. I try to avoid controversial questions. I saw one of the Elite Dangerous people were actually like streaming Star Trek while they were playing the game. I was really surprised they were allowed to.
Were they allowed to? Not necessarily. Did that stop them? Yes.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
no, it did
I don't think so. It was like 3 weeks in a row, so I was surprised it was still up.
I think
The record is like 10 hours maybe?
Landing operation complete. Commence system.
I want to say it's like,
Commander.
the fact that it was going on to the side of something else that was going on, they could technically say it was transformative.
so made it all the way to Colonia in an hour?
Well,
What kind of-
we're gonna watch Tremors while we're going there then.
What kind of cranked out neutron highway abilities were average person is going to be 10 hours?
Landing gear retracted.
I say, imagine with a good ship, you could neutron highway there.
Maybe.
I mean, I would assume that's the purpose of the neutron highway.
Flight control now offline. Goodbye, Commander.
I don't quite understand why all these people always talk about like, oh, well, I would join you, but I'm all the way out in Colonia. I don't see like the huge big deal with Colonia yet. They used an Anaconda, and this record was set before the Titans too, so that's an insane feat.
Well, because again, I mean, when you say, "Hey, y'all, we're going to be doing this, and this tonight," you know, some people it would take like an hour and a half to get there.
Well, my thing is, why is everyone in Colonia? I'm not necessarily talking about the journey to get back to us, but why Colonia?
Maybe it's one of those things where we just don't know because we've never been there.
I know. That's why I'm wondering why Colonia.
It could be really cool, and we just don't know what we're missing out on.
That's why I asked, why Colonia? There has to be a reason people go out into the middle of nowhere.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, that's why why virgins are like, there's got to be a reason people are having sex. They just don't know because
Some people want to populate different parts of the galaxy.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Assume you meant populate instead of popular.
I think it's more of the fact that there's civilization built out there that's not in the main bubble. You know, like I said, they've got their own engineers, they've got their own stations and all that. And a whole lot of dead space separating the two.
Would you be disappointed if someday they made an update in Elite Dangerous like No Man's Sky where you can teleport from Colonia to the bubble?
A hypergate?
Hypergate, yes.
Using Thargoid and Guardian technology. They create a hypergate that basically works like what Sig's got going on with.
I mean, honestly, I mean, I know you're kind of making a joke, but they could do that same thing with like going to the Thargoid area and taking like the war to them. Technically, they could open like a gate there, and have like a whole separate area designed to like fight off the Thargoids in like a huge like big open world like raid fight or something. That'd be cool.
Oh no, I was just saying a centralized point that would work like DS. There you go, wormhole.
Deep Space Nine, I assume is what you were saying.
Yeah, a wormhole. That system would become a very popular system. There'd be a lot of player activity on both ends. And you go in the wormhole, come out in Colonia.
I don't know, Sniper, that
Complaining would be, you know, fleet carrier owners because like, what, we spent all this money to get there easier, now you just made them irrelevant, blah, blah, blah.
once again, fleet carriers still have the spawn point, and you can have all your stuff in one spot instead of having to, hold on, I need to jump 20 stations to get all my parts. Like, fleet station is just a ginormous portable backpack, but the rest of the crew can't really utilize it near as much as the captain. I don't think, at least. I don't know if you can store all your modules on mine. You might be able to. I don't know, Sniper, the Zero Collective is exclusive carriers, no permanent settlements, and they're in the middle of nowhere. The economy is based entirely off the carriers as the stations. Alright, Sniper, do you want me to buy 23 or should I just buy what I need? So I can buy extra and then just dump it to you at this place, or how do you want to handle this?
Zolgon Peterson Charlie, Romeo Echo. You are approaching an Imperial facility. Please comply with all dictates and procedures.
Sniper.
Permission granted. We have prepared for your arrival on pad 30.
Okay. Yes. But to that I counter. Leave a station, go through the wormhole, land at the station.
Oops. Oops. A little bit of rough landing there.
You don't need a spawn point for traveling to Colonia because the two stations on both sides of the wormhole would be the spawn points.
Landing gear deployed.
So anyways, Sniper, I think you walked away when I asked the question. I don't need 23 this time around. Do you want me to buy 23 and just drop you the rest, or just get what I need?
Yeah, just get what you need.
Okay.
I don't think I have collector limpets on this.
Figured I'd ask just in case. 4
I'd
more.
still have to make the third trip, wouldn't I? I wouldn't.
That's what I mean, because I'm already here, so technically you would.
Biographs do I have? No, I don't have any collector limpets. And we know what a nightmare it is transferring items without those.
Fair enough. Wait, I'd offer while I'm here.
I still remember you and Vinny trying to like set yourselves angled just right where when he jettisoned it would go into your scoop. That was a nightmare.
It helped me out a lot, though. I appreciate what he was able to do. You're telling me this station has 0 beam lasers? Really?
He or we?
Gesundheit?
I was gonna say, I remember dropping my entire load of platinum on you. I felt bad. Like,
Well, that was after I had things to collect for me, I think.
yeah.
So it was a lot more of a streamlined process. Before, it was a little bit less of a...
I felt really bad. Like, that sucks.
But yes, you did help me out too. Science, 5 of these. We'll get screw it, 6. Dump to an extra just in case.
You know what? Grab an extra 4. I can seriously just grab a collector limpet thing while I'm there. I think I even have an open spot.
You said 4?
Yeah. Grab an extra 4 T's.
Okay.
Now just pick up a collector limpet on my way in. Come on, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Can I do it? Yeah! Oh, that was very, very close.
I should also speculate, just because I'm a lead partner doesn't mean I have any information on what's coming in the future. I just like speculating a bunch of what I think would be cool.
Me too.
Yeah, just fair to add that just in case someone's like, oh, well, he said this. No. I just like giving ideas.
And I would just like to put out there that he shares nothing with me. In fact, he's my partner, and I'm still telling him about crap.
That's because I like the mystery like everybody else. Unless it's something like, oh, we have this for you to test out and show people. It's like, oh, okay, I like testing.
I'm starting to think that partners still get all their information from Galnet just like I do.
We get information on stuff that's not able to disclose when they're ready for us to have the information.
Well, then you are really good at acting surprised. I'm gonna find out when your next surprise party is. I'm gonna tell you.
Well, I will say, I knew the Corsair was coming out, and I knew what it looked like.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it'd be like completely game breaking to have like one warp point from across the world, or like I was saying, just to avoid the whole Colonia thing and have that like go to like physically like, fight like the Thargoids, and you can have it like this. You can actually bring like a community together and have like a 20-person sort of like a raid mentality where you could introduce like some ground combat stuff and then have like air support having to fight the Thargoids above you while you're on the ground like pushing through. Like I think that would be a really cool mission.
We would love that, but remember what happened with Kogio? Like everybody was getting pissed off if more than 5 people were there fighting.
It'd be impossible with the 1-hour timers of the carrier, by the way, friends. Carrier takes 15 minutes just to jump 500 light years. Unless they just jump from a star right next to Colonia and said they did the whole travel.
And the cooldown. You got 15 minutes to jump, and then the cooldown, then another 15 minutes. It's just, you're right, it's dead space. You're not really doing anything fun or engaging. I just angle my head upward and nap.
Well, I wasn't necessarily saying dead space, just I'm talking about the whole 15 minutes, like waiting for the jump sequence. Like, it'd be really cool. Oh, I guess I should emphasize, I personally think it would be really cool if the fleet carrier, like each person had like their own specific seat that they had to like sit in and like turn it, sort of like that Star Trek game. Like imagine if you had 4 people, each person had like a different terminal and they all had to like do like little mini games to get the fleet carrier prepared to jump.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I meant by dead space. Like there's nothing engaging.
Because then they could just have, well, sort of like the 2 AI crew. Like if you have 4 people in your fleet carrier, just have like real people sit in those seats and like remove the AI in the jump sequence, because it automatically seats you, so it should be able to automatically remove those 2 and put like real people in those seats, or just have a person like go up and be like, oh, well, I want to play on the tablet this time around and like get all of it cooling and everything set for the jump. Someone else could like set the plot course for like for 500 and
Doesn't even have to
Other
be
than
that convoluted. Literally just make fleet carrier jumping a group activity. The more people you bring, the less time you have to wait. I sit in a seat, someone else sits in a seat, and someone sits in that middle seat, and you sit in the captain's chair. We can jump automatically. We only have to
but automatically, but maybe make it so you can jump further if you have like a bigger crew. That way you're like more efficient at like being able to like cool things off quick enough or something.
Or just kill the, like I said, just kill the dead space, the complete unengaging, waiting, just sitting there doing nothing. Just kill that off altogether by letting us jump instantly after we arrive.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. It could be like that update that dropped where you had to wait 2 hours to jump.
And like I said, you're also promoting group play because you're making jumping a group activity. I see people using their fleet carriers as taxi service. Yo, who want to go to Colonia? I need 3.
I could see that too, yeah.
It's a good thing.
I don't see what the whole big deal is with people playing about 5 people in an area though.
Well, Kojio's, because the more people there, the more ads that would spawn. It made the fight tougher.
So what if they made a 8-person, I'm going to use raid as the best example I can think of since I don't really have like a proper term for it. But then that mission, they had like 4 people designed for the air and 4 people designed for the ground combat, and they sort of like worked together to infiltrate the Thargoid nest.
As much as I would love for that to work, I feel like that's a lot of things that can go wrong, a lot of snake errors. Possibly.
But if they actually got it working, I feel like it would bring a lot of...
Where people weren't disconnecting for the stupidest reasons, could be fun. Give me a collector limpet. You have no collector limpets here, really? People suck.
How do you find a planetary zone of conflict? So if you're talking about like the ground combat missions, the easiest way would be to go to a place that has like a main city hub, and then on the inside, one of them will tell you if there's a conflict inside the area. The interstellar factor people.
Online. Welcome, Commander. Request docking permission if you wish to land. Clearance granted. Proceed to landing pad 02.
Hold on.
Well, thankfully I'm in a smaller ship. I can go to some of these smaller areas. Can't believe the major port here doesn't sell collector limpets. The hell?
I can see a reason why.
Why? Give me one good reason.
I don't have a good reason, I just said I could see why.
Yeah, shenanigans and tomfuckery, that's what it is. Alright, we'll go over to Morgan Freeman Terminal right here. Maybe they have some. You know, this happened just like that time when you needed rescuing out there. I went to go get a fuel transfer limpet, and nobody was selling anywhere around. It's always when you need something, it's not there.
I apologize to you, because I don't know if you're speaking Russian. I believe that's what you are, though, so... If you are, then I put it in Russian language, so hopefully that makes it a little bit easier to understand. Unless you speak English, then... Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the writing in case you got confused about what I was saying. Landing pad number 2. I guess it's fine that I gotta meet you out in space anyways to drop this stuff off, because I still gotta buy my stupid pulse lasers.
Oh yeah, I should probably buy one of those too, huh? Good call. I'm pretty sure they have those for sale at the major one.
Landing gear not deployed.
Getting a little hot on that one.
Landing gear deployed.
So the last place I went,
Oh no, Spark is the main character.
Complete. Commence system shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
I don't think I could ever learn acrylic even if I really tried. It looks so difficult.
Cyrillic.
Cyrillic.
Cyrillic, yeah. I mean, okay, we're not talking about a Final Fantasy character here. This is an actual like written language, so you gotta at least pronounce that right. It's real world.
We don't use words where I live.
Right? Just north of Alabama?
South.
You're south of Alabama? So what, you're in the Gulf of America?
No. It most definitely is a complicated alphabet.
Yeah, it's like all the buttons on a calculator you never use.
So I have 2 courses of action.
If one of those courses is to kill me, that is not a course and you have to get rid of it.
Why does it start me here? That's not even where I am.
Well, where are you?
M-U-A-N-G. Alright. M-U-A-N-G.
Please have a collector limpet controller of any size. Oh my god, you don't have any outfitting here? What the hell? What is going on in this system?
Alright, snipers, so if you're interested in doing it, I know it'll be a slight detour for you, but if you want to head back over to my system, you can put your Corvette on there, and I'm jumping it over to this one so we can upgrade our lasers easier. You don't have to, you can buy your lasers locally if you want to. We are, but this thing can only have like size 2 lasers, so I figured may as well get better lasers on and just go to a different engineer and come back.
I mean, I don't see a problem with that, but I got to at least get them unlocked first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You still unlock it, but I'll have my fleet carrier jumped here in 15 minutes. Or you can still do your, like, finding your limpets or just buying the stuff, since apparently it's failing. And then we can move on to the next set of collectors and then come back to this one afterwards.
My limpets there is what you're saying.
Well, I'm saying just go buy your 4 things that you need and don't even worry about the collector limpets.
Going to OCB to get my Corvette out and take it over to your fleet carrier.
Oh, well, that'll work too. I was going to say you could just ignore that part, then we can come back to it later.
Man, let's take care of it. Because it's not that far of a jump with on the Mandalay.
Gene is the engineer who offers modifications to hull reinforcement packages at grade 5, which impacts the hull health. To access the modification, you need a hull blah 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 blah. We don't care because we have Celine Gene, we just need to upgrade her. Seems simple. Then we can just come back around for the laser guy. It's just because I didn't grow up with it, even though, because I can't really read. I'm going to probably butcher that one too, but I'm going to say it's kanji.
Clear for departure.
Very good.
Hey, did I say it correctly?
Yes, you did.
Hey, there we go. Do you actually know how to pronounce it?
Yeah, kanji.
Okay.
Frame Frameshift.
I'm just impressed. You didn't butcher it at all.
I think Japanese do a good job of
Flight control. Now.
having their words more known in like different shows and stuff, so it's a little bit easier to.
Well, only the anime nerds and weebs.
Not necessarily. I mean, you got a whole bunch of Japanese games coming out recently. You got Godzilla. Yeah, I guess that's my knowledge of Japanese stuff.
Oh boy, that's not offensive at all.
It's not offensive. It's what they're known for.
They're not just known for Godzilla.
Yes, they are.
No, they're known for many things, not just Godzilla.
Who is credited for Godzilla?
Irrelevant. They're not just known for Godzilla.
I said Japanese games too. All right, fine. They got Kill Bill.
3, 2,
That's not Japanese at all.
Kind of is. She did like a whole samurai thing, and she learned how to use a sword.
Yeah, but
That was like the whole premises of the same volumes.
it was like how Americans see Japan.
No, that's what The Last Samurai was.
They literally called the fat dude Charlie Brown.
Those English words in Japanese are still English words, just with an accent.
frameshift drive charged.
But they called somebody Charlie Brown, you said?
Charlie Brown, yes.
Who's Charlie Brown?
Charlie Brown was the fat guy in a yellow kimono.
4, 3,
And how did this dude leave an impact on you that you remember his name years later in a movie that probably never airs on TV?
All the because the freaking gangsters kept saying everything in Japan except for Charlie Brown or Brown dude.
I thought the whole movie was in English.
No.
You sure?
Yes.
I have to look back. I could have swore it was dubbed.
No, it was not dubbed. Jesus Christ. Do you know anything? No, you don't watch movies. I was gonna say, you probably don't know anything about Tarantino. There's two things that Quentin Tarantino holds very sacred, and one, that's integrity of the film, and two, feet.
What was it? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I think that was a decent one.
If it's a Tarantino movie, I guarantee you some chick showed her feet.
It was a Tarantino film. I think that's the name of the movie, or I can't remember if it was like the full name or not. Guess
He
you.
could have worked at Nickelodeon with his love of feet.
Why does Nickelodeon get so much publicity?
Because of Dan Schneider.
Yeah, I know. I'm still surprised that they get so much publicity.
You know what's funny? Somebody did point this out that during the highlight of Dan Schneider's career there, they actually turned the logo, the Nickelodeon logo, into a foot. Coincidence?
They turned it into a foot.
Yeah. A big red barefoot imprint.
I don't remember.
Well, you didn't watch TV. That's okay.
I did watch TV.
You told me you didn't watch TV. You didn't watch movies.
Never said that.
I have no idea what you did. Play on an abacus? I have no idea.
Played on a Nintendo. I played on a PlayStation 2, and then I played on a 360. Then somewhere in between there, I played on a PC. Well, back then, I did not know much about resolution and stuff. I didn't learn about that stuff till way later.
Oh. Somebody's trying to fire at me and they lost.
Why are people attacking you?
It was a blue, so let's see, who's blue right now? Who's blue? Winters?
Ah, it's because you're part of a faction. See, I'm still part of the outlaw ring, so we don't care who we are. We're going where we want to, and no one's going to stop us.
Well, I'm in OCB, so this station came to my defense.
You really went all the way over there.
Yeah, I'm moving my carrier over, or my thing over, like you guys said to.
I'm just saying you could. You didn't have to. So I was going to say you could focus on other stuff, and then we could circle back around to that after you, like, call your Corvette there. Like, you didn't have to sit there the whole time.
Docking request granted.
Yeah, that's even better. I'm gonna do that. I'll pull my Phantom over too.
Or another thing you can do is when you get to my carrier, you can just request your ships to get delivered there, and then just leave. And
Yeah, no, I'm gonna have my Corvette pulled there and my crate.
there you go. You're avoiding your Corsair, or yeah, your Corsair.
Oh yeah, I haven't even unpacked that thing.
Why?
Gear deployed. Docking successful.
I haven't found a purpose yet.
Disengaged.
Thargoids.
I have a crate for that.
With Corsair is better.
I have a crate for that.
Station does not have outfitting.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I went to that one too.
Fine, we'll go to Vibletland City. Surely one of these places has like module upgrades that I can grab and then just upgrade it from there.
Ship released. Engines engaged. Landing gear retracted.
Did you hear about Marathon?
You know what?
I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be a good game or not. Honestly, the trailer looked interesting, but I also thought Death Stranding looked kind of odd at first, and it apparently was like decent when it came out, so it's hard to give an opinion on something that's supposed to look kind of like that vibe, and I think they were going for a Kojima vibe.
You know what just occurred to me?
That I need to start charging you a space tax for using my carrier? It would occur to you.
You're upgrading the module, not the ship part. So you could take any ship with the lasers on it and get them done, and just move them onto whatever you want to move them onto.
The only issue is you have to have a ship with the size hardpoints that can fit it.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, screw it. Because the mainly,
I could put 4 size 2 beam lasers on this thing and just upgrade the lasers.
yeah, but how many size 2 lasers do you need compared to much better ones?
No idea. I can't remember. You remember everything on every one of your ships? I didn't think so.
Well, most ships use size 4 plots that were used for combat. I think the Corvette has like 1 size 2 area, which could be for like 1 laser. If you're going for a full laser vet. What?
Why are you expecting me to remember all of this?
Well, I think it's kind of safe to say most things that are size 1 or 2 probably are going to be for smaller exploration ships, where the bigger hardpoints are going to be used for more combat purpose ships.
You trying to make me remember stuff?
Yes.
You are evil.
This will be done on arrival. It's been found they were stealing art from an artist, and the stolen art dated back to 2017 is quite blatant. Best case scenario, they delay the game to remake basically the whole art style.
Are you guys talking about Marathon?
That's what friends talked about, yes.
Yeah, I thought that sounded familiar.
I didn't see the whole stolen art, though. Hopefully whoever stole it gets fired because they never reached out to the artist. It's safe to say at minimum the game's getting delayed and maximum cancelled. It's not getting cancelled. I think it's safe to say that studio probably spent way too much money on it, that there just comes a point that it's beyond canceling.
If they're stealing someone else's assets, they probably didn't spend a whole lot.
They built the framework though, like they paid someone to code the game, so I feel like Worst case scenario, they would just have to make a settlement with the artist and like pay them. I don't think that they would actually can the entire game.
No, I won't can it, but it's going to be expensive to remove all that art and those assets and make your own. And the only way they're making a deal with the artist is if the artist gets royalties. That's way too expensive.
People can many big money games. Worst part, they did the exact same thing with Destiny 2. They settled out of court with the artist. Bungie is turning out to be a horrible company these days.
Yeah. These days?
Yeah, I'm just reading what was said.
Yeah. And I'm commenting on it. What do you mean these days? Bungie's been a horrible company for quite a while. Ever since they got bit by that greed bug of theirs. And then when I heard there's a class action lawsuit out against Destiny 2, I was really hoping it was because they stole the DLCs that people paid for.
I'm guessing whole reinforcements does not include module reinforcements, or does it?
Nope. 2 different kinds of reinforcements.
Do I just not have any engineers for modules?
I'm sure they do, just not that one.
Well, meant for me. Very odd. To be fair, Destiny 1 was Activision's fault, and Destiny 2 is all their fault, though. Bungie sucked butt since they lost Halo. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what they're doing with Halo either. That's another one that's kind of odd to me. Yeah, that'll be good enough, surely. Yeah, I jumped when they took my copy of my Curse of Osiris and Warmind. I'm glad I didn't give them the benefit of the doubt to jump back in with Marathon. Bullet dodged. Oh, is Marathon Bungie IP?
Curse of Osiris? Dude, try the base game. Where the hell is your... Where the hell is it? Did it?
Did you take too long?
Are you kidding me?
What?
Did you jump it already?
Yeah, I said I had the jump scheduled.
You ass.
Incoming message.
It took you over 15 minutes.
I was getting my collector limpet and everything that I needed to go back out there.
Well, the carrier's landed. So once you jump over to the system, you can call your stuff there on my carrier.
Yeah, it would have been much faster.
I agree. I thought you were just going to land on my carrier, call your stuff, and then grab the rest of your stuff. I didn't realize you were delaying it. That was my bad. I guess faulty communications. 343 turned into Halo Team, and 343 hasn't made a single good Halo since then. Meanwhile, Bungie, the original Halo devs, left to work on their own cash grab games that are not worth playing even a little. It's one thing to remove it to work on it like they originally promised. It's another thing to string us along for literal years, and they announce their next game. They go, whoops, it's too depreciate to put it back into the game. Here's another paid DLC, give us some money. Yeah, I know Marathon is like a really old IP that they're trying to rebring life to.
How the hell do you yank the base game out of something?
Really? That's what you want to ask?
Yeah.
What other games have you played where the base game's been yanked and completely overhauled?
No, I'm not saying anything about overhauling or anything. I'm talking about completely locking off access to it. Like, that would be like
So,
Final Fantasy 14 removing all of ARR.
new people aren't able to play like the main story?
No.
But if they don't have DLCs, what are they playing?
Whatever free-to-play, basically whatever planets are currently there, and they could do the 1 or 2 events that pop up from time to time on each of those planets, and then just shoot random enemies and hope they drop an engram.
That's one of those games where I played it a bunch when it came out with my friends, and then I made like 3 characters. We got to the, at the time, end game, and then I was like, well, that's I'm burned out now. And then I checked it back like a long time afterwards for a little bit, and then that was it.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing I was not a big fan of from Destiny 2 is the 100 different tokens and currency types that you had to sit there and try to figure out. Okay, I have these. Am I supposed to be, oh no, I can't use these. I can't use these. The humans on this planet don't accept these on that planet, even though they're the same humans fighting the same enemies. Okay.
That is true. Final Fantasy 14 1.0 doesn't exist.
Yeah, that was broken. Like they killed that off. They sunsetted those servers.
I'm really surprised that they. To be honest, I haven't really kept up to date with Destiny, so I didn't know that they got rid of all that stuff.
They locked off the Red War, which was Destiny 2.
I treat Destiny like I treat Warframe. I quit playing it for a long time, then I come back and there's like hundreds of hours worth of content, and then I get to it, and then I get back to the end game, and it's like, well, time to wait some more.
You know, and again, how good something is subjective. Like a lot of people say that Osiris was hot garbage. But there are people out there who say Osiris was their favorite thing. They loved doing the randomly generated dungeons and stuff like that. So
And also they had used footage from the original game because they can't even get it into it themselves. They made the damn thing. It's utterly sickening. Huh, that's weird.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown complete. Engaging ship restraints. Your arrival has been noted.
The news is, so far we got plenty of material still. Heavy duty hull reinforcement is basically the one that we care about, right, Sniper?
Yep.
It's going to be pure luck if I get you to grade 5 because of stupid shield emitters.
So yeah, imagine if they took Final Fantasy 14, right? Moved all of ARR, 2 of the 3 kingdoms, so you can basically run around Gridania just doing fates and killing monsters in the Shroud, and that's it. But if you want to do anything story related, you gotta buy a DLC. You gotta buy the new DLC.
Yeah, I can see that being annoying.
It would suck. And now, the all the quests from ARR and those other 2 kingdoms, you bought those, but you can't go there anymore.
Sort of like Guild Wars story. I'm really surprised they do that, like the living season. I guess that encourages people to like play during that season or whatever. But it's really odd to like make people like go back to it.
Especially when, well, see, one thing I didn't like about that is the living seasons. Like some of them, like at the beginning, they were just FOMO. Like if you weren't there for it, you can't go back and see what it was.
See if I actually have enough to do this.
What is it? Lions, was it Lionsgate? Lions Arch? Yeah, Lions Arch is completely different than when Guild Wars 2 first came out. It was changed via one of the living seasons, and you can't go back and see what happened in the first couple living seasons to see what happened there. That's kind of lame.
It's whenever they generate it back, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because when I logged in, like, you know, after the seasons had happened and saw that it was completely different, like, it was very noticeable. You know, because of the dragon attack.
Now the real question is, what is more important, Sniper? Armor or hull reinforcements?
Okay, so, depends on the armor.
Well, men like to pin a blueprint. This person is both grade 5.
And you only pin one?
Yeah.
I feel like you'll be using more hull reinforcements than you will armor. Armor's a one and done.
See that?
Where reinforcements, you'll be getting multiple ships with multiple modules that you'll need to upgrade. So I pinned that one. I mean, if you have to do hull armor again, it's not that hard to come back out here.
Alright. So far, we're making some pretty good progress with engineers. We got our... Well, the pulse laser dude, he's in standby. Technically, we haven't actually made progress with you, but... Eventually, we'll make progress with him. We got our stuff ready, technically. We got the missiles, mines. You don't care about frame shift drive. Shield generators. I guess the shield generators, maybe that one's probably what I would mark, since the pre-engineered drives is what I care more about. So that's the only thing that I would actually get from you. Fuel scoops. I heard that one's kind of lame. Oh, never mind. That's a, Never mind. I obviously do not care about you, mister. Do it by distance. So it turns out, Sniper, that the one dude I was about to go to next, he was 2,200 light years away. So I decided against it.
Okay.
It seemed a little far. Alright, so power plants, power distributors, engines, thrusters, shield boosters, shield generators. What?
Why in that place?
Celine Jean for hull reinforcements. I never actually got her to grade 5.
So,
So this is where Celine hangs out. I've been focusing on engineers that I think would be more useful, so that's what I've been centering around on. So I guess maybe this one next for the shield generators, assuming that one has it. Li Chung. You are not Lee. You're Lee. Okay, so this dude is the one that is... Guess you're the shield booster guy too, right? Dee Veterman specializes in shields and boosters. You can find her at the Veterman LLC in the Lesty system. Okay, so let's see. So that'd be... Do I have access to you? So we get the brandy, and then that's when we'll have the shield boosters. That would be a pretty good one for the Corvette or combat ship, just to equip a whole bunch of shield boosters too and hop over around there. By the way, From wants to point out that Lionsgate is for movies. Where are you at in your upgrade process, Sniper?
I am going back to Fujin to get the last 4 things that I need.
Ship restraints disengaged. Commence departure.
I know you took the time and did engineering before me, so I wasn't sure like where you actually were in the list or if I'm ahead of you now technically.
You've been behind me for a while, or ahead of me for a while.
Oh. I knew I was ahead in that tree, but I wasn't sure if you'd done like the rest of it already.
So I am going to get those last 4 Fujin Ts that I need to unlock Brew. Because I looked and now they're 247 light years from where I am. Because apparently you ran there while I was chasing a fleet carrier that wasn't there.
Well, I didn't know it would take you 15 minutes, honestly.
Frameshift drive charging.
I said that was my bad. I communicated poorly on it.
1. Engage.
Would you like me to jump the fleet carrier back for you?
No, but while I was chasing that, you went off in a whole nother area and took those 4 things I needed with you.
I mean, I can jump back if you still need it.
No, I will go to Fujin and get them.
Okay.
Get it unlocked.
Charging.
Well, I still have 6 of it if you need it.
As usual, anyone who's expecting a well-coordinated group playing on this channel are going to be sorely disappointed because that's just not what we do here.
Yeah, what are you talking about? That was clearly coordinated. Actually, I don't think I thought you were still going for the limpets. I thought you gave up on that a long time ago. The difference between Warframe and Destiny is Warframe never really moved the entire story campaigns. I mean, a few side plots here and there were taken out to streamline the game, and a few side characters lost context over time, but you can still play the whole story from beginning to end this day. Yeah, the only thing annoying with Warframe was like that really long build up to the final war.
Here we go. Necrobec complaint time.
That was the only thing that they got wrong in that whole game, is for some reason the Necromech was like a huge slowdown.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel like we're staying on task today though, Sniper. We're focusing on engineering. And I'm assuming, depending on how many ships we're about to engineer, we might have to go back and re-get the raw materials. Hopefully not. We'll see how long this stuff actually lasts us. I need a lot of composites, and I'm not sure if that's my raw stuff or if that's the manufactured stuff that I just grabbed. To be fair, they fixed the grind for it, so it's... they didn't really fix the grind for it. Unless they've overhauled it afterwards, because I did it way afterwards, and it still was a huge grind.
3, 2, 1.
It's designed so people can think about how much their time's worth and if they should have spent platinum to buy a mech suit. Which honestly, if you were doing it the smart way, the best way to handle that situation would be to grind out prime suits and sell it on the market. Finland Games, the other Destiny lore YouTuber, managed to do it in a single day. It took him like 2 hours. What do you mean it took him 2 hours? 2 hours to do what? A little bit too much extra boost. I do not want to shop here because I need the rest of the stuff. Hold on. Two hours to start all the foundry crafting? They must... Did they have a friend with one of those boosters on that like gets you super high if you have like the Prestige 3? That's really surprised that he was able to grind all that in 2 hours.
What, the Necromech?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound right.
And was this a live stream or was this a edited video for 2 hours? He avoids gifting? What are you talking about gifting? Oh, you talking about the prestige bonus thing? That's not really gifting, that boosts the whole team up. Well, he must have been extremely lucky if he managed to get all the components in 2 hours. Unless you're just talking about he had the blueprints already and then he was able to gather the materials from there. 2 hours, with all the blueprints already.
That would have to be it. Because it takes days to faction up to the point where you can buy the blueprints. Between the faction cap and the fact you have to spend what you have in order to go up to the next level with what's his name?
It was all of them, because the brother, the sister, and the father all sort of worked together for it.
No, it's the guy that's part of OTAC. It's the other side. He's turned out to be a real person. Can't think of his name right now off the top of my head. But basically when you're in, again, an operator form, the wall opens up and you can walk in there and talk to him. Lloyd. He had he was the one that did Necromex.
Friend says you can run the blueprints for the vaults, you don't need the faction ranks anymore. Even then, that'd still be completely up to RNG. So if you managed to get all that and the materials under 2 hours, that's impressive. I feel like there had to have been something extra going on.
It had to be doing it public too, because honestly, the Necromech inside those vaults is really hard to beat. And Dally, who freaking eats, breathes, and drinks Warframe and does all the stupid little cheesy things, still needed a Necromech to go through a vault fast.
What am I actually here for? Hold on.
So he had help.
Translation Vault Tier 1 through 3 from Mother Bounties. Oh, it's this dude. Alright, so Lechung, what are you? Shield generators. I think it took like a couple hours to do the vaults and then like an hour or two to mine and farm the resources. There you go, so now 4 hours. Either way, it's still a long grind to get to that area.
And a couple of days for it to, in the forge. Unless you spent platinum.
What he's able to do is shield generators. Shield gen, detailed surface scanners, sensors, and shield boosters. Necromech still takes 3 days to actually finish crafting, yeah. Yeah, either way, it's still a time sink.
I mean, everything in the game's a time sink. Free to play. But at least their time sinks can be fun.
Thought it was more annoying to lock stuff behind that content. But I'm used to the old Warframe where there wasn't any time gates like that besides building stuff.
I say, well, how old are we talking? Because, I mean...
OG Warframe didn't have any of that stuff.
It had... Wait, what are you talking about? It had a time gate on the freaking amount of lives you could use.
We got rid of that like super early.
Not early enough.
Just shield generators. Detailed surface sensor and shield boosters.
It's
The lister doesn't show... Alright, well you do list shield boosters at least, so we'll grab shield boosters. And yes, we know you're grumpy.
Yeah, somebody has to be.
I don't remember dying too much in the original Warframe. I remember playing with a dude though, and he thought I was completely crazy, thinking that the phase was going to be like a super strong weapon. Then once we finally got it, he changed his mind.
Huh. A lot of these super strong weapons usually require a caveat in knowing how to use it.
That one's not really too bad. Alright, hold on. Shield boosters. Guess he doesn't sell any shield boosters here then?
Like, to this day, you'll see people searching for the new meta weapon, getting their hands on it, and like, why is this so good? Because they have no clue how to mod it. And a lot of the newer weapons, you know, have a, what would you call it? Like a,
Alright, fine. Let's bust out an aura. Where can I buy shield boosters since apparently this station has nothing?
that's why, honestly, with Warframe, I never feel the need to chase the meta. I just play what's fun. You know what? I may not plant my flag on the moon, but god damn it if I don't enjoy myself.
Flag on the moon? Wait, what are you talking about?
I don't chase the meta in Warframe. I just have fun. So no, I'm not gonna plant my flag on the moon, as in the greatest achievement. You know how if you go to the Warframe like Discord, like people dunk on people who can't solo out the entirety of the steel path, blah 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 blah. I don't care about all that. I just like to play to have fun.
Wow. They don't have shield boosters like anywhere close to
Because you know what a lot of those meta chasing steel path soloers missed out on? You know what they missed out on? Eating entire ships with a Grendel.
The meta sucks on the fun of it. The meta is literally 3 total frames and 2 weapons. It sucks, it's lame, it's not how the game was intended. I'm glad GE knows that and gives as much variances. More so caveat of getting the ribbon and pumping 6 form into it and then giving it an adapter. Remember when the Necromech grinding was like a literal week plus not completing the crafting time to 3 days. Yeah, I'm not sure if they had a resource booster in that 2 hours or not, though. That seems very odd to me that they'd be able to get all the materials. So remember the fish took quite a while to get everything. But I can't remember if that was to upgrade the people or if that was for a component.
No, I'm pretty sure that was for people. Most of what you needed for the necromech dropped in the vault.
Hey, thanks so much for following.
Specifically off the necromech that you had to fight inside the vault.
Yeah, I remember that part. I just couldn't remember. I remember the fish took a while. And then the birds took a while too.
Yeah, no, those were just for the actual people around the necropolis, the family. It had nothing to do with the necromech.
I think you needed them for something. I don't remember what. Hello, how's it going tonight? Currently, we are engineering all of our stuff and pipe up in things while we fly around.
No, you needed like specific parts that came off the necromech and regular components like rubido, polymers, blah blah blah. Nothing the necros couldn't fix.
Okay, so what they did was using those operator towers, you can shoot the little towers with your operator beam, and when you kill an enemy near them, they directly drop resources.
3, 2, 1.
I don't think it took us a whole week to grind it out, but I remember it took us a little bit. But I think that's because I had to upgrade the families, so I'm pretty sure that's... They must have got rid of that requirement or something.
Just Lloyd, he was the little duck of the necropolis.
No, I had to upgrade the families for something. I don't remember what.
The storyline?
Frameshift drive charging.
That might have been how you get to endgame content, possibly. I just remember I had to get their rank to something in order to get something. Can't remember what.
To be honest with you, I've done next to nothing for them.
Then I might have did it before you.
I think I only know like one of their real names.
No, I meant the brother, the sister, the father, and the mother. I had to grind up their reputation for something, friend. I don't remember what. Pretty sure it was the necromech or the story, something around there.
It had to have been the story. Like I said, I've done next to nothing for them, and I have my necromech.
If you happen to have an auto or salvage repeaters, I might need one my size 2 and one size 3. How much money you got, Mustang? Pretty sacrilege to talk about Star Citizen in an Elite Dangerous stream.
Right? It's like talking about Ken when someone's playing as Ryu. Get that shit out of here.
Alright, Mendel Hub. You broke? What do you mean? All you do is play Star Citizen. How you broke in it? Mustang says he loves you, Sniper.
Maybe he's broken in real life because he bought that $1,900 ship.
No, he didn't buy the 1900 one. He's saving up for the Kraken, which is at least $2 grand so far. Possibly more by the time it comes out.
Sorry, Mustang, I know you love me, but I harbor no feelings when it comes to buying ships, which is why I give Vinny so much crap.
I mean, honestly, that's Twitch's auto mod. That's not me being restrictive. But yes, it did immediately pop up F off. And anytime someone says Trump, it automatically blocks it too.
I thought he said poop. I think poop's on there.
I don't think so.
Honestly, I'm afraid to watch the stream tonight because I think it might kill my internet.
Might kill your internet.
Yeah, my internet's been bad the last couple days.
Ooh, this is actually like proper planet.
Like, I'm talking about like weird stuttering, buffering, and YouTube videos on my PS5 kind of bad. Yeah.
Which themselves did not you stream, I mean. A lot of the stuff is automatically modded through Twitch, and then terms that get approved automatically allow it to actually be spoken in my chat.
Yep. And all we do is set the default. Twitch is the one that decides what gets filtered.
Somewhat. I added some derogatory terms on there just so I don't have to deal with that drama, but other than that, yeah, it's just whatever Twitch has preset.
Did you add Trump?
No.
I wonder if any of the other presidents' names get censored.
Romeo Echo. Follow all federal docking protocols.
I don't know. Maybe I did. I don't know. I'm not very political, so. Talking to me about presidents, like, oh, yeah. Well, until they actually hand me a check and give me a job, like, I don't care who's the president. Like,
I don't think it goes.
dude, do whatever you want.
I'm old, but I do come from a time where, you know, two members in a family could like opposite presidents and not cut each other off for the rest of their lives. A simpler time.
I can't stand watching the news, so like, I don't really follow anything like that.
You won't hear anything you'll like.
They broke the whole C mission so bad, you only get one SCU out of the 3,400 SCU required. All the cargo grid is bad now. Well, Mustang, I am so glad that you showed me that mission before it broke.
You're not missing much. You just watch
The other Automod I got a pop-up from Twitch saying, hey, maybe you don't want to post this. It could be offensive, and gave me the chance to rewrite it before sending it. I was making a joke, Mustang, because the night that you tried to show me it, it was broken, remember? That's how we ended up in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, I think when I checked in on you, you were being pretty surly about something along that line.
Well, Mustang was going to show... Oh, yeah. I was definitely messing around with the baby shark. It was hilarious.
And talking about how stupid Star Citizen was tonight.
Probably. I normally try to avoid those topics unless I get annoyed by it, then I'll complain a little bit until I start showing people up with a little baby shark and toss him off the ledge.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you're shooting bubbles while saying stupid Star Citizen.
That poor shark kept dying. I don't think I was that bad of a healer as the shark. I was having fun messing with people. Why is the stuff that says should be here not here?
But yeah, so like I said, I'm old. I come from a time where things were simple. I remember taking trips with my parents, and my stepdad is a Republican. My mom was a Democrat. And when I got bored of staring at the road, I would just lean up in between the two front seats and say, so, who are we voting for? And then sit back and listen to them go back and forth arguing for the trip. It was very entertaining.
Alright, well, on a side note, am I just blind, or why is there no shield boosters here when Inara says there should be?
I don't know. But nowadays, it sucks because I won't say which side, but they both are on the same side, so they agree. So when I ask the question, it just leads to more boring speeches, and it's no fun.
Uh-huh. Well, anyways, back to the issue at hand here. Where's the stupid shield boosters?
Oh. I wonder if it was an overcharged weapon. Do I want long range weapon?
Okay, well, I guess we'll go to the next station, and Nara was wrong, and hopefully it's not wrong about the Copernicus stock. You were asking me something?
No.
Okay.
Just pretend I'm not. Cool.
You said something about the guns, right?
I did.
You should go with the cool looking one.
They all look the same.
What was your question?
I was just deciding which way I should probably, upgrade this beam laser. If I wanted more damage or more range.
What is your goal with it?
I don't know. Shoot things and drop the shields.
But I mean, are you planning on flying like close to targets further away?
Well, different. I mean, against pirates, it's irrelevant because I use long range. But with those Thargoids, I kind of want to get up close.
Yeah, so I mean, it sort of depends on
For my shoddy two hotties.
Because the more damage you're doing, the more cooling capabilities you have. So if you're doing it so you have like cooling capabilities with your Thargoid ships, I would say the damage output, that way you're able to do more cooling.
Yeah.
Only the politics that matters. I want if I am buying this into owning, the world would be sniper. Or simpler.
What?
Oh, the and buying isn't owning, piracy isn't stealing. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are chanting that on Reddit. Which I will give them props. I'm amazed that no government agency has tried to shut that Reddit forum down.
They can't.
There's been several Reddit forums that have been shut down due to
The government. I mean,
there have been several gray areas on Reddit that have been shut down in the hands of government or people who felt they needed the security risk.
But at the end of the day, you know, freedom of speech still exists, so the government can't force anyone to shut down freedom of, you know, a free place of speech. Now, if Reddit themselves, as a privately owned company, choose to do it, then that's on them.
Kind of. Going into the whole like copyright laws system and stuff like that. So I mean, technically they do have some legal backing to try to force that off. It was like 4chan where it's ran out by the government and we just don't know it yet.
Especially after, let's see, what was, I believe it actually was one of the elections. I think it was the first Trump and Biden one where, no, the first Trump election where they ruled that like places like Twitter and, you know, social media platforms are considered public forums now.
Has Twitter ever not been a public forum?
Well, no, but they weren't classified either. So, like, what was it? It was AOC or somebody wound up suing because they were having their stuff deleted, and as a government worker, you know, as a government official, they were basically silencing somebody in a public forum, which is against the law. Blah 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 blah. So yeah, it was ruled to be a public forum, so they definitely can't shut down free speech there. Now, whether a private company chooses to do it or not on their own platform, that's different, but the government can't force anything.
The only problem is I do think we need like a little bit of filter when it comes to like, there's going to be a lot of people that read an article and just will automatically assume it's true. But there should be like a little bit of fact checking, or at least
You know what?
something in that area.
Here's the thing. Catchy headlines have always been a thing.
You can read Nicolas Cage is dead. Doesn't mean it's true.
I mean, hell, Bob Hope died 8 times.
Yeah, that's my point. So I mean, at a certain point, where does free speech exit and where does like trying to trick the public and everything go into play?
At the bottom of the article, on the last line, when they tell, you know, when they put in a little bit they have to not, you know, to keep it clean, which nobody ever reads down to. They said most people nowadays, especially you kids, yeah, I'm being a grumpy old man here. You kids never want to read past like the first couple sentences on anything news and just assume that the headline is the whole truth.
All right, whoa. Let's get one thing straight here. Do you actually sit down and read the newspaper, or do you scroll back to the comic section and laugh at all the pictures?
I stopped doing that once I got into high school.
I like how you had to hold back your laughter for that, though.
Yeah, I stopped doing that when I got into high school.
Use ground news personally? I have no clue what that is.
Ground news is what you can safely call like the most balanced source of news, because they take an article and they will show you both sides of an issue. Instead of like you go like, let's say CNN and Fox News, you know, the two evilest channels in my opinion, because it makes all the old people very angry for some reason. What ground news does,
Here?
it shows you both sides in one place, and will actually give you like an indicator of how much attention from each side that particular issue got. It's so those of us that like to read both sides and form our own opinion, it's a great source to look at.
This is the second station in this system that told me they sell shield boosters without a shield booster.
Well, that's what you get for looking on the internet, and not everything on the internet is true.
I don't understand how that's changed in an R. Like, that should be a constant thing.
All I know is I'm sitting on this fleet carrier for the next half hour.
Why are you sitting on my fleet carrier for a half hour?
Well, because I have to wait for the stuff to transfer over.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Because I have it in transit to your fleet carrier.
Yeah, so you don't have to sit there on it.
What else am I gonna do?
Work on another engineer.
This is what I needed to do.
You don't have any other engineers you can do.
I don't think there's any other I need to do.
Have you done the one for whole health? Shield boosters.
I don't use shield boosters.
Yes, that's a good point. Thargoid wise, pulse is the more important one.
Beams.
All clear. Safe travels, Commander.
That cooling effect. That's really what I'm really after. But if I can boost the damage I'm doing to drop their shields faster, that's an even better bonus.
I'll still need this anyways for the pirates, so I may as well keep doing my deal here.
Beam lasers. So I'm thinking I'm still just gonna overcharge them regardless, because I mean, unless it like reduces the range,
Frameshift drive charging.
I think I'm okay, because I mean I'm using
Set them up for Thargoid stuff or just in general?
in general too, because I mean I use multi cannons.
Depends what your flying technique is.
Sitting there and tanking it in my Corvette. So if I could drop their shields faster, because I'm telling you, like the biggest hiccups I come across when fighting pirates are those anacondas that do like to spam their little shield batteries.
Coming back to ED after 3 years away from it, I've been lost in ESO killing monsters. Honestly, I was thinking about checking out ESO sometime. And then I was really annoyed by the fact that Microsoft owns Bethesda, but they never put ESO on the stupid Microsoft store. Which means there's no ESO on PC for free. Yes.
You mean Game Pass?
No. To market.
You mean the Xbox app on PC, right?
Not really, no.
The Microsoft Store hasn't been a thing for games in a long time.
Yes, it has. That's where the games are. The Game Pass is listed in the store, but it's still the store. Like, there's some games that are on the Microsoft Store that aren't on Game Pass that you have to download from the store.
Oh,
What?
hold on.
Well, either way, they never put ESO on that platform. So you can't play it for free on PC. So I was going to join Vinny with it one night, and then I saw that I wasn't actually able to download it. I mean, I guess I might still buy it for PC if enough people wanted to play ESO someday. Because the ESO uses Mega Servers, no crossplay? I think that's just a small excuse, friends. They still could have put ESO on the Windows Store and had it cross-compatible with Steam. It doesn't have to always be connected to Xbox. That's why they have a whole, like, there's a Game Pass Ultimate, and then there's also a Game Pass PC. Some things are just on the PC Game Pass or side of things. Just like World of Warcraft. If I'm being honest, I think there's like a 50-50 chance that if Microsoft's actually starting to like go down on money, they're going to put World of Warcraft on Game Pass. That way it incentivizes people to go into buying more Game Pass for PC players if that gives them the World of Warcraft membership included. Which is personally how I would sell it, especially World of Warcraft's doing good. That way people can pay the same price for Game Pass as World of Warcraft, but then they can download all these other games also if they wanted to. That red glow is amazing. Yeah, this is a really cool planet there.
Scan detected.
Take a screeny of that. Let's see, hold on, I don't remember the controls. Let's see, your F, R, there we go. Then... hide that again. Ship controls, detach camera, backspace, exit camera suite.
I'll be damned.
What?
It's like the only place to get it is Steam.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the whole reason why I couldn't play with Vinny without spending money on it.
Hold on. Oh, never mind.
Oh, there we go, left control, that's why. There we go. That's a decent looking screenshot there for the next time.
One of the first things I saw on the Elder Scrolls Online website was play for free. And then all it is like, sorry, that was back in March. You have to buy it now. That's all it says.
I don't know if we're going to get any random ship to pop up randomly, friend. It does look like a nice scene, though. If you buy while you were in... oh, that stinks. Maybe I'll have to look back on it.
Emotional damage.
But yeah, that's the reason why there's no ESO on PC Game Pass, because they just never put it on their Microsoft store. It's Microsoft doesn't own Steam yet. Not a thing.
I think it's funny that you keep referring to it as the Microsoft Game Store.
Because it is.
No,
Yes.
I don't use
You
them.
realize Windows is Microsoft, right?
I haven't used the Microsoft Store for games in like 4 or 5 years.
But that's where the games are stored.
No,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no,
Yes. What do you mean no?
no.
Yeah.
No.
Xbox Game Pass is through the Microsoft Store, so therefore everything is on the Microsoft Store.
No.
Yeah.
No.
How are you saying no? That's the only option if you're not using Steam.
What? Okay, so let's ask this. What game on Game Pass have I been playing recently?
I have no clue. Sea of Thieves?
No. Jeez.
No Man's Sky? Like, I don't know.
You hurt me sometime. You make my head hurt so bad.
How would I know what game you've been playing recently?
Expedition 33.
Okay, there we go, yeah.
I'm
No,
playing it on
wait.
Game Pass on my PC, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've also said that I haven't played games. I haven't gotten games off the Microsoft Store in 5 years.
Yes. So you bought it on Steam.
So, no. Yeah, I got it on Steam thanks to Game Pass.
Exactly, you got it through the Microsoft Store. Game Pass is on the Microsoft Store.
It's also somewhere else.
Yes, it is, but it's still the same architecture.
And, you know, I'm surprised they haven't pushed you over to it like they did me.
They have, but you just tell them to leave you alone.
The Xbox app.
This is getting to be kind of annoying. Like,
It ties in right with your actual Xbox and everything.
I don't ever use the Xbox app.
See, now you see, you're the one missing out on things.
I'm not missing out on anything.
You're missing out on things. That's what you're doing.
You want to know what I'm missing out on? Where is the stupid shield boosters at? Because I can't find it in any of these stores.
Sounds like you should be loading up Bing Bong. She'd be able to tell you.
I don't understand though. Like, it's so weird. Because it even says displaying results for shield boosters.
But yeah, you probably will never see me playing ESO.
I've already played 100 hours. What do you mean?
No, I am not going to start fresh after all the crap that I went through with it already. I'm not doing it all over again.
Good call, friend. That's what I was doing wrong. Thank you.
I don't hate myself that much.
For those, that should last us quite a while. What are the odds of you... Didn't think so. Oh well.
Now, if they were to, I don't know, get over their whole difference in policies or whatever reason they're blaming for not crossplay, then maybe. But I am not starting over fresh.
Never use them because they're consumable. It's more worth disengaging going to repair. Well, it was the cheaper option to upgrading this dude. So I want the shield generators, but I don't have a good... Sorry, not that one. This dude! It was the cheaper option to get the shield generator since you can only have one shield generator on your ship at a time.
Dead gay.
But honestly, they're mainly useful for like the Corvette or something with like a really long shield cooldown period.
Oh.
For like pirates mainly.
Landing gear retracted. Frameshift drive charging.
Well, so I went in that section of the galaxy with the bright orange ships. I don't know. I was thinking that same thing. I don't know if it's like a shader file wrong in my game or if everyone literally has like a super like orange traffic cone color design.
Where are you at?
Random system that I just jumped out of.
I was gonna say, does Yuri Grom have a presence there?
I think so.
Then those are Yuri Grom ships.
Hey, Grom's that hideous? He's traffic cone orange?
Yep. All of his power ships, the NPCs, have orange ships. Just like archers have red ships.
The orange squad.
Has blue ships. And what's her name has purple ships. They just have their color with like a solid paint job.
But by the way, Foxy Loxy, we do a decent amount of Elite Dangerous on here. If you ever want to join us in like a Thargoid hunt or pirate hunt or anything like that, you're more than welcome to join us. We're on a private server that anyone has access to whenever they want. Target to one next time, you'll see it. Yeah, I'll do that next time. Hideous orange, really? That's the color that he goes with.
Orange is just orange. What do you mean hideous orange?
You know what orange is related to? Prison suits.
Yeah. And
Traffic cones and prison suits.
Yeah.
Ugly.
And delightfully refreshing citrus fruits. You biased SOB.
Or they could just go completely crazy and do like a Sharknado event in this game. Have it playing with sharks popping out of tornadoes.
Stupid Sharknado.
Because it was the most like random movie that I can't believe it actually got made.
Well, you know what? It came out in a time of lowered expectations.
Ironically, Harry Potter himself wanted to be a role in Sharknado.
Well, have you seen some of the movies Daniel Radcliffe has been in over the
Yes, he's been trying to do everything he can to get out of the Harry Potter name.
Let's see.
And the poor guy, no matter what he does in his future, he's always going to be Harry Potter.
Not my fault the kid was born looking exactly like the kid on the cover of a book.
Well, the problem was it was a good casting. Like,
Orbital flight engaged.
you can really blame his parents for it. Although he was rich because of it, so I guess you can't really be too upset. And the funny thing is, I don't see why he would complain about it, because I'm sure he has millions of money from it.
Millions of money.
Orange is the same shade, don't tell him. It's more ridiculous as they made more than one Sharknado. I think they made like 7 or 8. And Radcliffe was wanting to be in like Sharknado 7 or something. I heard it one time on the radio when I was driving out of Florida, ironically.
You know, I don't know what it is about Daniel Radcliffe, but he just has a bad habit of waking up.
Waking up?
He woke up in one movie, he wakes up as a wizard. In another movie, he wakes up with guns bolted to his hands. In another movie, he wakes up with horns for some reason. He just wakes up in some of the weirdest predicaments. Oh, that Daniel Radcliffe.
Charlie, Romeo, Echo, commencing
Now,
automated
one of his co-stars they went a lot easier on. Emma Watson just woke up and found a timer of when she turns 18 on the internet.
04.
Not true. She was in Beauty and the Beast too, I'm pretty sure. I think at least. And I'm interested to see how well HBO handles this Harry Potter series. I have set my expectations to a limit that I believe they'll hit.
Touchdown complete. Engaging ship restraints. Your arrival.
Does not mean it's a high limit.
Oh, I need non-combat skills. I'm in a mining. Search.
Like the one movie he was in where he had horns, that was a good movie? I have no clue what movie you're talking about.
It's called Horns.
I tried base building. So, base building requires either a lot of patience or a lot of friends to help you out. So, the smallest station still takes about, I think it's like 16,000 tons worth of like random commodities to move over. Now, they are colonization ships that sort of like your one-stop shop to like get everything in one go. But if you're by yourself, it's still going to take you quite a while. And even with like 2 to 3 people, it's still very slow process. It's still currently in the beta state, so it might be improved later on. But I have chatted a little bit. My colony is right next to Omnicorn Capricorni B.
Incoming message.
Corn's basically the plot as he suddenly people tell the truth, all the deepest, darkest secrets, and no one except the guilty people can see them. So he's like a generic Loki? Or at least the horns is where I immediately think of Loki.
Okay.
You've seen the movie Sniper. Is that basically the premise? He's Loki? The Radcliffe Horn movie.
He was some kind of a demon.
He's got horns like Satyr. Glad you described it, because I was expecting horns like Hellboy. Oh, you know, the Hellboy that had his horns chopped off. Alright, mister. We've upgraded quite a bit of stuff here. If you want to, like, slap on a "that'll be good, see you next time," that'll be fantastic. Do this one at least. Juan Perlman was another good cast, like he was made for it. Yeah, the Hellboy afterwards, I don't really remember who it was, but they didn't really do too well with the audience scores. What about you, Foxy Loxy? Are you planning on colonizing a system? You have one in mind? So before you actually colonize a system, I would recommend going to it and seeing like what all you can actually get to it. Some systems are going to have more stuff, where some systems are only going to have like 1 or 2 planets. If you want to actually have like fun, like fully like building out everything, I recommend at least like getting to a place with like 10 to 20 different planets to play with. You have a lot more stuff to build with. And it's a grade 5. Probably shield generators for you. What do you think, Sniper, for like a Corvette build? Would reinforced shields be better than a low power shield, or do you think the low power shield?
I would say depends on how much of your power is being soaked up by those shields.
Okay, so that's 85% strength. We get up to 110 with that. Assuming it would be reinforced. Actually, people are recommending thermal and online. Is it still a grind to get the materials? So the raw materials you still have to go outside the bubble to get to, if that's what you're asking. The other two aren't really too bad though. The encoded and the manufactured goods you just have to go to one spot for. Then the thermal, and if we ever want to change our mind later on, we can do that. Ooh, hold on. So were they wrong, or is both of them actually sold here? So the shield boosters only go up to 3, but the generators go up to 5. need to go to you, the other 5. So, Lavian Brandy. Are you needing materials, by the way, Foxy? Alright, Sniper, we ran into a hitch. We need Lavian Brandy, but they don't actually have a system called Lavian. Don't know, to be honest. Okay, so this is supposed to be Lave. They could have at least made it a little bit easier to understand that one. Lave. Said Lave Station. I guess we'll see it whenever we get there.
What the hell?
What?
Oh, okay. I was looking at the wrong ship.
Ship restraints
I
disengaged.
jumped back to a half hour. I'm like, wait, what? No, I was just looking at the
That's the one nice thing about the fleet carrier. Like, you literally don't even have to sit there. You can go do anything else, and your ships will get there eventually.
I am doing something else.
You back to Ultima Online?
I'm not saying I'm not.
Disengaging automated flight control routine. Safe travels, Commander.
I've had other people in my chat agree with it before, but since it's technically F-Step's property, I think it'd be really cool to implement the original Elite Dangerous into the computer system of fleet carriers. That way people could play that while they wait. Because I doubt that game runs too, like, surely a super old game's not really running that much. Sort of like Pac-Man, like, you should be able to put that on most things.
Frameshift drive charging.
We've not actually since the other co-owner left the company.
4, 3,
I'm sure FDev still owns the IP of it though. I doubt that they would have that be like an open-ended thing. I'm sure that they probably copyrighted it or made some sort of agreement that they still own it.
Ooh, there we go. Oh, useless shovels.
I am actually impressed that so far this entire night we needed one manufactured good hauls and we've just been managed to like coasting through so far. I think that's why they hard pivoted on the lore, because the other guy negotiated keeping the intellectual rights on some stuff. And that's possible. But the guy who had the intellectual rights, I'm surprised that he didn't try to like make his own iteration of the game. Could just be that they didn't know where to actually take it, so they just didn't do it. Majority of the life all over the area, so now we only have Stargoids, Guardians, and like bacteria and bugs. That is one thing that I think would be really cool if they implemented, like a little bit of the Tycoon Park Builder, and then a lot of like the Jurassic Park colonization game. Like that'd be really cool to have like dinosaurs or like even like kaiju. Like you could really expand the universe to have a whole bunch of like crazy things in it. I mean, they already have the procedurally generated planets, so they could do the same thing that No Man's Sky did and just procedurally generate wildlife. That way it feels a little bit more open. I mean, most people have guns or like at least a pistol on their suit, so it's not like people are running around without being able to defend themselves. Well, I'm sure you'll get the bunch that complain about on-the-ground combat, which ironically, I'm joining that brigade on Star Citizen since I can't handle the ground combat stuff anymore because of clouds.
Clouds are always ruining everyone's day.
Ray tracing's ruining everyone's day and people are too dumb to realize it.
Oh my god, you just have a vendetta against ray tracing tonight, don't you?
Always had it. It's not improved a single game. Zero. In fact, they hide behind it and make worse games nowadays because of it.
Minecraft.
What about it?
It's prettier with ray tracing.
Does that game even support it?
Yes.
Really? I'm surprised the game that old actually has it.
Well, see, the thing is, a lot of people use custom shaders and stuff now, and the custom shaders definitely are what's really supported. But like, was it Mudahar? Somebody did a video about wanting to live inside of a Minecraft house with the shader on that made everything look hyper realistic. And the only way it looked that good was because of ray tracing.
On Earth, do I have my cargo hold?
I know what it is. Oh wait, no, I think you do. You do have ray tracing.
What are you talking about?
You do have ray tracing on yours.
Oh, my graphics card?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can enable it. It's just stupid.
Well, you know, all I'm gonna say is, hey man, welcome to being old and crotchety. It's nice to have you.
It has nothing to do with that.
Oh yeah, no, you're turning into me.
No. If it's actually improved the game's performance and made it run better, then that would be one thing.
All I'm hearing is, I don't like new thing, man.
So you think the gaming world's going in a good direction when they use AI to help upscale games to make it run what we were running perfectly fine beforehand with?
No, I don't. But that's like I said, you're becoming like me.
No. That's a reasonable take. It's not like you.
I don't like any of this newfangled BS. So I can get 100. Yeah.
Our game runs so perfect. Just go get a 5080 and quit complaining.
Right. So you can pay this subscription to use our AI server to upscale your games.
I don't know, it's just... I feel like a lot of companies now are hiding behind AI and ray tracing to deliver unoptimized games. Like, if you look back at video game pricing, games worked when they were $20. Like when the PlayStation 2 era, games were relatively cheap. They came out, minimal bugs. Most of the time they were fully playable on release. Obviously that was before the internet era, so you didn't really have too much of a choice. You couldn't like patch it out afterwards.
Scaring me.
And then you move over to the more digital age where like things slowly start going there. The $60 games is where I think everything peaked at the 360 PS3. What?
I did a stupid thing and I'm pissed off.
Ray tracing some titles works though, makes the game beautiful.
Frame shift.
And would your game run better with ray tracing turned off? The thing is, technology should be used to improve it to actually make it run better. And to have something make it look better but have it run worse is like counterintuitive. It's just unoptimized ray tracing. If they could actually get the ray tracing so it makes it look better and make the game perform better, then that would be so much better. But they can't do both. It's either one or the other. I don't understand how. I don't know if it's like an Unreal Engine requirement that's having issues, or if like developers are just half-heartedly doing it. I'll be interesting to see if like Grand Theft Auto handles it so like the ray tracing works and actually helps with frame rates in that game. If they could actually get that technology figured out, then that would be a totally different thing. What happened?
I did a stupid thing and I'm very upset with myself.
What stupid thing did you do?
Well, I had all these sets of plate arms made that were perfect and so good that I got to put my name on them. And I'm supposed to be like turning them in for a reward. And they only want perfect items. And I went and sold them, motherfuckers.
You sold them?
I sold them instead of turning them in. Because
Why on earth would you do that?
It doesn't differentiate.
He's talking about a 30-year-old game.
What about my own stupidity?
Yes, but you're talking about Ultima Online.
Still talking about my own stupidity, though.
Right, but you're not talking about this game, for anyone curious.
No, this is the game I'm playing while I wait on my ship. Could have been instantaneous, but you know, breakdown in communications.
You literally can be upgrading everything else that you're going to need eventually. I bet if you watch it back, I said I scheduled the jump. If you want to put your Corvette inside of my ship and bring it over, you can.
You either said scheduled or you said you're going to schedule. Definitely one or the other.
Well, either way, I was not expecting you to take a while. I thought you were just going to land on my carrier, call your stuff, and then go do a different engineer like I'm doing.
Orbital flight.
Always expect me to do the wrong thing. What the hell? How long have we been doing this?
Oh. Well, I don't see how you don't want shield generators or shield boosters.
Just doing all right.
Yeah, but it'll help with pirates.
Pirates.
Yeah, pirates. You know the thing that we got jumped when me and Mustang brought the artifact in with you at?
You know that thing I was doing great against until you brought all of them down.
But you see, the thing was, there was no instruction manual that said don't bring this technology with you.
I mean, there was somebody who said, "Oh yeah, I forgot. We shouldn't have done that."
That was afterwards.
It was afterwards.
Automated flight control protocol.
Well, I'm fanning for I had no clue what would happen.
Prior to landing.
And now we know.
Authorized. You may proceed to landing pad.
It is the easy way out, isn't it?
Landing gear
What?
deployed.
Not knowing? Oh, yes. I don't know if I like the Mandalay's flight compared to the Phantom.
I know it's super responsive, right?
Yeah, it's a lot more twitchy.
Yeah.
Docking procedure.
Now imagine if you will,
Greetings.
jumping into that off of like the Corvette or the Type 9. I almost flew into a sun the first time.
I feel like whoever made this just likes to troll. Do you remember how that station needed 50? This place also needs 50. But you want to know how much they sell it for?
So 12.
No. 24.
Oh, Oh,
Just enough to make sure you know you have to do 3 trips.
just have to make sure you have to take that 3rd trip. Yep.
They could have easily bumped that up to 25. Just like, all right, 2 trips. I mean, honestly, like this stuff should be 1 trip. Like, there's no real reason for why I'm having to do multiple trips for this, or anyone, for that matter. That's what I'm saying, friend. Like, ray tracing, it doesn't... I haven't seen a single game where it boosts performance and graphics. If they could get both of those working with ray tracing, then that would be a great technology, but we're just not there yet. That's honestly the same reason why I haven't like got on like the whole VR train and stuff. Like, that technology is cool, but it's just not up to like current day tech yet. Like, eventually we'll be able to get like great, amazing graphics in it, but we're just not there yet. And I'm sure some games look good, but the general thing, not just like swinging on one game. Oh, this game looks great. Yeah, but the other games don't look realistic. Hey, Famine, how's it going tonight? 7 from a fuel rat. Sniper was a fuel rat for a day.
Yep. And I was amazing at it. No complaints.
I don't remember that's what the Uber said.
No complaints, no fatalities.
It was when I first got the game, he was my tutor for it. And I ran out of fuel, and he was there. So I convinced him to try to save me. And he was playing on his phone or something. He came into the area, boosted through, and he almost crashed into me and killed me. Or no, I think he did crash into me and almost killed me. We lived!
I meant to press 1 and I pressed tab instead.
Did you get 10 rescues in a day, Sniper?
No. Just you.
10 rescues equals a fuel rat ship emblem? Oh, is there actual an emblem for it in the game? That's cool. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I bet the other 9 would have been much more appreciative too.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're definitely... or I'm at least your first customer that can leave you a complaint.
Yep.
So you can only go up from there.
Charlie, Romeo, Echo. This is the Flight Operations Department.
Unless you kill somebody on accident.
You're as ungrateful as an Uber passenger. What do you mean you don't stock Avion?
Actually, I have a great answer to that. Sniper, grant him permission to post a photo since I don't know how to do it.
What am I posting?
Famine says, may I link a photo? I don't know how to grant the permission for that.
You would have to make somebody up. You'd have to make a moderator, I think.
Request approved. Set down a landing pad.
Or you just post it in Discord.
That's why people have those little buttons.
What, the ban button? What do I have to... Who needs it? What?
Not the ban button, the little mod button. There you go. You have temporary access to post a thing and then I can remove it afterwards. I know one of the ED partners is a fuel rat. I can't remember who it is though.
1,000 meters from touchdown.
I remember him talking about it in one of his streams. I think it was Orange Phoenix, maybe? I don't remember if it was him or not. Nice smooth landing.
Landing complete. Clear to disembark.
Resolute. Ooh, that looks cool.
To ensure safety within the station, be considerate of other vessels when passing.
You know, I've only ever actually named one ship in this entire game. Not just because the viewer was like, hey, can I name this? And I was sure. Sniper, have you even named your ship yet?
Nah.
Then I think Mustang named my fleet carrier for me. He was joking at the time when he named it, but I stuck with it.
Docking bay access.
I've only named one ship so far in the entire game.
Landing
Because
complete.
my,
Restrict speed.
what was it?
Clear of the station perimeter.
Wasn't the Phantom? Oh, the Python. I named my Python. You flying an unnamed ship? That's bad luck. Man, don't worry, bad luck always follows me. Well, what's a good name for a Mandalay?
Light delayed? Aha.
My wife likes to name my ships and choose the color. They usually end up blue. It said light delayed?
Light, slightly delayed.
Oh, slightly delayed. Why is it not doing the thing? Oh, well, that's because I'm already there, that's why. Good reason. Made by Howie Mandel, you can't use it.
Frameshift drive
I'll have to think on a good name. One is Echoes of Eternity. Well, that's a good name. I've actually been planning on buying the Mandalay for the longest time. I was using the Crate Phantom since it... Basically, you can get about the exact same. Out of curiosity, since you're an official fuel rat, what is the best fuel mileage you're able to get out of your Mandalay? My miner is called the Infinite Weath? Is it Weath or Wealth, friend?
I thought you said something completely different and stuff, but I was doing look over.
Infinite Wealth, there we go. That I said something different?
Yeah.
I am helping the Water or the Vatterman LLC. You get 184 with your jump range?
Give me two.
I think mine's at, what, 98 so far? $82, but I put a bunch of components on to upgrade. I think we're usually like around 88 or 98. Oh, 1.84 hours for fuel. What's your maximum jump range at? If you know off the top of your head, if not, it's not a huge biggie. I was just curious. Interesting to see if my Mandalay's build is decent or not. Although I've been putting some random engineering stuff on, that way I can just upgrade my combat ships easier. Oh, you use 60.76, okay. I got mine so it jumps a little bit further. Still working on it though? So I found underclocking a lot of parts and putting like a much weaker stuff on makes for a much better jump range. I'm sure you probably already know that, but that's how I ended up getting mine so high. I put a lot of size 4 and size 3 stuff in where the size 6 and 7 usually are. I think the only thing I'm missing in this one is my vehicle bay. I don't remember if I put it on or not.
Orbital flight engaged.
So what do you think, Sniper? Do you like the Mandalay or you like the Anaconda better for exploration?
Mandalay.
Are the pre-built ships worth getting? Well, that's a hard question to answer. So if you're looking to min-max things, just so you're aware, like if you pay attention to what components are actually sold with the ship, everything that's stock on that ship, you get to repay 100% free in the game. So like if they have a sale for like a ship designed for Thargoid hunting and you're looking to do a whole bunch of Thargoid fighting, that's basically going to be a free check to every single time you die. You're not going to have to spend millions to repair compared to like a ship that you buy in game. So that's one of the bigger advantages. Also, do not take something off that ship. Well, it's okay if you take it off. You'll just have to pay more to repair it eventually. But worst case scenario, if you ended up like doing a crazy build and you don't like it, you can store everything and then you can sell the ship and you can pull it back out again since you paid for it with real money. It don't come with all the components that it had stock with your purchase. So whatever the purchase was supposed to come with is what it comes with every time you re-get it.
Peterson, Charlie, Romeo, Echo. Automated flight control protocol initiated. Please submit a request prior to landing.
That's what I did with one of my Corsairs. I got one designed for hunting pirates and I have one designed for Thargoids. This one came a little bit better equipped with fighting pirates. There was no need to fight it trying to put other parts on. Although that's still one thing that I don't think we figured out yet, Sniper. Does engineering the parts that come stock with your purchased ships, is that a free repair still, or do you have to pay more?
Can you engineer it?
Yeah.
I don't even know if you can engineer it.
Not paying $15.99 a month for new ads.
Ship secured. Greetings, Commander.
Got you, buddy. No worries. That's another thing we need to figure out eventually, Sniper. Can we actually engineer it? 2. 80 Vanderman. Clearly, you could just be happy with 48. You don't need 50. Amazon Prime is a lifesaver? Honestly, I usually wait a long time. Then whenever I buy stuff on Amazon, they're like, hey, would you like to upgrade to Amazon Prime for $1 per month? It's like, sure, I can do that. And I just get caught up in all my shows and order things whenever I get it free. But I'm bad about that. Also, don't order too much stuff online. What about you, Sniper? Where you live, is everything mostly like oriented towards online sales now? I am using the UI changer.
So I should claim the 10 before.
I really like being able to click F1 and just clear all the engineering clutter whenever you're fighting. Plus, like, also altering the cockpit lighting and stuff's nice too. I usually use ED Copilot, but I don't think she'd be too useful for what we're doing today. So she's having a little bit of a nap.
Automated flight control protocol now offline. Thank you, Commander.
Yeah, I like the app too. What color scheme do you usually rock with? I was going to change the colors like every other week, and then I've just sort of forgot to change out of this one, so I've been with it for several months now. This one I think is the most minimalistic though. It's like a blue and a gold. will say though, at least Amazon Prime, the only advantage it has over other places, you can also get delivery stuff with your membership compared to like Disney Plus, Netflix. They're sort of slacking on the content. Where's Thargoid contact? Yeah, thanks for following. Sorry, I got distracted there. Have you been to the first Thargoid contact, Sniper?
Which one? What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, I assume there are only one. There's a place in Lave called the First Thargoid Contact. So I was curious if you ever been to it.
No, huh?
I wonder if it's a story or what it actually is. I guess it'd probably be an audiobook. Buy 2 of these because the man wants 50 instead of 48. And then we'll go check that out before we head over to the system.
All right.
And last time...
Bedtime for me.
Oh, I guess it is 4 in the morning. Did you get your lasers upgraded? Somewhat.
Ship here yet?
Well, if there's any other ships that you're wanting to upgrade, Sniper, you may as well call them to the fleet carrier, because I'll just leave it in that system.
Those are the only 2. Everything else is for a different purpose.
Gotcha.
And cargo.
That's another thing we need to... Oh! Power distributor. That's another big one for mining that we need to make sure we get grade 5.
Could help.
I want to say it was Jasper? He was the one that originally gave us the tip that if you swap over to power distributor focused on, I think it's weapons, be able to do better cooling for the lasers so they stay on longer.
Oh, on my Type 8, my laser's run indefinitely.
Definitely.
Yeah. Alright, just hold it down and it'll go forever.
Yeah, but you can get a ship with more lasers.
Well, yeah, but as of right now, mine's indefinite. And should I get a ship with more lasers someday?
Like the Python.
Yeah, like the Python. But as it stands right now with my Type 8, which does a perfectly fine job, lasers go on forever. They don't even overheat.
Does one use Prime to skip ads? So Prime grants you 1 Twitch membership per month. Basically, you would just use that Twitch Prime membership to subscribe to my channel, then you'd skip the ads for a month. Or anyone's channel, technically.
Landing complete. Command system shut down.
Yeah, they're really just trying to discourage people from doing that, man.
By 4, just in case. Hey, thank you. What do you mean they're trying to discourage people from doing that?
Like, yeah, used to, until the little price increase, used to, like right now, where it's counting down the amount of days I've got left, I could just go ahead and resub, but now you have to wait until you're unsub before you can resub. Only thing you can choose to do is upgrade to paying with my money.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go see what this first Thargoid contact is. You died. Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, we all do that.
So, you said you were back from a long break. Did you actually do, like, the last, like, Titan fight? Capped to be earlier, that's right as an ad played. What are the odds of it expiring, like, right before an ad? That has to be, like, the world's worst luck in that. Missed all the fighting. Well, that stinks. So, do you have a anti-corrosive cargo rack?
Frameshift drive charging.
You don't necessarily need it, so it'll help with what I'm about to say though. Titan Cosijo is found over in the Soul system if you have a permit to that. You're able to get Titan Drive components. Basically, you're able to get a pre-engineered size 5 FS, or actually, I think they have all sizes except for size 1. But you're able to get a pre-engineered FSD booster that comes with long-range boost and a faster boot sequence. And it's just so much better than the pre-SCO drive, so I definitely recommend grabbing those. If you don't have them yet. I run them in all my ships. Do you play with HOTAS? I play Flight Sims, and this looks cool. I do play with HOTAS. I have the X52 SATEX. So they're really old version of what Logitech sells. Well, before Logitech sells them, technically. What HOTAS do you use? Yeah, you're welcome. I tried mouse and keyboard with Space Games, but it just seems way more natural to use these. I have the Thrustmaster Chief Flight HOTAS one. How do you like that one? I got the Tobii Eye Tracker too, but I haven't really used it too much Elite Dangerous. Especially for this kind of stuff. I could see it more for like combat stuff. It's really cool being able to like look around the cockpit. I went to the Thrustmaster, HOTAS Soul R2, Logitech Throttle, and Windwing Ursa Minor. Good entry-level setup. Well, that's cool. Ah, you're going for the dual stick setup. I don't know if I'd be able to do that or not. I like the HOTAS setups that I have currently. I think the dual sticks would be kind of hard to like get used to originally, but I'm sure after a while that would probably be way more natural. You'd have a lot more like flight directions. As it sits now, my HOTAS has like a little D-pad thing at the very top, and I just use that for my left and right thrusters. Honestly though, if you like the way Elite Dangerous looks, they have a lot of content when it comes to like space flying, engineering upgrades. They have fighting Thargoids, which is basically like this alien plant species that shoots like lightning bolts at you. So I think you'd have a lot of fun. But it's not near as complicated to fly as other games like, it's not Star Citizen, what's that other game? Single player one. Think of the name currently. It's fairly intuitive flight system in this game though. Best way to say it. They hurt, just saying, don't fly Thargoids till you're ready. They do hurt a little bit. So just target you? You're speaking data? Downloaded? Okay. It definitely looks like a vibe. I think I'll scope it out on sale. Hold on, let me check real quick. So I'm not on the normal Twitch page, hold on. So, another thing that I will say, a lot of the time if you're wanting the game through Epic, yeah, hold on, let me check real quick. Bum, 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 no. Maybe not, they must have removed it off. I was going to say Elite Dangerous is pretty often given away on Twitch through Epic Games. If you're wanting it from Steam though, just so you know, there's like the base game and then there's the Odyssey DLC, so it is going to be a little bit different though. So I guess that would be what would that be under? Knowledge base?
The Thargoids. Human Thargoid contact. The Thargoids are a non-human race with a history of hostility towards humanity. The first recorded encounter with a Thargoid ship took place in 2849, although earlier undocumented encounters are believed to have taken place. In the years that followed, contact with lone Thargoid vessels was intermittently reported. Humanity clashed with the Thargoids in the 32nd century, but details of the conflict remained scarce for many years, and it proved difficult to differentiate authentic accounts of Thargoid encounters from the sensationalist media stories of the time. The discovery of abandoned intergalactic naval reserve arm bases in 3303 did much to dispel the fog, however. The INRA, a joint federal imperial initiative established in 3193, was responsible for researching the Thargoids and developing technologies to counter their aggression. But the organization's lack of accountability meant that the details of its research did not come to light until years after its dissolution. Almost all of the reliable data concerning the Thargoids has been sourced from INRA facilities. This data, originally deemed highly confidential, was declassified in 3304, following a resolution from the federal government and an imperial decree. Some controversy over the backing and funding of the INRA remains, however.
That's really cool they included all that. Alright, so hold on. So we need to go to... Now, we'll emphasize as a new Elite Dangerous player if you're considering it. They sell ships, like if you're used to games like Star Citizen, basically you're able to purchase a ship if you want to. The only difference is this game you actually earn enough money to buy new ships when they come out, so you don't necessarily need to. The main perk is they'll come with components that you won't have to actually spend time farming, and every time your ship blows up you get to basically repair your ship for free. Just being able to like bug spray the Thargoids and they evaporate. Select the Colossus and the Stellaris, literally a Death Star in Star Wars, but you can do more than blow a planet. Remind me of the Protoss wave, which started the Titan War, that can basically choose to blow up planets and do a Halo ring wave, which wipes off a planet, or it can literally devolve species on a planet. Imagine if the Protoss wave was strong like that. We actually started the war with Thargoids by expanding into their space. So, we were kind of talking about it earlier before you joined. It's one thing that I was like trying to figure out like if it would actually be cool or not. If they had like a gate that actually like teleported you from like the bubble over to Colonia, or even if the gate took you from like currently where we're at to over in like the Thargoid territory, I think it'd be really cool if they made like an 8-person raid, like actually like involve the community to like encourage to be playing more together. So you can have 4 people like flying around in the air and then 4 people like on a ground mission, and sort of give like a little bit more content with that. Because I do think that the Odyssey was a really cool expansion, but they haven't really like built upon the ground stuff too much. So I think if they found a way to like incorporate it so people like can actually like play together in that way, and even if it's based on like peer-to-peer, like 8 people, that's what games used to do a long time ago. So I think that'll be completely fine still in the old system with 4 ships. I want a pet Thargoid that flies around the ship with me. Thargoid fighters that don't need to hire a pilot for. I don't know. I feel like something like that would like reinvigorate the player base for the people that like to fight Thargoids. And also adding in like raid content or dungeons or something like that would maybe keep a little bit more people sticking around for it. Can you imagine having a Hydra or Medusa follow you? Well, apparently back in the original Elite Dangerous games, you could actually like pilot a Thargoid vessel. Which that would be another really cool thing too. I feel like a Hydra would be much more scary than a Medusa. Trying to slow it down, and it's just not wanting to slow. We're coming in way too hot, and I think we're still going to be stuck 100 meters out, aren't we? Desio drives are made from Thargoid tech because it's the same drive the Titans use. So where do you think they'll go with the story, Famine? Do you think that they're going to push the Thargoid stuff? Do you think that they're going to push more of the Guardian stuff? Or do you think that they're going to add in like a whole other faction they haven't actually touched on yet? You hope all three. So I know the ground stuff has been a little bit more of like controversy in the community, and like not too many people actually like using it, but I think it's actually pretty good the way they set it up. I like the way the shields look and everything else. Oh, rabbit hole elite lore, do not go down that rabbit hole. We'll be gone for weeks. Yeah, I know a lot of people were talking about like the super old games too. It's cool that they have like so much like deep lore and everything's like changed throughout the years. Do you play other space games, or is Elite Dangerous your main game? I don't know if it's going to be fun or not, but I'm really excited for Jump Ship. It looks like it would be a fun version of like Star Citizen and Elite combined into one game. With a little bit more realistic graphics compared to like Void Crew. ED is your main? Nice.
Landing gear deployed.
Seems like a lot of people in the Elite community have sort of got put off a little bit whenever Thargoids sort of quit being the main focus, so I'm interested to see like where they actually go from here. Alright, so don't have any of you. 8 of you. We definitely can't get to grade 5. Grade 2. Okay, grade 4 with the thermal booster. Go with thermal this time. When I first started playing, we had like the Thargoids attacking everything, so I skipped a lot of the engineering and like went straight into like fighting. So right now I'm just sort of getting a little bit caught up on the engineers that I think are like the main focus. Although this one's mostly for like pirate hunting. But I figured there's, you know, a decent amount of engineers that you want to at least like focus on primarily and then branch out from there. I don't think like the Olympic controller dude's really going to be too much of a difference, or like the refinery guy. All that I'm sure we can come into play like later on, but I don't think that's like a one you really need to focus on in the beginning. Slowly moving up. Maximum grade reached. Nice. So this dude was the shield boosters. Got mass power jaw, blast resistance, kinetic booster, thermal resistance. So I guess we would probably do heavy duty for this since we did thermal with the other one. I don't think blast is going to be too big of a deal. Yeah, we'll do heavy duty. Alright, so that's pinned, so you're good. Alright, so we got shield boosters, shield generators, those are good. Engines, thrusters, I don't think this dude has everything, but ignore that for now. Blaster McQueen. So we got power distributors. Okay, so the modification be applied to the engines up to the maximum grade with the dweller. Station is in the exclusive zone of the sun. Ooh, did you go to a cool place? That's cool. Okay, so I just have to fly there and change the pin on you. The Tempest Station. Have you gone over to the lamppost area where it has like the super fast station spinning around? Now we have the pulse lasers, we don't have to have that one pinned anymore. What do you mean it's fixed? They don't spin anymore? What? I thought they did that intentionally. I knew they made a bobblehead, but I didn't realize that they stopped it from spinning uncontrollably.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, that's kind of sad. I thought that was a cool thing.
4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
I mean, theoretically it makes sense, like architecturally wise, you don't want to have something like that in an area it's gotta be supercharged. Yeah, I'm curious to see how long we can actually start naming systems or if they'll take it away because of names like that. I assume that's why we can't name factions anymore. Which is kind of a shame. I feel like either you need to have like some sort of like reputation inside the game, like if you played long enough that you'd be able to name a faction, or I don't know, maybe like content creators or somebody like actually being able to like name people in the game again. So I feel like that was like one thing that was really unique. Yeah, people are always going to ruin it.
Frameshift drive charging.
Which is a shame. Or make it to where the name has to be approved. I think that's how it was originally, and obviously, you know, if thousands of people are doing it, it's just going to overwhelm the system. Well, I guess then they'd probably just pay some guy to click through a name and be like, oh, this is dumb. Denied, denied. Approved. Ah, you're fine. Approved. Oh, someone probably could just watch a video and do that though, so maybe it wouldn't be too bad. A little bit hot. Honestly, I'm still not sure if I like the Mandalay or the Phantom better. So I think I'm only getting like 10 extra light unladen jump range for this. I think the Phantom has like a little bit more natural handling to me. Exactly, like that would actually be a really easy job. And honestly, the way things are going, realistically, we're probably getting to the point to where they could probably load that up into an AI program and it automatically filters out words that they don't want to have. And then they could have, you know, automatically filter out like 80%, and then they can manually review the last 20% or something like that. If YouTube and Twitch are smart enough to have like a little filter to actually like find out words that they think would be offensive, I bet they would be able to do it. I would happily do it if they would pay me.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Log 8 hours a day doing it? I wonder how many people are actually still naming systems. Another one of my community members mentioned it earlier. He brought up the fact that he would like to have a ship that holds just like more cargo to like move things back and forth. And I do think that would be a nice quality of life thing, or even having like the ability to like have AI like take it from your fleet carrier off to like another one of these places to distribute. They need to do something, which I mean I know it's in beta, so they have stuff to think about on it. But it definitely gets a little bit tedious moving like 20,000 stuff at a time. The Panther Clipper is supposed to hold a bit more than the Type 9. Honestly, I use the cutter all the time for storage. So it's a completely controversial build, and I know a lot of people hate the build that I made for it. But I designed my cutter for maximum storage and jump range. So I took all the stuff that I have in my exploration ship, and that's basically like the main power setup for my cutter. And then I have it so it holds, I think it's 760 storage with the 59 unladen jump range.
Docking permission authorized. You may...
I mainly built it for colonization stuff though, that I can actually like jump across like the different systems. A lot of people don't like it because it doesn't have shield. But it was just something that was in the way and adds more weight, so in that build I don't have any shield, it's just doing the best that it's able to. I believe it's 760.
Landing gear deployed.
It's either like 759, 760s, like somewhere around there.
Docking procedure completed. Ship secured.
Type 9 doesn't have shields? Oh, you probably use a similar build than what I do then. Pretty sure it's weapon capacity that we need, so we'll pin this one. Type 9 doesn't have shields and it holds 760. What kind of jump range do you have on your Type 9? for following. But I refuse to take the scoop off. Oh, most definitely. I keep the scoop on mine too. Greetings, commanders. Thanks so much for following. Up it's like 34 light years. Oh, you're talking about stock? Oh, no. Sorry, that was someone else. So, pretty sure I use like literally this exact same build that I have on my exploration ship. I'll show you what I got right now. I know that you could probably change some stuff around, but I found that you're actually able to underclock a lot of stuff, especially for like ships just designed for cargo, so you're not really able to like protect it really. But that doesn't really matter if you're just trying to like go across. Are you unlocking every engineer? I'm unlocking the ones that I think are important, but for the most part, yeah. We're basically just taking all the important ones to grade 5 tonight. So I actually downsized the power plant to 4A because these weigh a lot less and you're able to get enough power to actually power everything up. Thrusters, obviously, I like to go fast. I don't really like going slow, so I keep this as another grade A thing. SEO drive, I also go with pre-engineered because there's no reason not. Life support, obviously 4D. And then this is where a lot of the weight comes down from. Power distributor, if you swap that to a grade 2, you're still able to power everything on that you need to and still have everything operational. Sensors, obviously you go with the smallest ones you can. Then for the most part, you just want to have a frame shift booster on. You don't really need a shield, and then you can have a ton of storage. And then obviously 0 hard points. But yeah, I run that same setup for my exploration ships and my cargo ship. Why the shield boosters? Well, currently I've just been running around and the shield boosters are just extra stuff. Yeah, I don't need them on the ship. I was literally just at the shield booster engineer earlier. So that's the only reason why they're on there. This is just extra stuff. I don't think it's really weighing us down too much. I think it's 2 light years per one. .3 or so. Alright, so hold on. So we got... I wish you could like look and see like in the corner here like what you actually have pinned. Every gram matters. That is true. Seems like a lot of the stuff is close by though, so I hate being at the perfect speed going to a planet and then just start speeding up. Oh, I hate doing that so much. So we got the shield boosters, shield generators, which we don't really care about those. Frame shift drive, that's good, so we don't need you. I guess I could go over to this dude now that all of our stuff's over there. Then I suppose eventually we could check out this life support guide just to see if we can actually make that way less. Although the 25 occupied escape pods, that's just going to be the most annoying one so far. I believe that's actually most of the major ones knocked out already. Hold on, does she do grade 5 armor too? Let's see here. Felicity, Furman, or Haratani? Engineer your scanner yet? I have the pre-engineered one. So that is another good one. Pretty sure we did Tani earlier. Quint Glean. Oh, the detailed surface scanner? Light stick fell off. Let's see here. I don't think we've actually upgraded that one yet. I guess that would be good for exploration ship. So hold on. So we need power plants, power distributors. Is that? Oh, that's why it's actually the wrong thing up. That one is really good on grade 5. Ooh, yeah, we'll definitely have to grab that for the exploration one. Okay, Celine Jean does both, that's why. Jumped out of orbital flight at 1 kilometer, Jameson crash site, and had a heart attack. Why'd you almost have a heart attack? That's not good. Let's see here. Is that the guy that we're going to have to go to for the scanners then? Oh, Li Chong, Haratani both have that. Okay, so we already got both those up. Then it kept getting closer and closer, and I thought I was dead. I've done that before. I guess we could just have a peek over and see what you actually do for this one. So it looks like the Haratani I should be able to stop by and get our DSS up, so we don't have to worry about that. Armor and whole health. Ooh, module upgrades. It's the one we haven't done yet. Oh, never mind. Alright, so this is saying Yuri. This guy, apparently we have to go to him. It's weird because the other website was saying it differently before. Alright, so that guy doesn't matter. Sarge can grade 5 collector limpet, fuel transfer limpet, hatchbreaker limpet, prospector limpet. Gary Ishmak can also grade 5 mine launchers, sensors, and frameshift wake scanners. I guess let's check and see which one. So let's see. So we got either Haratani or Bilter. I'm amazed so far that we haven't actually ran into a situation to where we have to swap our parts around. So we'll have to wait and see like what all we actually end up with. Well, maybe in like a week or two we might go back to more raw materials if people still need that. Don't mind jump the fleet carrier if anyone does.
Ship released. Departure authorized.
Hopefully not though. But I think the plan is to make like a decent medium-sized fighting ship. Finish upgrading this exploration ship.
Frameshift drive charged.
Thargoid ship. Then the mining ship, and that'll cover most of our bases there.
4.
Which the mining stuff's low priority, because I mean, for the most part, it's relatively efficient. They're too close.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to like buy another frameship booster, but I'll have to see what's on my cutter currently. But I believe I had it set up for like 59 jump range or something. I made a video on it when the colonization first dropped, and that's whatever I have set up in that video is what I was rocking with. I believe it was basically identical setup to my exploration ship though. I think I tried to like take all the components off and just put it on that one to see how far I can go. Because I cared more about what we could actually haul and then how far. So I wasn't sure like if we'd have to jump like all the way across the galaxy for things. Which it turns out you don't really have to too frequently, but it does help sometimes.
Frameshift drive charging.
If you're new to Elite Dangerous, I do recommend having a couple plugins. So EDHM is really nice to have your HUD, that we can distract or remove some of the clutter that's on your mini map there. Basically, you'll have white dots for engineering that's all cluttered around. What are you wearing on your head, by the way? Oh, it's a flight cap that I made. I still need to like finish the rest of the design. Trying to decide if I want to have it set so there's like an actual speaker on it, that way you don't have to wear a headset. Or if I want to have it set so it has like either a plastic snap or like a leather place to actually hold like earbuds. Yeah, I thought it fit space games. Do a little bit of leather working on the side. Though I never actually finished the front bezel on it. But I was mainly trying to decide if I want to like put the wiring through that or what. So I'm waiting to figure out what kind of design would look the best first. Like an old school bomber headset? Yeah, I have to look and see if I can find a blueprint for one.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
How long have you played Elite Dangerous? You said you've been a fuel rat. Seems like a lot of experienced people always end up eventually turning into the fuel rats.
4, 3, 2.
I'm curious to see if the fuel rats are going to expand into other games or if they're going to stick mostly to Elite Dangerous. +1,000 hours into it. Nice! Now, if we have much luck, we're going to go here, and we're going to be fine. I don't think you could really make fuel rats in any other genre, realistically. I wasn't talking about any other genre, but like Star Citizen or other like space games around there. They have that potential once they actually add in proper like fueling to other people's ships. We'd be like, Starbase, but the game isn't popular enough to justify. There's has some that are in that rescue group. Oh, really? I used to play both Star Citizen and Elite Dangerous a lot on my channel, and then Elite Dangerous just has a lot better performance. And honestly, I really like fighting like the Thargoids and all like the different stuff in Elite Dangerous that you can do. It's really cool. Plus, I at least have enough money to fly around with the big ships and have fun. Although, ironically, I still use the medium ships anyways.
Hull integrity compromised.
Back over to the ugly brain planet. Oh, the Med Runners, gotcha. Yeah, we ran into a few experiences like them. Yeah, so the fuel rats are a lot more friendly when it, from my experience at least. When Sniper first got Star Citizen, we were trying to get him like some money to start out with, and in that game, doing they call it illegal activities. You're not actually like doing PvP and killing players, but basically you are doing something where the game deems you a criminal and they try to like arrest you technically, or they'll put a bounty for a player to kill you. Is the better way of saying it. It's not really police chase you. But anyways, one of the Med Runners got in a huffy puff because we were trying to turn the tower off. That way Sniper could do a mission to make him some decent money to actually afford a ship. They thought Sniper in a little strider ship was a very huge threat, so they kept spawn killing him, and Sniper was not very happy. Which is kind of stinks. People like that always like ruins the name of a community, because that's the first thing I think of whenever I hear Med Runner. Even though I know that a lot of them are actually trying to do good, but it just takes one or two bad characters to do that kind of stuff.
Charlie, Romeo, Echo. Automated flight control protocol initiated.
You had a rat that way?
Prior to landing.
What, they just go to a place to kill a person or something? Or what do you mean?
Proceed to landing pad 02.
Lighting gear deployed.
Likes to stream snipe in private groups. Huh. Thankfully, we haven't actually had any issues with that. Everyone who's stopped by my chat's normally pretty chill and usually either does engineering stuff with us, or we had a lot doing the Thargoids when it was first around.
Ship secured. Greetings, Commander.
You're supposed to be grade 5, honey. You apply by following engineers up to the maximum successful grade, Bill Turner and Felicity Farseer. To be fair, you play in a private group, I guarantee you drop in a public session and someone sees you, they'll look you up and try to lurk your stream snipe if you're in the area they're in. I mean, maybe. I don't invite anyone that joins our world though, so I don't really... I don't know. Do it when fuel ready. Message in chat real quick. Won't say name in public. Huh, interesting. Okay, so if this isn't the engineer. So I mean, I guess we could try that Bill Turner dude. I'm pretty sure I got him. He doesn't take kindly to attacking the rats. Oh, most definitely. The fuel rats. I was actually going to make a video on it one time, but I never actually got around to it. They managed to save me one time when I was out in the middle of nowhere exploring, because, well, I didn't think about having everything I needed. Mr. Turner, you are not in a situation we could use you in. Did they change it or something? You go on our site and make a request to stream what it's like to use fuel rats. Oh, is that an actual thing? That's cool. I was just going to go out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, that makes a lot more sense. They must have changed this guy's original upgrades. That just says plasma accelerators and utilities. You've been banned for a month for doing it just to get a vid. Oh, really? Huh. Why? Guess that leaves Yuri Izmak and Lori Jameson. I don't think we're anywhere near her. Oh, my bad, buddy. Hold on. There you go. Now you're able to post it. Fulfilled your initial contract providing at least 100,000 credits worth of federal combat bonds, which I mean, that won't be too bad to do. You're not supposed to be it, so let's see. Big Chewing, I'm pretty sure that was another guy on the list. Alright, so let's try to head over to you and see if you have it. Alright, mine's on my rat ship that check out the FSDs. Really? That's pretty crazy. Can't remember. Guess hold on.
Ship released. Departure authorized.
Well, we'll figure it out once we get to the next location. I might have the pre-engineered surface scanners. Never used them? Hope I never have to. Do you prefer playing in open or private groups?
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3.
We started out originally in a private group, and I just haven't actually left this private group yet. Originally it was mainly because either or doesn't bug me. The only thing that's hard about this game in PvP, in my opinion, is when you're going against people who don't have like fully engineered stuff, you're really at a huge disadvantage. You're going to be weaker regardless. It's kind of hard to balance that kind of stuff. Most people set the emblem on my ship and bugger off. Well, that's nice. Don't recommend in public, at least in popular areas. Yeah, I've only ever been in public once, and that was because I ran out of fuel and I had to get the fuel rats to help. That was when I first started playing. And also, that was before Sniper originally mentioned like the acronym for fuel, but I didn't quite understand it at the beginning, what he was talking about. Do fuel rats have a system?
Drive charging.
View them. Let me jump across real quick and then I'll look it up. I assume you guys are talking about colonization stuff, right? We had the system beforehand? I don't think I've ever actually seen it. It's actually pretty close to me. Have ever been here? Nope, never actually have. With the old player-based factions, right? Oh, there was an original old player-based faction? Oh, sorry, never mind. I see what you're saying, friend. You're talking about name of the old faction people originally. Yeah, for a second there, I thought you meant you could actually like colonize the system like you can today, just a different way back then.
3, 2, 1.
Chomp, head over to this entity real quick, see if they actually sell what we need. If not, we will worry about where the next one's at. Though honestly, we might head back over to the laser guy and start upgrading from there.
System scan complete. Frameshift drive charging.
I have a feeling we're going to run out of parts for the blazers, which is why I'm avoiding them. So far, we've managed to like skirt through the area, so we've gotten lucky, but I don't know if we're going to keep that same momentum. Then we'll have to figure out what to do next week, if it's going to be exploration or combat stuff. It would be fun to start finding systems again. It's been a while since we did one of those. Need to actually like favorite a place that I find though. I found a bunch of places, I don't even remember what it was called. Let's see if anyone at James' crash site is in open. Ooh. What ship do you use for your fuel rat? Want to see you somehow pick up on how to use the Neutron Star on your first time because you got that streamer intuition. I think you're just trying to kill me, friends. I wasn't sure if you had a go-to fuel rat ship or not. Figured most of you guys probably used exploration ships for it.
Orbital flight engaged.
Oh, I guess well, of course he doesn't really have that good of a jump range. It's got decent thrusters though. Now, if I wanted to do that, I'd tell you to use a white dwarf. The white dwarf much harder to use? Use a Corvette and a jump Conda. You know, I've still yet to actually buy an Anaconda. I got the Corvette though, but I don't. Yeah, I'm still yet to buy a Conda. I did claim the black and gold skin though for the Conda whenever they did the 10-year anniversary. 20-year, whatever it was. The community says the white dwarfs are more dangerous, but they're slower and more stable. They just do more damage to your steam module over a shorter amount of time.
Peterson, Charlie, Romeo, Echo, commencing automated flight control routine. Please observe docking protocols. Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 07.
Yeah. I'll lend gear my help too. Also, their exclusion zone is harder to play around with it because it's smaller. Are you talking about with the white dwarf?
Touchdown complete. Engaging ship restraints. Your arrival has been noted.
Ooh, only got one mechanical equipment. Basically, I can take it up to grade 3. Yeah. At least we can pin this one. I believe it's the wide angle that we want, right? I mastered using the FSD boost on White Dwarf. It was never really difficult for me though because of how stable they are. Wait, hold on. What did I just undo? Never mind. We'll keep that pinned. See, I believe it's the wide angle that we want. Yeah. Alright, so we'll go with you. I'm gonna make it weigh a little bit more though. Which I mean, this will be more than what we had before at least. Yeah, I'll have to see if I accidentally bump into one along the journey here, friend. I'll definitely try it. Alright, so we take it up to 3, and then we just don't have the mechanical equipment on us. So eventually we'll be able to trade down for that and get the last 2 levels. Not too worried about the surface skater, though. Got plenty of tin. Alright, so let's just bite the bullet. Let's see what we got here. So we need to head over to... Oh, sorry, hold on. There's a handful of white dwarfs in the bubble, but honestly, in your section you have to actually go out of your way to find it. We'll check out Fulham. It's not too far away from where we're at.
engaged. Commence departure.
But yeah, I was trying to figure out like a way to actually make the plate hat fully functional, and then I might start trying to sell some, see if people are actually interested in wearing them. It'd be kind of cool to make like the plate hats actually be like usable, that way you don't have to wear your headset the whole time. So I think the flight hat's actually much more comfortable than the headset. Plus you don't have like the whole pressure on the top of your head. SRV got shot. Ooh, by a player or a person? Or AI, I mean. AI or a person? By the way, Famine, just in case you were interested in it, a friend pointed out to me earlier that Stellaris is on a free weekend, so if you haven't actually tried it, maybe worth checking out if you're interested. By a player? That's not good. It didn't take long at all. You just swapped over to open like a second ago. I have officially made it over to your system. I forgot we basically turned everything off. Let's see, is this already like a full-fledged system? Like, were you guys able to colonize it? Oh, the home system of the fuel rat's mischief. Look for fuel, you come to the right place. Although the fuel rats can be found everywhere in the galaxy, some of these philanthropic rodents, they love of all things fuel. Think of this place as home away from home, where they can refit, restock before heading out in the dark to save another commander from a dry tank and death by asphyxiation. Don't get stranded, call the fuel rats. 27 million population, that's actually pretty big. Commander Barney, he feels bad now. Oh, did he realize that you were a fuel rat? That's really cool that you guys are actually able to like fully like write the lore in your system. I think that's what some people were kind of hoping they'd be able to do with this whole colonization thing. And then obviously the name that you said earlier, I think people like that are the reason why they weren't able to go as in-depth as they should have been able to. Huh, this is cool. You guys actually have like your whole system here. Gonna have to look up and see if this is actual like real star location or if they just made that. If it's a real star, that's cool. And if they made it that, you know, that's cool too, since it's so close to the fuel in the name. Should be fuel rat carries though. What are you talking about? Oh, the system should have fuel rat carriers. Yeah, there you go. Now all of them popped up by a fuel scoop things. Dark side of the moon. That's the rat nest. Which one's yours? The mischief maker. Ah. Yours is called the Big Cheese. That's really cool that you guys actually have like your own system. Mischief Maker, the Big Cheese. Oh, you don't have one. Gotcha. Rat's Nest, Mischief Maker, and the Big Cheese. All 3 rat carriers. How come you don't have one? You just don't like the monthly or weekly expense to it?
Frameshift drive charging.
Ah, you're still getting your ships. Gotcha. Yeah, I made a lot of my money when the Thargoid War was going on. Then afterwards, obviously, it's been a little bit slower to make money. Still occasionally go out there and fight Thargoids over in the Pleiades, though. Which is much harder to do in space compared to on the ground. I really wish they would have like a place that's a little bit more consistent where like trying to defend the ground ports, because it's really cool being able to like show new players how to actually like fight the Thargoids without having to worry about the storm. With all ships, and I think for 5 to 7 billion, you shouldn't be able to have but a fuel bill.
Frameshift drive charging.
5 to 7 billion. Can't remember how much I fully spent on my fleet carrier. I got like the bare necessities on it though. I don't have it like fully decked out yet.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Weekly charge is a bit much. Oh, I most definitely agree. The only ones I have is the shipyard, the fueling. Actually, I think that's it. Shipyard, fueling, and then just like the stock stuff. Mainly because I was, well, actually, the full reason why I got the fleet carrier was because I wanted to do it for colonization stuff, because if you're trying to colonize without a fleet carrier, it's going to take so much longer. Well, not every ship, but every specialized ship, like one from each faction, and then a dedicated ship for each activity. I'm getting pretty close to that. My plan's going to be, I believe, to set the Corsair up for... I don't need to go to you. I need my fleet carrier. You have to pay all that money, changes back when you lose it. Well, the fleet carrier, the nice thing is you can just put some money on it and then it'll just automatically pull from that money, so you don't really have to manage it too much. I think mine's like 13 million a week, so it's like... I guess I can't really talk too much for tonight since we made 0 money. But usually in most nights, you can do it in 1 to 2 missions will pay for an entire week of the fleet carrier. What I've noticed, at least with the bare minimum stuff. Obviously, if you go like a fully decked out fleet carrier, is going to cost a lot more. Which I am impressed with. I thought colonization was going to have a lot more of that like monthly fee, like or weekly fee, having to like pay for it compared to actually making a little bit of profit. 13 mil upkeep a week isn't bad, but still, you should fully own the carrier. Oh, I most definitely agree with that. Especially for the amount that you spend, like... I guess it would take, like, real-world policies into play. But a newer player should have this monthly or weekly fee. I can't remember if it's monthly or weekly. But anyways, they should have that fee if they're just, like, renting the carrier. That way they can actually utilize it. Them spending that billion to actually own it is how they should have ran it. Or would have made more sense to me, at least. Be aware if someone isn't on for a long time, then take... Carry it back to the save space and... So you mean safe space and systems? Or take it back to the fleet carrier yard and just have it like in a standby mode or something. Or they can have a whole system called the graveyard where it's just dead fleet carriers that gets like floated away. Save space for other carriers? Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
Docking complete. Clamp engaged. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
So now we need to decide what to actually upgrade. So I know the Corvette's got a lot of lasers. Much cargo. What? Oh yes, the tube brandy was definitely not going to be able to fit inside the cockpit. I have 5 beams of my Corvette. Yeah, I was thinking about doing that too. Another community member, Xavier, gave me his build a long time ago. I believe it was like 5 or 6 lasers, and then he had one of the multi-cannons with corrosive on it. So it does have one of those. Actually, I don't even need to go anywhere. Can I? So it shows that you can. Generating this modification will cost materials. The result will be automatically applied to the module. I'm going to do this out of curiosity, because I want to see if it still has like the little bag icon. If it does, then if you just upgrade like whatever it comes stock with. So I don't even need to take it all the way. And it has a little bag there, so I assume that's still technically covered under the insurance fee. So theoretically, you can just like upgrade everything that comes stock with that. That should theoretically be like the most optimal setup. The only thing that I think I would still get rid of is the the 5A STO drive and swap it to a better one. Corsair, though, with the amount of guns it has, the powder distributor definitely needs to have 7 for that. Let's come with a 6C Biweave, though, so that's good. Use the 2 multi-cannons. Do you have corrosive on both? So I believe our blue one, we have set it for mining, if I remember correctly. Or we took everything off. Alright, so we'll store both of those. I believe I was in the process of like resetting this dude. There we go. Definitely won the military one. Except the rest of these should have like a little money sign here if it was actually stock. I can melt enemies and heal teammates. The two large are multi-cannons, the rest are beam ones with the concordance sequence and the rest with the regenerative sequence. Oh, really? Huh. Alright, so we go. We can sell this blue one, put it back to stock, then we'll have like a decent way to look see what we actually have here. So let's swap over to SU for now. We had a community member Mustang. He used to use the healing one quite a bit. I don't know if his was as powerful as the one that you had though. I don't remember if he had it set on the Corvette or not. Barely, sir. Oh, all right, hold on. It is the blue one that we just emptied, right? Yeah, okay. So definitely the blue one. So we'll sell that one, put that back to the stock components. Pull main layout. Then redeploy it, and then we'll possibly set that one up for engineering. You know, I still haven't actually got the prismatic shields yet. I originally joined a faction, and then it turns out that the faction was not in an area that we could mine platinum in. So we swapped over to another faction, and I just haven't bothered with trying to like go talk to the people. There we go. Now we'll have the pre-built ship back. Just trying to look and see like what we actually have base stat wise. Starting to see why I swapped everything out. This one just came with junk. So the gold one was most definitely the favored one out of the two. Aisling Duval for the prismatic. I believe currently I'm set up for Yuri Grom. I haven't actually like fully finished like delivering them all like the escape pods yet though. Alright, so if it wasn't you, I must still have all my mining stuff with the Python then. Well, all of the powers now have everything, and our thing was Yuri Grom was over in Capricorn B, which is really easy to mine platinum in the area. So that was like the easiest way to actually upgrade the power play. Sorry, looking at powers? Oh, you're good. You know, I called my fleet carrier here, but I didn't actually think of my stuff not actually being in my fleet carrier. So we can store that. Also, you can outrun packs on 9G planet atmosphere. Really? That's cool. So we don't have any Science 3 lasers. So if we did the multi-cannons down here... We do have Science 3 multi-cannons. You said you run mostly Planet Search if you hit though? Yeah, there was the one planet that had really high gravity that I kept crashing into one time. I remember that one. As for you, pretty sure this is the one that we upgraded for corrosive. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so let's look for a system where we can buy Science 3 beam lasers. We'll get fixed that way we do a little bit more damage. Got Discord? I can't screenshot my vid. Yeah, we do. Be back in a second. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. So first things first, we probably need to go grab... If we get the size... Oh, there's only one size 3? Alright, so that'll be 30 minutes. So it'll be both of those done. Both of those are done, so we need to get a size 3 laser. Reset first for the FSD experimental. Into the vet. Nice! Yeah, I guess we'll run that. What do you think of this build, Famine? Would you run the same thing? So basically my plan was to have 2 size 1 multi-cannons down here, and then the rest be lasers. But then the 2 multi-cannons are going to be upgraded with, I think it's overcharge and corrosive. Hold on, what, Yeah, overcharge weapon and corrosive shell. Better test the heat. Well, that's what the, my plan with the lasers is going to be to overcharge them and then have it so it has the thermal vent. So hopefully that'll keep it cool enough. Better test the heat if you're running, large beams. Alright, let's see if we can swap over to a size 3 ship. We'll pull the Mandalay back out, because I believe that'll fit a size 3. Find a laser that we can do that, and then we can actually start upgrading to see if we need to jump around with it. If we do, at least we'll be in an exploration ship that can actually do it. Do you actually hold a size 3 point? Of course you don't. Sarah does, but it doesn't really have that crazy of a jump range. I guess the the Type 8 wouldn't be horrible. So we actually have it on cutter. I don't know if we actually have all the components on it. I think I stripped it off from my exploration ship. And it's got the SEO drive at least. Yeah, I put everything stock. By the way, yeah, so the inventory was 760. It's just I don't have my core components anymore. I mean, surely it's not too far from the system, though. So we're at Muang. The closest one is 45 light years away. Currently 50. Alright, so we got just enough. Three 472. Sorry, 3142. This one's a little bit closer. Yeah, I'm assuming the Corvette's going to run super hot. Good news is though, it shouldn't run near as hot as like with running shard cannons.
Hull integrity compromised.
Also, does that cap make your head sweat a lot? Honestly, not really.
Gear retracted.
So I'm gonna show it real quick. I still haven't finished the side pieces yet because, like I said, I wasn't exactly sure like what to do with the like speaker system. But let's see, can I actually like pick it up on the camera? Huh, kind of. Yeah, so it's got like little vent holes on the side and it also has vent holes in the back. And it also makes it feel more aviary with it.
Frameshift drive charging.
Yeah, honestly, I do think it's a little bit more comfortable than a actual like gamer headset, but I think that's just mainly because after like a long time, sometimes it gets annoying having like the headset like flop around on the back of your head. I'll definitely have to look into that and see if I can figure out how to do that.
Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Let's see here, where... I'm gonna go to the Deer Terminal. World War II bomber. So you're talking about wings and everything, or? I have to look at a couple bomber hats and see what all they look like. Honestly, originally I was going to have like this little centerpiece actually have like the... I guess that would work. I thought it would have a little center badge here, which I could actually add that in later on. I was thinking about actually having like the commander names like right there in the front. But then I got stuck up in the hole like trying to figure out if I wanted to do like the whole Bluetooth or have like the little headsets. May I share a link? Yeah. See, I think you're still mod, right? There you go. Oh, is this going to be to your Corvette? By the way, if you're curious, we do Elite Dangerous mostly on Thursdays. But we're picking up a little bit more during the Thargoid stuff, but it seems like it's a little bit more of the slower content season for Elite Dangerous. We're doing it 1 day a week. Like that without the face piece. Ooh, let's see. Huh, yeah, that'd be cool. Glasses too would look... Honestly, if you could actually get the glasses to work with like the blue light filter, that would actually be really nice. It's all I think it was Panasonic at least. Somebody's actually making like an actual speaker system that hooks to the top of your seat. That way you can have like surround sound speakers around you. It'd be kind of cool. Would give a cool look that hasn't been seen in games like Elite. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I made this flight hat originally. Is like, haven't really seen anyone else do it, and I just feel like it would fit the game a little bit better. Full-on flight suit would be cool too, but it'd be a little bit overkill. Alright, so jump range wise, not a horrible ship. Handling wise, she could use some love. But you know, it's funny that I'm actually picking the cutter to fly around in. I know a lot of people hate this one. I'm just used to using them as my cargo ship that I don't know. Just like using the cutter.
Docking request denied.
Denied. Oh, I forgot the stupid landing pad issue. Which is why I typically try to stick with the medium ships, and specifically for this exact thing. It's the one downside to the Type 9 when it comes to like mining. It can like move a whole bunch of stuff, but the thing is, it doesn't matter if you can't land anywhere. Fly your Corvette to dumb places.
Frameshift drive charging.
I like the Corvette too, that one's a cool one. And I know that they are completely useless and I probably wasted a little bit of time doing it, but I thought they looked really cool, so we actually got the Guardian Fighters to go with Corvette too. So I usually use the Guardian Fighters as like a little bit of a distraction, just have like the little AI guy take over. Plus it at least allows if you have like a friend hop in, they have a cool little ship. They need to make it where you can make more stations in any system. Just for large pads. Oh, most definitely.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
The good news is, by the time I finally get this size 3 parts, I'll have my the rest of the components there. Then we'll see what we actually need to upgrade them, which I'm assuming I'll probably have to swap over some stuff. So if we get lucky, in Feng Tanga, we'll have a trader.
4, 3, 2.
The Gauss cannons do work on shields? Yeah, they just like super overheat your ship really quick. I like Gauss cannons though. I was trying to set up a build for the Corsair to be able to handle it. It just seems like the only ones that can really utilize the insta-gib is the Anaconda. Corvette might be able to, it's just I wasn't a good enough pilot at the time. Maybe now that things are actually starting to get upgraded though, I'd be able to handle it a little bit better. Alright, so we need to go to Weaver Port. Oh, you're talking about on the fighters, gotcha.
Operating beyond safety limits.
I didn't realize they had Gauss cannons. I just knew that everyone uses like the default ones and they just looked cool. that was my only reason for buying them. Although that's another thing that I think they should add in the game, and I think a lot more people would utilize them. I don't see why we don't have like a Guardian Tech SRV hangar. Or not hangar, but Guardian Tech SRV is like, that'd actually be really cool to have like an alien vehicle to drive around on planets with. Oh, you're good. That's why I had it there. And a bunch of other stuff too, but some of the programs we're using were acting a little finicky, so they're temporarily turned off till they get an update to patch it out a little bit more. A lot of people like the Jeff one. It's a little shark from Marvel Rivals, but he spins around as like a little song and then he spits bubbles everywhere. Ironically, we've only played Marvel Rivals once, but I like sharks and... yeah, there you go. That one definitely seems to be the favorite. I'm really glad that they got rid of the staggering and like jitter effect that was going on. Got to learn to do this when I start streaming. Oh, you're going to start streaming? Gonna be streaming Elite Dangerous, or what game are you planning on streaming? I've been slacking, honestly, when it comes to streaming stuff and adding in new things for the chat to do. I was originally going to have it set up like the Manor Phoenix, that way people can actually like interact with the game, like control the ships and stuff. I just haven't actually got around to programming the bot to do it correctly. I need to get on that though. That'll be cool. Wait till I get more memory. Computer running out of storage space?
Charlie, Romeo, Echo.
We play a lot of Elite Dangerous and actually a lot of Final Fantasy on this channel. I think Final Fantasy 14 pretty frequently recently. And we do Star Citizen on Mondays, but it's mostly due to performance reasons why we'll probably... whenever Elite Dangerous has a lot of content going on or like drops or stuff, we'll obviously pick up more than one day for Elite Dangerous. Or whenever there's like a cool community event going on. Last time was just a simple like mining one, so we only did one night.
Heading is A-OK, Commander. You're all clear.
And number 2.
Hull integrity compromised.
You're fine. Quit complaining, Hole.
Taking damage.
So I guess this is where we're going to decide if we want to buy...
Ship is on the ground. Perform landing checklist. You are most welcome, Commander.
I guess it wouldn't necessarily hurt to buy extra lasers. So we could get a size 3 and get a size 4. So I don't think our size 4s that we currently have are anything special. So we might do overcharge and thermal vent on the 2 or 3 biggest lasers, and then the last laser maybe swap over to something else. That way we have like a little bit of variety. So I could have one size 4. $2,512,000 gigabytes. Oh yeah, you're definitely running a little bit shy on storage. When is the last time that you fully cleaned everything out on your computer? Alright, so no one size 3. We'll go with fix since it's going to be close to us anyways. MSI GF36 thin gaming laptop. Oh, you're on a laptop. I think that's the only thing we actually need here. Because the size 4, we're going to have to wait on the other one anyway, so that's not going to matter. The multi-cannons, once again, this isn't really going to matter since we got 2 of them being delivered currently anyways. So yeah, that's too good. We just need to head back to Muang. That's what my hosty laptop has, but SSDs are so expensive. It has a SSD M.2 NVMe though. Oh, nice. I'll have to find the program that I was using because I don't think it's going to be in my quick menu since I downloaded it a while ago. Let's see, but it might be. Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can find it on my list real quick. If not, I'll have to send you a message if I find it later on and remember. There was something that I saw on a forum that was talking about like your like the internal storage on your computer to like get rid of stuff on your C drive that you no longer need. And Microsoft actually had like a really good program that's able to like clean a lot of clutter out. I think it's tree size. Yeah, so let me get you a link to this. So I found this on an official forum that was talking about like cleaning out your old like Windows storage and stuff. If you're like super short on storage on your laptop, you might be able to run that program and clear out some of the old clutter that you can get rid of. Wish I could get rid of a lot of the useless crap from Microsoft. I think you're actually able to with that application there. Don't quote me on everything, but I remember getting rid of like a lot of really old files that were no longer needed in my computer. My internal drive used to always be full. Now I got, I think it's like 80 gigabytes free. Don't crash, just slow down.
Hull integrity compromised.
Yeah. We're a whale. Get out the way. We're fine.
Taking damage.
Alright, to Muang. Then hopefully by the time we finally get there, we'll have stuff inside of our ship.
Clear out the station. We hope to see you again, Commander.
Cannot comply. Frameshift drive charging.
It's a very old school look application though. It doesn't look anything fancy. But basically you're able to like click it through and like see all like your temporary files downloaded or anything like that and help clear out a lot of clutter. You might be able to get rid of some of the base Microsoft stuff though. I'm not entirely sure on that. I haven't actually ever had a good enough laptop for gaming. So I used to do Guild Wars on my laptop, but I don't think I'd be able to actually run Elite Dangerous or anything like that. I've always had like really cheap like Dell laptops that had like 8 gigabytes of RAM. I've never actually like splurged and got like a proper one. It'd be cool though to one day actually have one that you can sit back and actually play games or edit on without having to be like on a desktop. I know one of our buddies, his power supply actually like completely gave out on him on his laptop. Mine is running Elite and 2 screens. Oh, you got one of those mods for the triple screens? That's awesome. I've seen a lot of people selling them on like Amazon and stuff. I just haven't actually seen it in person. MSI is good ones.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
So the funny thing is, when I built my computer, it had like totally different people were in charge of everything. But unfortunately, all the companies that I was like, that were like top of the line back when I first got my computer made and everything, they don't make any components anymore. I used to have like EVGA for most of my stuff, like my graphics card, everything else was centered around them. But just because they were like the top of the line and highest like rated quality. But I guess they stepped down and MSI supposedly like took over a lot of their hardware division or sorry, they didn't take over EVGA, but they took over like the gap of missing content from EVGA. I don't know why, if they were the best though, why they stopped. It seems kind of weird. My only problem with MSI, but our computer downstairs runs it, but they have a lot of like extra programs that get downloaded for like the Dragon Center and everything else for overclocking. There's a gaming laptop out there that takes wait, you have to have like 4 different plugs plugged in? Dude's fleet carriers the dog pounds. That'd be insane to have 4 wires plugged in. I don't know, I'm on the stance that we seem to be moving like a downward spiral for games. Like, it seems like a lot of games peaked in like the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 era when it came to like performance and graphics. Now it seems like the value has gone down, but the graphics have gone up. So I don't really see the huge improvements of graphics compared to the huge degradation of frames. And we're going to get to the point to where crazy things like that are going to be the more normal thing, where eventually we're going to just not have enough small stuff for laptops without something crazy like that.
Landing gear deployed.
Unless they find a way to actually be more efficient again.
Hull integrity compromised.
Alright, Mr. Cutter, your jump range was much appreciated. Now it's time for you to get retired again for the night. Going to Jackson's Lighthouse, ain't been there in a long time. That's cool. Well, if anything, at least tonight we got most of like the complicated stuff set up. That way, if we ever did want to engineer anything, most of the base stuff is already like automatically set up for us. We still need to get like the stuff for mining, but I think the combat and exploration side of things, we've actually got most of that covered already. Apparently I need to buy a shield for this guy too. Almost at the Corvette. Nice. Alright, so let's see. Did you... Alright, so that'll be 3 minutes, so that'll get here eventually. So we know the size 3 is ready. Size 2 is ready. The other one should be on its way. Then the size 4s are also going to be on their way. So how long do we have for you? Less than a minute, so we'll just give it a minute, let that stuff get delivered, and we'll see if we get lucky. This guy's shield booster, so we should be able to do the engineered shield boosters now. Ooh, heat sinks. That's another one we probably should engineer. Point defense turrets, I don't think that'll really come into play. I mean, I guess we could put one on. That way just, you know, has like a little bit of stuff to protect it. Same with the kill warrant scanner, we could do one of these. It's low priority for that one though, so we don't really care about you. Heat sinks we'll definitely need. So that's another one that we should engineer, that way it's much more efficient. Going to send a screenshot in 2 minutes? Yeah, no worries. Still just laying everything out to see like what all we actually need to do. Less than a minute now for that. So we should be able to remote do the power distributor. Crankshift giant, that doesn't have to change. Thrusters. Dirty drive tuning, so that's good. Sensors, technically we could engineer that one. Hull, still need to upgrade you too. Oh, that's right, we don't have the armor. We need more selenium to get to grade 5 and pharmaceutical isolators. So got a little bit to go for tuning then. It's going to need the conductive components and selenium. Good news is the power plant should be basically done. Ceramics is going to run a little bit shy, but we already have the power plant maxed out, so we should be able to just do remote this one. Assuming that that actually has enough, which looks like we're going to be one shy. Almost. Alright, so outfitting. We'll at least have everything set up for the Corvette to figure out what we need to grab. Got those two. I believe the size 2 one's still going to be a few minutes. We don't really. Oh, maybe not. I guess I forgot to call it. Let's see. So everything is gimbaled. We have one turreted one. Oh, there it is. Less than a minute. So we just gotta wait a little bit for that one. I believe we want gimbaled for the multi-cannons. We're going to keep mostly fixed for the lasers. That one's also going to be in 3 minutes, so that one's got a little bit of wait. Alright, perfect. See if we actually have the stuff to upgrade. We'll probably have to go make another stop for, like, manufactured stuff. Are you going to be posting in the Discord or here? Gotcha, and turret lasers? Oh, I forgot to have my shield, too. Bruce Legacy.
Landing gear retracted.
Well, we almost were close enough to the target. I guess I should have like specified the system where we wanted to go. But yeah, are you posting it in the Twitch chat or are you posting it in the Discord?
Frameshift drive charging.
Complete. Goodbye.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating.
Oh, gotcha.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Yeah, the Corvette's pretty fast. Looks like they changed the interior. I don't remember all the hexagons here. So we originally bought the Corvette like a long time ago. I haven't actually used it too much because it seemed like it was a little bit of overkill. Ironically, we're engineering to make things a lot more overkill. Not fully engineered yet. I was losing a lot of money, so I sort of stowed away my Corvette for quite a while until we brought him back out for the Thargoids. So I think this will be good enough as like a starting point. And then from there, obviously we can add in like the shard cannons and stuff to help kill things we need them. Not sure if I'll keep the Corvette for fighting humans or if I should keep it for fighting Thargoids. Curious to see what all we actually need for the engineering materials though. Hopefully we get lucky and it's all the materials that we have, but after an entire night of upgrading stuff, what do you have? Shields for your ship? Well, honestly, this one was just stored away in my fleet carrier and I probably put it off onto a different ship. Usually the Corvette I have one. I think last time I was using the Corvette we were fighting Thargoids though, so I don't have like any of my shields on. Since shields don't really help too much for that. But yeah, you're right, I definitely need to put the shields back on this guy. That's emit in general, then most of the time I actually don't use shields. Like for my cargo ships, that shields just get in the way of other components, so I usually just keep shields off. Thargoids though, I keep them off just since they go down immediately. Need more arsenic? Yeah, I'm guessing I'm going to need some stuff too. Same with mining. I don't really use shields for mining either. Ships were designed for fighting humans, so I definitely run shields.
Core dynamics, Charlie, Romeo, Echo, heavy flight control, online. Welcome, Commander. Request docking permission if you wish to land.
Yeah, I believe arsenics are all materials. I think that's like a grade 1 or grade 2 though. You should be able to trade down to it pretty easily. It's going off of memory though, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's one of the lower tier ones.
Clearance granted. Proceed to landing pad 08.
Landing pad 08.
Lighting gear deployed.
Plus, it really puts the pressure on you not to die if you don't have shields. It forces you to not make so many mistakes.
Hull integrity compromised.
Alright, let's see if we get lucky.
Landing operation complete. Commence system shutdown. Welcome, Commander.
So I'm going to assume we want overcharge for everything. We got plenty of nickel. So I mean, I guess really worst case scenario, we get this dude to grade 5 and then we can have the experimental effect. If we have enough stuff to make like all of our lasers experimental for thermal vents, then we can just do the rest remote so we won't have to come back here. Or that'll happen. We actually have... We do a few thermal vents, actually. I need to grind grade 5 materials one day and just change them for the others. That's exactly what we did last time, actually. So I feel your pain, especially for the raw materials. At least the manufactured ones you can get relatively quickly. My coated one's actually pretty quick grind too. It's mostly just the raw materials since you have to go so far out. Alright, so do that. So we want thermal vent. Probably going to eventually have to get other stuff, but it will. Are you talking about inside the bubble or outside the bubble? Because the only places that I really know of are like super far outside the bubble. But you can get everything in one stop. Green out of polymers. So that's fine. We got what? Everything except for one that has thermal vent? 2, sorry. Which these are the more powerful ones anyway, so we might keep those thermal vent and then the rest standard. Let's see here. So over inside of, let's see. Give me 1 second, I'll pop up that list of places you can go to. somewhere around here at least. Isn't that? So it's about 1,500 light years outside the bubble. Basically, there's going to be a place that you make sure you do your concordance and reservation sequence if you play with friends. Honestly, that's a good idea. I might set these other two beam lasers for that. Can I not find this other stuff? See, is this the link? If you find it later, just send it to me? Yeah, I got you. Should be somewhere around here, though. I don't think it'll be buried that far. Maybe it is. Oh, here it is. Let's see here. So you need to go over to... Why is your Corvette seeing the Resolute? Planet C5A. So we got all that, and I think there was one more planet that technically had antimony if you really wanted to like stop by at the end to like really min-max everything. Let's see if I can actually find it though. Oh, never mind, that was just for yttrium. Oh, there we go. And then planet B5C has the antimony. So you said you well, hold on. We'll do the overcharge. At least get that stage 1, that way we can engineer it. And then we might have to come back here to this too, because it looks like we're going to barely get to grade 4. If we get there. So you said 501 Star Destroyer from the Star Wars Anakin Command. Oh, that's cool. Concordant. Oh, I'm guessing you mean regeneration sequence and concordant. Guess we have enough for one of each. Let's see, hold on. So local services, you. The only thing I dislike is whenever you're trying to like do the remote thing with the pin. It's really weird that you can't do remote and still actually upgrade their reputation rank. So if you're doing this and you don't actually have it upgraded, be sure that you come to the engineer themselves or else they won't give you credit for anything. Alright, so now we just need conductive components. Which means we're going to have to trade down a whole bunch of stuff. So what about you? Bunch of mechanical arrays, that's kind of low, so we'll probably need more of you. Polymer capacitors, that's more manufactured. Coated, let's see here. Yes, fine. Can you chew? Alright, so we are going to need a little bit encoded and manufactured again. So zirconium, let's see. Plenty of zirconium, so literally we'll just need to transfer down some polymer and some embedded firmware. That won't be too bad. This is another manufacturer, so we'll need the arrays. Nice. Alright guys, well that's going to it for today. If you guys enjoyed, please like and subscribe. Hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning. And I will see you guys in the next one. Thanks so much for sticking around, Commanders. We'll be back again Thursday with more Elite Dangerous. Hopefully by then we'll have everything set up for our Corvette. We'll be able to fully engineer that. Then we'll possibly do some combat stuff or something else, depending on what the community wants to see. But yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one. Have a good night, everyone.